morning. Welcome to you if you are just joining us bright and early here on this Saturday morning from the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 track European Championships from Roeselare in Belgium. Just also like to give a quick shout out to our event sponsors, X-Ray Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobby Wing and RCXX Shop for helping us to bring you this coverage. You are joining us. Heat 1 of the front-wheel drive class has just started. This is straight into qualifying today. Zero practice. So qualifying day is upon us. Scheduled in the timetable, we've got 5 rounds of qualifying today. That may get cut short. We have got some rain forecast later. Rain in itself, not too much of a problem, but there are some thunderstorms potentially in the area as well. So hence the 1 hour earlier start than normal. They're trying to get some rounds in the books. If you're wondering how things are going to work, there's 5 rounds of qualifying scheduled. It will be 2 rounds to count from 5. The driver's best 2 rounds. It would be 2 rounds to count from 4 complete rounds. It would be 2 to count from 3. And in the event that we drop down to 2 rounds, it would be best round to count. And obviously, if only 1 round gets completed, that's the round that counts. They're also considering each class as an individual. So if it does rain during modified, the front-wheel drive class is already done, that's in the books. The stock class is already done, that's in the books. So that's how it's going to work. It will be considered a complete round per class. At the moment, the lead car in this heat is MonacoRC. He is the number 4 car, which I believe is the yellow front, orange rear car. He is just following round the orange number 2 car of Stefan Delis. Julian Jost running in 3rd position, top seed for this heat. Of course, seeding was done yesterday over the best 3 laps. We're now on to a 5-minute run, so consistency of pace a little bit more important. The MonacoRC started out 2 seconds behind Stefan Delis and is currently running around 1 second behind him on the track. So would be about a second to the good on the split. So it's each driver's individual time. They're not racing one another at the moment. If you are just joining us and sort of wondering what is going on and how the qualifying works, how a car that's behind can be in front, that's the explanation. His clock started 2 seconds later. Looks like Stefan Delis just edging away slightly. It's not quite 2 seconds yet. Obviously 2 seconds with a front-wheel drive is it's a different distance than it is with a modified car. So it would be closer together, but there's currently like 9/10 of a second between them. So MonacoRC on screen at the moment. We've got 1.5 minutes of this run left. Gap remaining fairly constant, about 9/10 of a second. Stefan Delis, you see disappearing out the front of shot. MonacoRC desperately trying to keep within that 2 seconds of him. He'll know it's fairly comfortable at the moment, but he won't want that gap to get much bigger. Gap's down to around half a second now. It's down to a couple of tenths. So MonacoRC just trying to hang on at the end of this. He's going to hope that the traffic that's currently in front of Stefan Delis gets out of the way, and they've just finished. just coming up to their finishing times now. Roeselare does just get that one in the end by about 0.4 of a second from Stefan Delis. And that is the end of heat number 1. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here early on this Saturday morning for the live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 track championships. We are at Roeselare in Belgium. Getting set for heat number 2. Oliver Heiser, Xavier De Bruyne, Yannick Rommens, Martin Rasmussen, Alexander Van Gansen, Thomas Gavel, Thomas Sauver, Mark Young, and Carlos Gabriel do Pinhal. The drivers coming round to the line. So Oliver Heiser will lead away from P1. Marshall's heading back out from the track, back in to the pits. Getting a new set of marshals out there. Actually marshalling the race immediately after their own. Waiting for the countdown to start. So just counting down from 30 seconds. Give the drivers opportunity. Obviously in this one it will be 1 through 9. Next time out, the order may well change. Oliver Heiser keen to get away at the start. Running a sort of off-whitey coloured body shell as he comes down the main straight. So taking a bit of a high line through that long bank sweeper. You'll see there's a couple of choices of lines through there over the course of the day. Some people prefer the sort of safer, slightly high middle route round the banking. Some people prefer to go low, geometrically shorter, can't quite carry the speed. So, looks like Oliver quite comfortable with the middle line. See how it shakes out after a couple of laps. Looks like Alexander Van Gansen is the quick man with car number 5. So let's see if we can pick up the 5 car. He is the all orange coloured car. So started out 5 seconds behind, or 4 seconds behind the first car, and trying to work his way into that gap. Still leading after 1 minute. So number 4 car opens up quite nicely for him, lets him through underneath the banking. It's a good run coming together. Alex Van Gansen pushing hard, trying to get himself up onto the tail of the guys that set off first in the heat. So Alex not necessarily having the pace over 3 laps yesterday, but looks like he's got a very good 5-minute car underneath him. Crosses the line to the top. He is leading by just over a second. He's got about 1.1 second lead. See that nice lower line there through the banked sweeper. Still looks fairly comfortable with it. Taking a lot of grass with the inside wheel. Just firing his front wheel drive car out round past the bleachers. Expecting to see that full of spectators tomorrow. Down the main straight into the banked sweeper once more. Slightly higher line that time. Maybe he scared himself a little bit with quite how low he cut it last time. A little bit less curve that time, but it's all coming together. His best lap that he's done is a 19.825. The only driver in this heat to go sub-20. Xavier De Broy is next quickest with a 20.033. Still closing in, just edging towards the guys in front. This front-wheel drive class, a little bit different to some rule sets for the class. There is open blinky speed controller, open motor, and a fixed 4.5 gear ratio. He's just navigated his way past some traffic, and small mistake there. Just going into one of the switchback hairpins, just ran a little bit deep. So recovered it, but he's now back through. He's past the number 7 car, I think that was, that he's just passed. Thomas Sova. So 1.5 minutes of the race remaining. Still Alex Van Gansen that we're running with. He's actually in a battle with a couple of cars just down the road from him. Gap now around 1 second, or it was last lap round. So the two guys out front aren't necessarily going to see where Alex Van Gansen is at the moment. It's pretty much exactly 1 second that he's got of a lead over Xavier De Broy. Xavier De Broy and Oliver Heiser running in very close attendance with one another. We are on the car of Alex Van Gansen, leading by, it's now 1.2 seconds as we come into the last 30 seconds of the run. So building towards the top end of this front. Oof, that was very close for Alex Van Gansen there as he passed some traffic. Didn't quite catch the number of the car that he passed, but didn't let him pass in a particularly clean manner. It was the 3 car of Yannick Rommens. So just coming up to their finishing times now. Alex Van Gansen takes that one in the end. And he's got that by about 1.3 seconds over Xavier De Broy. So that's the race finished. Alex Van Gansen gets that from Xavier De Broy, Oliver Heiser, Thomas Cavell, Martin Rasmussen, Mark Young in 6th position, Carlos Gabriel de Pinhal in 7th, Thomas Sovar 8th, Yannick Rommens in the 9th position. Top heat of front-wheel drive coming next. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here in Belgium for this live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 track European Championships. So I'd like to thank the event sponsors X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop for helping us to bring you this coverage. Stefan Schultz top seed in practice yesterday from Adam Isay. Those two looking like they had a little bit of a step over the field, certainly over 3 laps. So it should be a good battle coming up between those two. Also competing in the spec class as well, a pair of them. So 1 minute until the start of the race. Cars about to be released from the pit lane. Stefan Schultz, Adam Isay, Nicolas Delis, Jacques Libar, Pavel Stazowski, Mark Valent, Frederick Hovgaard, Peter de Grond, and defending champion Daniel Perlman. Not quite having the best run yesterday, struggling a little bit for pace over 3 laps. Let's see if he's managed to find anything overnight, get a little bit more speed out of the car. But everybody looking for that one piece of track, wanting that one bit of the racing line. Stefan Schultz with the white and blue colour scheme set to lead away. Stefan Schultz leading away from Adam Isay. Battle, we think, likely to be between these two. So come down the main straight for the first time, and Adam Isay straight into the pit lane. So, little bit of a surprise. Wonder if that's some tyre strategy going on. Potentially wanting to save the freshness of his tyres. So Stefan Schultz away at the front. In fact, Nicolas Delis has had the quicker opening lap. So I believe Adam Isay is a bit of tyre strategizing. Stefan Schultz we're running with now is our leader. Again, that nice low line carrying a lot of corner speed through the bank sweeper. Giving the curbs a bit of a wide berth. If, as we suspected, it's him and Adam Isay that are the two quick drivers, he'll have seen in his peripheral vision that Adam has pulled off the track. So he knows that he's in with a good shout of a round win if he can just keep the car on its wheels, get a round win in the books. So what will be happening is Adam will be seeking to give himself a tyre advantage. He'll have fresher tyres for the next round of qualifying, expecting that the track might be the track should probably be quicker in the next round of qualifying. It will certainly be cleaner, but it won't be that hot. So Adam may be feeling that the best chance of getting a good time, which would count in the event of a tie break, would be effectively sitting out this round, giving himself a tyre offset for the rest of the meeting. It's a brave ploy, because it's always nice to have a round score in the books, but with 2 to count from 5, you can afford, you've got a little bit of leeway. So effectively for Adam, it's going to be 2 from 4 now that he needs to make count, so just 2 runs. Stefan Schultz going nicely out in front of this one. His lead is around it's 2.5 seconds that he's got over Nicolas Delis. So he's just coming down the main straight now. There are only 4 cars circulating at the moment. So Stefan Schultz, Nicolas Delis, Marc Valent, and Peter de Grande. The only cars going around on the track. Good round scores coming in for all of these guys. So people who were a bit lower down the field, a bit lower down the top heat, again maybe seeking to give themselves a bit of a tyre offset, give themselves a better chance of a good round score. I would think Stefan and Adam would feel that they're going to be fairly comfortable to be at the front end and at the sharp end of the grid anyway. Just the 4 cars out there. Stefan closing in on I think that's going to be the 6 car of Marc Valent that he's closing in on, the sort of light pink. It is the 6 car that he's closing in on. So let's just run with him as he catches him and passes him. We'll get an idea of where the extra speed that Stefan has is coming from. You see, obviously, flat out, there's not too much of a difference. He just seems to be able to commit to the corner much, much harder. You can see down the main straight, they kind of top out, but then through the bank sweeper, it will be here that he pulls away. Just a little bit of traction on the corner exit, commits much, much harder. You can just see he gaps him on the exit of all the slow corners. So it's not the fast corners where time's being gained and where Stefan is making up the time. It's the slow corners. You don't tend to get people run off into the distance with this fixed gear ratio. It's just incremental and edging the gaps up all the time, constantly. So with just 4 cars circulating at the moment, 45 seconds of the run remaining. Stefan Schultz leading this one now by around 5 seconds. But super clean track. Very, very clear. Just a nice, easy run for Stefan. Stefan Schultz has finished, as has Marc Valent, Peter de Grande and Nicolas Delis. That there is the end of the front-wheel drive class. So let's just have a look at quali after round 1. So Stefan Schultz has taken round 1 from Nicolas Delis. Alexander van Gansen from the previous heat, 3rd overall. Xavier de Broy, 4th position. Marc Valent, Oliver Heiss, Peter de Grande, Thomas Gavel, Martin Rasmussen. Shout out to Mark Young, 10th in round. That's a great score from him. He'll be happy with that. And I think the big news of that one, probably Adam Isay choosing to sit out. I believe it was choosing to sit out the round. He pulled into the pits immediately at the end of the, well, not even the opening lap. He set off from the line and drove straight into the pits. So a bunch of drivers choosing to sit that one out. So we are now into the stock class. No sign of rain so far. We're kind of seeing it mid-afternoon on the weather forecast. That's the reason for the very, very early start. So well done to you if you are just joining us. Expect some people will probably be tuning in an hour later because the timetable reflected that, or that would reflect what the timetable was showing. Just having a check on an update on the weather forecast. So we're seeing a small chance of rain coming in from about 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then chances of rain getting heavier around 3 to 4 o'clock. So believe they're going to try and get as many rounds of qualifying done on a dry track as they possibly can. Weather forecast for tomorrow looks good. We managed to sort of dodge a bit of a bullet yesterday. Practice was run on a mostly wet track for a lot of it, but the actual seeding practice to sort the heat order, that was on a dry track. The reason that was important was each driver only has 1 set of wet tyres allocated to them, and with forecast rain at some point today, they wouldn't necessarily have wanted to have used their wet tyres for too many laps. So taking the best out of them. Nick Vranckx has led this heat away with the number 1 car. It's like a teal-blue coloured car as he goes around the banking for the first time. I think the 2 car of Martin Bernardi will be in front looking at the gap. These front 2 have already pulled a fairly massive gap over the rest of them, and indeed Martin Bernardi is in front on the split. That did look like less than 1 second to me. Obviously 1 second with these quicker cars now, 13.5 turn motors. And you can see Nick Vranckx getting a little bit held up as he passes slower car in front of him. So the 2 cars at the front of the field are 1 and 2. In the lead is car 2, which is the red car, sort of 1 shot back. Just see sort of slightly wild looking Nick Vranckx there as he's desperately trying to build that gap over Martin Bernardi and get that gap up over 1 second. It's definitely increased this lap. I think we've had a small mistake from Bernardi. So I think now we're going to see a change at the top. Nick Vranckx does take the lead from Bernardi. He's got the gap over 1 second. That's the importance of the split. Obviously, you're compelled to let a faster car through, but if you feel like you're going to have pace later on, then you just want to try and sort of hang on to that and just try and edge away, just get away, sit there comfortably. I don't think we ever got to the point where Nick Vranckx was holding Martin Bernardi up, and now Vranckx has picked up the pace, got the gap back up over that 1 second gap that they started with, and that's come out. We've had a couple of bad laps really for Martin Bernardi. He's still in second place in the heat, but he is now the length of the straight behind. So let's see if we can pick up the lead car again, car number 1. He is just crossing the timing loop now, the teal blue coloured car. You can see he's just passed some lap traffic, so you can see we had to move quite a long way forward. So most definitely over 1 second, the gap between those two. Nick Vranckx from Bernardi. Philipp Lischke is running in 3rd position at the moment from Boyan Stamanov. Emily Haluin, she is running in 5th position currently. So 2 teal blue cars closing on one another. Dives to the inside, given plenty of space by the number 8 car of Herman van Gansen. That was a bit more curb and grass than you'd probably like through that bank sweeper. That'll have caught his attention, got that slightly wrong, got away with it. It'll probably cost him half a tenth, and he'll probably be slightly clenched on the rostrum. But round that bank sweeper. So a little bit loose there, mid-corner, corner exit. Again, traction not fully in the track yet. Normally at a meeting like this, you'd have a round of practice, even if it's a shortened round of practice with sort of short runs, but cut out of the timetable due to the incoming weather. They want to get complete rounds in the books. We've already seen it in Fronty, and just a little bit of difficulty there getting past the white car, some lacked traffic. Who was that? The 9 car of Panos Koutsakouris, the Greek driver. So nearly a Greek tragedy for Nick Vranckx. But he's hung on to it. Coming up to the 8 car again, the other teal blue coloured car out there. Gets out of his way quite nicely. Heading towards the back of the 6 car now. So nice big lead for Nick Vranckx, and Philipp Lischke's made his way up into 2nd from Martin Bernardi. So Philipp Lischke picking up the pace later in the run. Just seeing a little bit of a discrepancy between 3 lap pace and 5-minute run time. Actually saw in this spec class, Ollie Payne getting himself top seeding from the penultimate heat yesterday. So just managed it over 3 laps from Simon Lauter. Nick Vranckx makes the extra lap as well. So he's made that from Philipp Lischke by, it'll be around 4 seconds. Just making it across the line for the split. So Nick Vranckx taking that from Philipp Lischke and Boyan Stamanov in the end. Getting that, so Martin Bernardi falling to pieces right at the end of that. You can see not a huge amount quicker was Nick Vranckx on a fastest lap there. Just consistency of pace got him to the front. Getting set then for the second heat of the 13.5 spec class. Laurent Haluin is going to lead away from Andrea Efficace, Enrico Young, Jelle Klosen, Carlos Gabriel de Pinhal, Ricardo Fanili, Julian Jost, Kent Bertelsen, and Sunny van der Boer. Cars just waiting to be released into the pit lane. So it looks like Chris Hardesty in some discussion with Christopher Krapp about tyre warmers and exactly where they're going. I think just making sure that tyre warmers not being taken out onto the track. So tyre warmers in regular use within touring cars, just trying to keep them out of the way of the track area. Laurent Haluin going to lead away with the number 1 car. Looks like he is a white and blue coloured car. So Laurent not getting off the line particularly well, but actually that's, I mean, it didn't matter when he passed the clock, but Andrea Efficace not going to be particularly impressed with that because they kind of went on the wrong number. So the white, yellow and blue coloured car heading around for the first lap. So his sort of 2 seconds is probably not going to work out at 2 seconds over the following car. I think Enrico Young will be leading. It is, that's 1 car back. So if we can pick up the sort of spearminty green car down the main straight. Here we go, this is Enrico Young. So he's going to be trying to chase down Laurent Haluin. A little bit loose for Enrico as he gets on the throttle. So potentially a sign that the diff is a little bit thicker than you'd like for these track conditions. I would imagine as it warms up later, that would be pretty much perfect and get you to exactly where you want to be. But Enrico, you can kind of see there's a few telltale signs that that might be the case. The car's a little bit loose as he gasses up, as he gets on the throttle, but the car of Laurent Haluin gets out of his way. There's also just a very slight, and I'm not sure if it comes across on screen, but a little bit of a hesitation to rotate in the middle of the corner from Enrico's car. Certainly at the low speed stuff. He's managing to, okay, there you go. There's that over rotation on exit. And you'll probably see just coming into these series of hairpins there's just a little bit of a hesitation for the car just to pivot just as he comes in, maybe carrying a little bit too much speed in there. It's super easy to do when you've got a slow corner after a fast section. You focus so much on getting through the fast section okay, and you just want to be coming off the throttle a little bit earlier, but he is at that hairpin that's just down behind the bridge on our view. He's just struggling a little bit to get the nose of the car completely turned in and get the car completely rotated. It's looking pretty good everywhere else. That's the main point on the track. I'd argue that he's losing time. Pitched it in there a little bit and had it sideways, so upset the car a little bit. That'll be a quick individual lap for him. Might end up sort of hurting his tyres. You don't want to be driving too acrobatically like that and pitching it in, sliding the rear too much. Again, just a little bit of hesitation to make the car rotate, but he's managing it well. He's getting around with it. You can see again there, a little bit of a slide on corner exit. Not going to hurt him too much on this run in isolation. It will possibly be taking a little bit out of his tyres, They've got three sets of tyres for qualifying. Two sets of tyres for qualifying in the spec class, with one set for the finals. It's 3 sets of tyres in qualifying for the modified drivers. So 3 sets of tyres across 5 rounds. Although with weather forecast coming in, they may well choose to sort of get their tyres out early. There's no point saving your fresh slick tyres for the tail end of qualifying and then finding out that it's wet and you don't get to use them, and you've kind of wasted potential dry runs earlier in the day. So I would imagine that these guys would be probably new for round 1, new for round 3, I'd guess. Would be the choice. Remember, 2 rounds out of 5 to count. Clearly everybody on new tyres for round number 1. Some drivers we saw in front-wheel drive, quite a few drivers pulling off the track trying to save those. Front-wheel drive have got 1 set of tyres for qualifying, with 1 set for finals, so they've got to make them last a little bit longer. Enrico Jung with 30 seconds to go, though, leading this one pretty comfortably. He is like 2.7 seconds to the good. So 3 car of Enrico Jung just coming around to cross the line. He didn't get a huge distance in front of Laurent Halluin once Laurent had let him past. But of course, he'd already done the hard work, catching and passing him on the split at that point. So there we go. That is heat number 5 in the books. Only 14 heats today. If you were joining us yesterday, you saw there were 16 heats. Again, in order to try and get through the day a bit quicker, where there were 7 and 8 car heats, they've bumped that up to 8 and 9 car heats just to try and take a little bit of time out of the round. We're going to be looking at basically 2 hours per round that we've got in the time schedule. There's a little bit of packing at the end of each round, just to give everybody a chance to sort of catch up with themselves, cover any small delays. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We're bringing you live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10th Electric Track European Championships from Roeselare in Belgium. So in conjunction with the event sponsors, X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Levo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. Pavel Stazowski going to lead away this heat number 6 from Luno Huber, Nicola Bedin, Boris Silardi, Johan Bukowski, Jeremy Duram, Rick van der Acker, Bert Aerden and Tom Adams. Car set to be released. Pavel Stazowski, the looks like yellow coloured car, currently in the centre of your shot, leading the way. Bit of wheel spin off the line for Pavel. So properly gassed that one off the line. And had a bit of a double take there through the sweeper, turned in a little bit sharper than he might have liked it to. So Nuno Huber with the 2 car on the tail of him almost immediately. Pavel's pulled out a little bit more. There we go. That was a better attempt at the sweeper, so he got it right that second time. Again, it's just a little bit loose at the rear end of that car. It's not completely nailed yet. Hanging on to it okay at the moment. It's good in the high-speed stuff. It's just some of the low-speed stuff. There we go. That's better. Still very slightly sideways when he gets on the throttle. So a bit of over-rotation for his car. So in comparison to Enrico Young's car, where we were looking at the bit of sort of under-rotation, we're seeing a bit of over-rotation here on the car of Pavel Stasowski. He is kind of doing what he needs to stay at the front, though Boris Siladi's got himself to the front with the 4 car. So if we move back 2 cars, that should be Boris. He is the white and green. He's the second of the white and green coloured cars. So there we go. We've got Boris on screen now as he chases down the 2 car of Nuno Huber. So they've passed and just passing the car of Pavel Stasowski on the grass. So as we suspected, Pavel couldn't hold on to that slightly loose car for 5 minutes. Rick van der Acker getting himself into the mix now with the 7 car as well. So that is the yellow front, red centre, white rear car. He's just about to cross the timing loop now with the 7 car. So let's see if we can get him on screen. We have him on screen. That's nice work from Jim there. So we come down the main straight. This Rick van der Acker leading this one from Boris Siladi by a couple of seconds, actually. Rick starting a little bit further down the field in 7th, so not necessarily having the pace over 3 laps in seeding yesterday. But looking like he's got a very good 5-minute car underneath him down the main straight. Not exceptionally fast down the main straight compared to any other car. But car looking good, car looking nicely balanced. Let's just have a look. See, he gets into that series of switchback hairpins very, very nicely. That's where he's gaining, or seems to be gaining time on cars around him. Again, it's the low-speed corners where the opportunity to gain time is. Just flicks it up on the curb, realised he's got it a bit wrong, turns out of it, back in. It'll feel like it's cost him an age. You'll barely see it on the lap times. Always feels, though, that it's cost you a lot more time than it actually has. That's better there for Rick. So traffic's falling quite nicely for him. He's still leading this one. He's got about 2.5 second lead with 2 minutes left. So Rick van der Acker leading this one from Boris Siladi, Tom Adams, and Johan Bukowski. So closing in on the 2 car now of Nuno Huber. So Nuno gets out of the way very, very nicely. So Rick will be catching Boris Siladi next. Now Boris will have, this will be quite an interesting one for him because he started out at P4. He's been, in his mind, he's been the pace man. He's been the one that's caught and passed people. But he's about to go, well, 3 seconds down on Rick. So he'll suddenly be aware that there's a fast car approaching him. So this is sort of the first and second place running together on the track. But Rick van der Acker starting out a couple of seconds behind, just 3 seconds behind Nuno. Or sorry, Boris Siladi. So Boris still running in second position. So often working together nicely. Pace looking fairly similar now. Just see that's where Rick van der Acker is gaining the time. It's in those 2 switchback hairpins as they head down towards the bleachers. Seems to be the main place. A little bit wide there in the middle of the corner from Rick. managed to pick up the throttle and get away with it. So crosses the line. Rick van der Akker takes that from Roeselare. And Johan Bukowski in third position. No, Tom Adams pops up there into second right at the end. So gets that by around 4/10 from Roeselare. So right at the end of that one then. Rick van der Akker taking that one by, in the end, the like 4.8 seconds at the end of that one from Tom Adams. So a bit of a slide down the field. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on this coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. Also in conjunction with the event sponsors X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. I'd like to thank them for helping us to bring you this live coverage from Roeselare in Belgium. It's dry at the moment, a bit of rain forecast later. If you are sort of just joining us, wondering why we're running already like 6 heats deep into the timetable, then it's because of the forecast rain later. So they brought the timetable forward by an hour. They've compacted us down from 16 heats down to 14, all in an attempt to try and get as much qualifying done in the dry as absolutely possible. So with 5 rounds of dry qualifying, it would be your best 2 to count. With 4 rounds, it's 2 to count. With 3 rounds, it's 2 to count. If we only get 2 dry rounds in the books, then it would be the best round to count. And of course, with 1 round, it would be the best one to count as well. And the classes are being considered individually. So we've already had front wheel drive done. Stefan Schultz taking that one. So once we are done with spec, then that's considered done and in the book. So were it to rain during modified, it wouldn't affect either front wheel drive or stock. That part is not completely clear in the rules. It's a little bit open to interpretation, but speaking to some of the officials here, that's the way that they're going with it. It makes sense. You don't want to be throwing out a run that happened almost 2 hours earlier in a different class. Corentin de Kret going to lead this one away with the number 1 car. So Corentin, the mainly white-coloured car. So it looks like we got the 4 car missing from this one. So Gergo Valent sitting this one out. Corentin de Kret into an early lead. Maxime Ripoll trying to hang with him. So the 1 and the 2 cars running together. Maxime Ripoll looked like he had some fairly decent pace yesterday. Small mistake there from Corentin de Kret, so I would imagine that's going to put Maxime Ripoll in front of him. Surprisingly, it doesn't. That looks like much less than 1 second on the track between them. You can just see Maxime Ripoll in the back of shot. We're just waiting as they cross the line. That's still showing Corentin de Kret lead in this one. We're running with him at the moment. That must be less than 1 second now as he just gets the big airy slide. There we go, Maxime Ripoll, 1 car back. So if we move our focus back 1 car onto the, there we go, Maxime Ripoll. So trying to close in on the rear of Corentin de Kret. He's done the first part of it. He's got in front on the split. So Corentin de Kret at this point will be realising that that is less than 1 second. He'll be trying to stretch it. Maxime Ripoll will be sitting there trying, that's not going to help him. So sort of ebbing and flowing between these two. And Orlando Fanili with the 7 car is also out there moving quite quickly. Let's just see if we can find the 7 car. It is the white front, orange rear, just about to cross the timing loop now. So this is our new leader, Orlando Fanili. So the 1 and the 2 cars have kind of been doing battle with one another, and Corentin's just got himself back in front, actually, of Maxime Ripoll. They'll be showing top of the timing screens for now until Orlando, who we're following, crosses the loop, which he has done, moves back to the top of the timesheets. So he's running around 5 seconds on track. So again, maybe a bit of a surprise coming up for Corentin and Maxime. They started at 1-2. They haven't seen anyone come near them. And then they're suddenly going to hear the referee call out that they're 2nd and 3rd. So they know that there's someone further down the field just towing them round. Mark Valent now with the 5 car to the front of the field. So the 5 car is the all-white car with the black wing, just crossing the timing loop now. So Mark Valent hits the front of this one, leading by about half a second from Orlando Fanili. So again, 2 cars jumping Maxime Ripoll and Corentin Decret. So trying to close in at the moment, Mark Valent trying to close in on the back of Rico Clays, which is the green car just in the front of the shot. Rico opens up as they go through out onto the main straight. And Rico's got some horsepower in that car, actually. He nearly ran Mark Valent over down the main straight, but he's pulled out a little bit of a gap now, so that should make it a bit more comfortable. Still running with the 5 car. We've got 45 seconds left. So across the line, Mark Valent back to the top. Orlando Fanili's had a slightly slower lap. He is now like 1.3 seconds down on this car of Mark Valent. So Mark Valent looks like he's going to take that. It's whether Orlando Fanili pops up in 2nd place. He has. Looks like Mark Valent there from Orlando Fanili. Maxime Ripoll having a good run round himself there with Corentin Decret, but finishing 3rd and 4th overall in the heat. Mark Valent getting that one, just making it across onto the extra lap. Not a huge amount faster, about a 10th faster on a hot lap. But making it across the line. So coming up next for heat number 8, we have Nicolas Delise, Giovanni Mogwez, Stefan Romans, Jeremy Delalondre, Benjamin Brasset, Matthias Rascol, Nico Catalani, Robin Van Gogh, and Mike Martinez. Mike making his way all up. He was down in like the 1st heat, I believe, yesterday. So he's made himself, fired himself a long way up the running order. So drivers just being released from the pits. Nicolas Delise from Giovanni Mogwez. So Nicolas Delise, the 1 car, the white coloured car. Giovanni Mogwez, the number 2, sort of white with orangey red roof. Mike Martinez getting a bit keen. Ten-second countdown. Nicolas Delis leads away from Giovanni Mogwez. Stefan Romens gets off the line nicely in 3rd position. So, as we get further into the heats, likely to start seeing these guys get a little bit more consistent. We are up to heat 8 at the moment. 14 heats in total. Heat 10, the top heat of spec. Then we've got 4 heats of modified. So it looks like the early pace setter is Jeremy Delalondre with the number 4 car. He's the sort of green coloured car on the main straight now. So Jeremy already passed the 3 car of Stefan Romens. Got out of his way quite nicely. So small mistake there for Jeremy. Still kept him to the front, but expecting someone from further down the field to jump him, and in fact it's Robin van Gogh and Mike Martinez with the 8 and the 9 cars that are travelling quickest at the moment. They are the 2 pink coloured cars out there. Let's just check as they cross the line. Robin van Gogh is the quickest car. He is the pink coloured car just coming down the main straight now. The 8 coloured car, there we go, through the bank sweeper. So this is our lead car of Robin van Gogh. Started out P8. He's still got a bunch of cars in front of him, but he is running in front of them on the split. He's got a stack of cars to catch and pass fairly soon. They're of course compelled to get out of his way, but he could probably do with them being a little bit further apart than they are, so that he's dealing with them kind of one at a time. The 6 car is going to be the first one for him to pluck off, which is Matthias Raskol. In fact, Matthias running in 3rd place himself. So leader is about to catch and pass 3rd, who has catched and passed, and that's very, very nicely done there. So really nice move from Robin van Gogh. Obviously reliant on compliant back markers, but that fell absolutely perfectly for him. Which is inside one, outside the other. Robin van Gogh leading this one then from Giovanni Mogwez. They started out 6 seconds apart, those two. Robin leading this one by, let's just wait for that to update as they cross the line. So Robin van Gogh leading this one by like 2.8 seconds. Just catching, who's that? That's the 5 car now that he's catching. So that's Benjamin Brasset. He'll be looking to make his way past. One minute to go. Robin van Gogh still leading this one. Just trying to close in again. This will come as a bit of a surprise to Giovanni Mogwes, Nicolas Delise. They know they started out 1 second apart. They're still running around pretty close to one another, about 1 second apart as well. There's like half a second between them, and then all of a sudden Robin van Gogh launches to the front with like 2.3 seconds in his pocket. So Robin van Gogh starting from P8. He is a couple of seconds back on track, but crucially he is in front on the split. So just closing in on the rear of the 5 car of Benjamin Brasset, running in 4th place himself. So Benjamin on a decent run. We've got 30 seconds left. Inside Benjamin. Benjamin gets out of his way quite nicely. That's very clean. Didn't really cost either of them any time at all. It's exactly the way it should be. Just coming in towards finishing times now. So Giovanni Mogwes and Nicolas Delise have finished. Robin van Gogh has made the extra lap. Just seeing what he's managed. You can see made the extra lap by a couple of tenths. Really good run from Robin van Gogh there from 8th and managing to make his way up.
Good morning, everyone. Hello all. Thank you for watching. We are in Spec Q1, Heat 9 now. You see our fantastic shot of the drivers on the stand. Marshall's changing over now. Yes, James, I'm live. Can you hear me, James?
Yes, Matt, I can hear you.
I'm tentatively dipping my voice into the stream, wondering if you can hear me or not. But you can, so that's great news.
Yes, yeah, I can hear you. Yes. So yes. We're just double checking everything's working. So yes, I'd imagine that we're going to have a bunch of people joining us now, because people wouldn't necessarily have been aware yesterday when they left us at the end of the stream of the timetable having been pulled forward an hour. That happened relatively late yesterday following a team managers meeting. So I would imagine like 9 o'clock local time, 8 o'clock UK, whatever, wherever in the world, this is the time that people would be expecting it to start. We're already on the penultimate heat of Spec.
People might assume that I've only just got out of bed and I was one of the people that didn't realise, but it's not true.
Yeah, well, yes. Thank you for that. We've been up for hours, it feels like already. So we're fueled by Belgian coffee. Manuel Wagner leads away with the number 1 car. Well, he tries to lead away and then immediately does a donut coming out the hairpin. There's a couple of them actually that have done that. The 5 car of Enzo Roeselare has also done that, but we're running with the 2 car at the moment of Jacques Liebert. Just make sure everybody everybody seems to have negotiated the corner okay that time. So in their desperation to get away, there's been a few mistakes already. So we'll let it settle down for a couple of laps. Then we'll figure out who the fast guys are. It's looking like Niels de Gruyser at the moment, so we may look to pick him up shortly. The number 4 car, which by process of elimination he should be In fact, Niels might not have the correct number on his car, I believe, because I cannot see a car with the number 4 on it out there. Okay, Stefan Schultz running in second position. He has got the right number on it, so let's pick him up. He is the white front, blue rear car. He's just heading out towards the bleachers, coming out onto the main straight now. Stefan having already taken the round in fronty qualifying earlier. He'll be slightly disappointed, thinking he could have been in with a shout of being in the top heat. Would have been looking to compete. Okay, so Niels de Grijzer has, it looks like, got the number 3 on his car, rather than the 4. Let's just confirm that as he crosses the line. Yep, that is Niels de Grijzer. So Niels de Grijzer is the white car just coming down the main straight now under the bridge. Let's see if we can pick him up as he comes round to cross the timing loop. There we go. That is lead car Niels de Grijzer. He's just got the wrong number on his car, which makes it a little bit harder for us to spot. So I would imagine the ref might be having a bit of a word with him. Yeah, we've got 2 number 3 cars out there. Niels with a 4. No, in fact, over now Stefan's crossed the line. It's still a 2.5 second lead for Niels de Grijzer, so he'll be wanting to get a top 10 round score in the books. Closing in on the 8 car of Jasmine Donath. Got a little while before he gets there, but sure, she will give him plenty of room when he does arrive. Nice low line round that bank sweeper. You can see rear of the car hanging on. You can see compared to the earlier heats, just a much crisper turn in. Part of that is going to be driver slightly more on it. Slightly, you know, the car underneath them working slightly better. Part of it will be traction in the circuit. Jasmine Donath does indeed get out of the way of Niels de Grijzer as he comes down the main straight, so he's now the lead of those 2 white cars. Nicely done, just knowing exactly how much curb he can take. Carrying good corner speed, car flowing really nicely around the circuit, coming in to the last 30 seconds. Niels de Grijzer leading this one now by about 3.2 seconds from Stefan Schultz. Stefan Schultz is still maintaining that second position from Jacques Liebers, so just coming into finishing times. So Niels de Grijzer looks like he's going to take this one. And he has from Stefan Schultz and Jacques Liebers. So good scores coming in for a bunch of these drivers. And cracking best lap there from Niels de Grijzer, some half a second quicker than anybody else. The only driver to go sub 17, and he did a 16.6. So didn't just make it into the 16s. But here we go, top heat of spec getting ready. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 Track European Championships. Also a quick shout out to the event sponsors X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mevo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop for helping us to bring you this coverage. Ollie Payne then will lead away from Simon Lauter, Adam Isay, Ollie Boltnick, Benjamin Elbisser. We have got, just checking which Rasmussen it is, I believe it's Jesper. It is Jesper Rasmussen, Mattis Bentin, Max Mackler and Lucas Ellerbrock.
Good morning to everybody viewing from home. It's fantastic to have you with us. RCTV hero Martin Osterberg says, good morning, Sweden. Just joining. How's the weather forecast looking?
Weather forecast is for rain later on, hence the early start and the sort of compacting of the heats a little bit. They're going to try and get as many rounds complete as they possibly can do before that comes in. Rain isn't so much of a concern, but there are some thunderstorms predicted. Obviously, if there's lightning about, you don't want to be stood out there with a transmitter aerial waving itself in the air. It's a little ill-advised. So, yeah, in the event of safety, rain is okay, but a thunderstorm would not be. So just trying to get as many rounds in the books as they possibly can. Ollie Payne going to lead away. He is an white coloured car, no race paint for Ollie. Ollie Payne from Simon Lauter. Adam Isay in third position. Let's run with Ollie Payne for a couple of laps whilst this settles down. Ollie's car looking a little bit wayward, and Simon Lauter, Adam Isay already into the pits. So Ollie looks like he's got an absolutely huge lead from Ollie Boltink. Tyre strategy going on already. Looks like Simon has chosen to save his tyres. Maybe feeling that you know, he's got 2 sets to do 5 runs on today. Maybe feeling that he wants a tyre offset for the second round. Give him a better chance also when the track's a bit quicker. And there's a spin there for Ollie. Coming in off the hairpin, it's going to... It hasn't cost him the lead from Jesper Rasmussen. He's got a pretty huge lead. Let's just check actually who has popped out in second position. So Ollie, that not costing him the lead, but it's going to affect his overall run time. Of course, with no one else running later on, that doesn't really matter. Ollie just wants to get a round win in the books, but definitely something to mention to him later, see exactly what that was. Let's see who is running in second. Currently, it's Benjamin Elbisser, the number 5 car. He is the sort of all like pinky red coloured car. He's just crossed the timing loop now. So running in second position, currently Benjamin Elbisser. Max Mackler in third position. We're running with Benjamin as he tries to chase down Ollie Boltink. Benjamin's car rotating, flowing nicely over the curbs. Ollie Boltink can't be a million miles away. In fact, Ollie Boltink is in third position. So Ollie is 1 car further forward. He is the all-white car with the sort of reddy-orange decals on it. This Ollie Boltink, our current third-place man, although he's trying to get that up to second position. He just needs to get that gap over Benjamin Elbisser up to more than the 1 second apart that they started. So these two sort of ebbing and flowing, only 5 cars circulating at the moment. We'll go back to the lead car of Ollie Payne. He is the white car just crossing the timing loop now. So this is our leader running quite comfortably in front. Let's see what his gap is. It's about 1.5 seconds predicted over Benjamin Elvisaire. Max Mackler's got himself back up into third position now. So times flicking around, changing every time as they're crossing the loop. Predicted times, just looking, Ollie now predicting a 18.508. So he's only predicting a time around 7/10 quicker than Benjamin Elvisaire. So there's not an awful lot of time. Obviously, Ollie did have that sort of little half spin earlier, which ended up having to do a donut exactly there, just on the exit of the bank sweeper, but seems to have recovered that. So it looks like we've got Ollie heading for the quickest time, unless Benjamin Elvisaire can do something about that. Benjamin has caught the back of Ollie Baltink, I'm seeing now, but we're still running with Ollie Payne. Now back on with Benjamin and Ollie Baltink. These two running together, nothing going on with Ollie. So this is the closest battle on track. Benjamin is the second of these two cars, started out 1 second behind. Is running 1 second in front. We've got 30 seconds left to go. So this is the closest battle, although it's actually around a sort of 1.5 seconds between them. But 15 seconds to go. This is, if Ollie opens up and lets him go, it's going to potentially cost the pair of them time. So are they just going to work together, sit there? He's not really close enough to be holding him up. Ollie Payne, though, has finished, and a 18.509 dead. Just wait to see where. It's like 1.6 seconds in the end that Ollie Payne gets that one by. Ollie Baltink hangs on to third position from Max Mackler in fourth. Let's just get an update on what that's done for the overall ranking lists. And I believe Niels de Gruyter ended up second in round with that one from the previous heat. Let me just check that. He did 18.510.051. Benjamin Elvisaire 5:10.643. He did. So Niels de Gruyter from the previous heat, there we go, did get that second place. So Ollie Payne's taken that by around a second, despite his little half spin. Benjamin Elvisaire in third position. Ollie Baltink, Max Mackler, Lucas Ellerbrock, Stefan Schultz, Jacques Libar, and Carlos Echari, Frederick Hovgaard. So a couple of the quick guys sitting that one out. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here for our live coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10th track European Championships from Roeselare in Belgium. Bringing you coverage in conjunction with X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Meebo Sports, Schumacher, Hobby Wing, and RCXX Shop. Ollie Baltink not checking himself in our camera there. He's actually just having a coulda, woulda, shoulda chat with Max Mackler, who is marshalling the other side from him. So this is modified now. So Spec is out the way. That's one round in the book for Spec as well, in the dry. Like we said, we think the rain is going to arrive at some point early afternoon. So looking to get as many round in the books as we possibly can do. So first of four modified heats. Benjamin Jabira going to lead away with the yellow coloured car. So these cars much, much faster in a straight line. There we go, opens it up for the first time down the main straight into the bank sweeper. Saw the wind affect some of these guys maybe a little bit more yesterday through that bank sweeper. Probably because of the extra speed that they were carrying, so slightly wayward moment there for Benjamin Jabira. Robin Eiserman takes the lead, and the two of them end up collecting each other. I think that's going to put the 3 car into the lead. It is, so Daniele Piccini, he is the white and sort of greeny coloured car through the bank sweeper. There we go. Yeah, so coming down the main straight now, it's the number 3 car. So he is just navigating his way past. There we go. He's made his way past the 2 cars that started in front of him. They had a little bit of a coming together. So looking a little bit loose on power. Remember, absolute power corrupts absolutely with the modified class. So huge power down the main straight. You can see though a little bit heavy on the brakes maybe. Struggling a little bit. Looks like it's just not got the stability in the car that he would want. We'll see as we get towards the top end of modified. Just a little bit more confidence. You can see he came off the throttle a little bit earlier there. The car slowed down more than he probably anticipated. Just had to get back on the throttle again. Daniele Piccini, Italian driver, leading this one though from Frank Dambreen in second position with the 5 car. So small mistake from the lead car. That will take a lap to show up, I think. Let's see if we could spot the 5 car of Frank Dambreen out there. He is the, I think it's the minty green coloured car coming down the main straight now. It is. So Frank Dambreen running in second position. Trying to chase down the 2-second split that he started behind. That's way more than 2 seconds at the moment. That's of course including that mistake as well, but running with Frank Dambreen. Currently running in second. Trying to hunt down the gap, can feel the wind picking up. It's a headwind down the main straight. So, small issue for the 7 car there as they make his way through, as they make their way past. So Frank closing in on the rear of the yellow car in front of him, which is the, I think that's the 1 car of Benjamin Jabira that he is closing in on. Not quite got there yet. It's always difficult. He'll feel that he's being held up, but he's really not. Just wants to get in a little bit closer if he possibly can. So Frank's inserted himself between the 1 and the 2 cars. And small mistake there from Frank, running a little bit deep. Mistake from body tuck for the 2 car. As they've come together. Let's see if we can pick up our leader again. He is back in the bank sweeper. This is the white and bluey green car. He's just about to cross the line now. The 3 car. We have 30 seconds of this run remaining. Piccini down the main straight. A lot of curb there, but he's getting away with that. So nice laps coming together. a little bit more consistent. He's got into his run. Remember, this is the first time out on track for all of these drivers today. They haven't had a practice session, so they've gone straight into qualifying. 0 practice. Finishing time's just coming up for Daniele Piccini. He is done. So be heading round into the pit lane. He's realised he's finished. So I think the ref will probably be having a chat with him for doing an extra lap at the end of that one. Just a reminder that they're trying to get as much packed into the day as they possibly can do. Just waiting for the second heat of modified to be released from the pit lane.
While we wait for that, we'll get a quick word from one of our fantastic sponsors. And we're back. Just saying, James, that we've consolidated down to 14 heats from 16, right? So viewers at home planning to come back and view heat 16, don't. You want to view heat 14 because you'll have missed it.
Yes, that's right. Although the round times and timetable stay the same. So yeah, the timetable got kind of condensed last night into 14 from 16, but the round time at 2 hours has stayed the same. So start around at 8, start around at 10, start around at 12, 2 and 4 are the exact times of the start of a round. Martin Wouters going to lead away in this one. 10-second countdown going off. Real headwind down the main straight now. Martin Wouters leads off a little bit hesitant into that first series of turns. Again, first time he's been out on track today. 0 practice. Just pitches it into the sweeper. So imagine a little bit of hesitancy on the first lap. Of course, he's put it on the grass. So that's not going to help him, especially it will take a little bit. And the number 2 car also in the grass. So we're watching the number 3 car of Tim Coman. Tim Coman leading this one. White and blue coloured car. So mistakes from the 1 and 2 car early on. Just easing himself into the run. Tim Coman leading this one from Daniel Tomaszko. Tim Coman just trying to get away. He knows he's got a bit of a gap behind him. Daniel Tomaszko with the 6 car running in 2nd position. That is the yellow and white car. He's just about to cross the timing loop and go under the tower now. There we go, just picked up the shot as he comes past the bleachers, out onto the main straight, down the main straight. This our 2nd place man. Started out with the number 6 car. The bright yellow car out there. We're running with him down the main straight and through the bank sweeper. Daniel Tomaszko still running in 2nd position. Dan Robbins has got himself up into third. Ended up with a car upside down on the main straight. Seeing everybody's negotiated him quite cleanly. So this is the second place man that we are running with at the moment. Let's just see if we can pick up we've got a body tuck from what was the second place man. That's going to put Dan Robbins up into second place. Dan Robbins, the number 4 car, he's just coming down the main straight now. So nearly puts it off in the bank sweeper, but this is second place man Dan Robbins. Tim Kerman still leading this one. We'll run with Dan Robbins for a little bit as he goes through the bank sweeper, just closing in on the back of what was second place man. So Daniel Tomaszko, and Daniel actually pulls off the circuit. He had a body tuck, realised that his time wasn't going to improve, so Dan Robbins running in second position currently. Car looking a little bit loose. It's not terrible, it's just not completely planted as much as he'd like. Down the main straight once more. Just running a little bit high in the middle of that bank sweeper. It's just not tucking in quite as well as he'd want it to, in the middle of some of the sort of high speed stuff. You just see there, just washes up the banking a little bit, and there we go, the sort of exit of that corner there, just a little bit of push in the middle of the corner. Let's have a look with 1 minute 20 to go. Let's see if we can find the leader again. He is the number 3 car. Number 3 car is the white and blue car about to cross the timing line now. So we've picked him up, the white and blue car down the main straight. He is just heading round. There we go, we've just picked him up on screen. This is Tim Kerman. Led pretty much from the start. Had mistakes from the 1 and 2 cars almost immediately, put themselves on the grass. But he has just driven away from the rest of the field, leading by just over 3 seconds from Dan Robbins. Tim Kerman then just looking to bring it home into the final 10 seconds. Just going to see if he may make the extra lap. No, he hasn't. Tim Kerman then taking that one by just under 3 seconds in the end from Dan Robbins. So Dan Robbins got a 10th or so back. Thomas Stockman ended up in 3rd position from Alessio Meniciucci. Martin Wouters in 5th position. So the penultimate heat of modified coming next. Heat number 13. So there we go, Tim Kerman taking that one. 15.6 best lap. Dan Robbins with a 15.8. So starting to see some big names now. Ronald Volker, as Matt explained yesterday, if you joined us on screen, Ronald, the winningest, if that's a word, driver in the history of these championships. Not in the top heat, so he will be starting out first in this one, just missing it. Mattia Kalina will be starting second. Antoine Brunet, Remy Callens, Matthias Knopp, Harley Eldridge, Yannick Krumper and Andy Murray going to be the drivers taking part in this heat.
What do you think that will do to Ronald Volker in terms of like his mental state? Do you think that will affect him a lot, not being in the top group, even though it's only qualifying?
Not sure. I mean, it could play in his favour if it could have been deliberate. He might be thinking, oh, if I get out earlier and it rains, and then he could get around. You know, he could get around winning. So no, it'll be fine. Ronald's experienced enough to know what he needs to do. So he'll get out there. He'll get the job done. I would think that he's in with a good chance of making the A final still. So yeah, I wouldn't think he'll have too many concerns. If he's the quickest car in this heat, then I'd expect to see him in the A final. So Ronald with his kind of traditional, not race paint, but it's he's kind of known for the sort of sky blue single colour body shell. Ronald leads away from Mattia Kalina. Let's watch Ronald as we come down the main straight for the first time. Ronald, multiple European champion, former world champion, and spins it. So a little bit of a mistake from Ronald on lap one, having said he would be absolutely fine. It didn't cost him too much time. You see, it didn't even cost him a second because Mattia Kalina didn't jump in front of him. But Ronald just a little bit hesitant in that time, but he'll be pushing, trying to make up for that. No one seems to have pulled off the track as yet. So Ronald looked like he turned in a little bit early there as well. So Ronald not completely comfortable out there. Just looked a little bit on edge. Comes down the main straight, car, little twitch as he came onto the main straight. Just not quite clicked for him. It's not quite in the normal sort of natural flowing rhythm that we're expecting. Having said that, he's starting to edge away from Mattia Kalina. Antoine Brunet is leading with the 3 car. He is, what is he? He's 2 cars back from Ronald, so he is the all white coloured number 3 car, just crossed the timing loop now. So Antoine Brunet leading, trying to chase down the 2 car of Mattia Kalina in front of him. You can see the lead 3 cars in shot there. We're with the 3rd place on track, but in the lead on the split. So Ronald now pushing, trying to get away. We're running with Antoine Brunet running in still the lead, still trying to close down Mattia Kalina. Gap remaining pretty equal between the 3 of these. It's kind of ebbing and flowing. He's just got himself up. If you're wondering why this gap looks bigger, 1 second, of course, with a modified, the extra speed that they're going, 1 second looks like a greater amount of time than it does in the front-wheel drive class. So the actual distance that 1 second represents for them is it's a greater distance because the cars travel a greater distance within that 1 second. But definitely in front of Mattia Kalina now is Antoine Brunet. Just checking the order. Ronald Volker running in 2nd position now, so he has got that gap over, in fact, Matthias Knopp. Yannick Krumper up into 2nd position. Just seeing how close that is. It's about 0.8 of a second that this car that we're following is leading by, with 2 minutes to go. Just over 2 minutes to go. Gap down to about 0.4 of a second. Just keeping an eye on the gap between Antoine Brunet and Yannick Krumper. It's about 0.6 now. Antoine Brunet then looking fairly comfortable. He's not actually managed to catch and pass Mattia Kalina. Ronald Volker just starting to stretch away at the front. I think Ronald could come into this. He's currently showing in 3rd position, but he's not going to take, it's not going to take an awful lot for him. Where is Ronald currently? He is about 0.6 back. In fact, I think Ronald is going to get Yannick by the end of this one. think Antoine's got enough in his pocket, provided he doesn't make a mistake. He could do with getting past Mattia Kalina, though. So come down the main straight, he's not close enough down there. He's closing on him all the time through the infield, and then the bit where Mattia is really good is just the exit of here and onto the main straight. That's where Mattia's gaining the time back, and all the way through the infield. Just seeing, he's not quite there, Antoine Brunet, not quite getting to Mattia Kalina close enough. You can see he's closing. The one point he's close enough, just as they come out onto the main straight, then Mattia just stretches it out again. We have got Ronald Volker pop up into second position. Seeing as they cross the line, Antoine Brunet to the top by about 4/10 now from Ronald Volker. So we'll stick with him because there's only 20 seconds left. But Ronald could be in with a shout of this one. Mattia does get out the way, so they are through on one another. So this is kind of head-to-head. Still half a second in it, so it's going to have to be an epic final lap from Ronald Volker. And it wasn't good enough. He got it down to about 3/10 in the end. Antoine Brunet getting that one from Ronald Volker. Yannick Prumper finishing within half a second of the lead of that one. So kind of 3 cars circulating, not really together on the track, but all within half a second of one another on the overall time. So there we go. Antoine Brunet from Ronald Volker, Yannick Prumper up in 3rd position. So pretty quick time from Antoine. Ronald, that small mistake earlier, he'll be kind of ruining that. That's going to potentially have cost him that, but still 2nd place in that heat. That's a decent opening score from him. But we're now getting ready for the top heat of modified. So Michael Olowski will lead away from Bruno Coelho, Lucas Urban, Mark Reinhard, Oliver Havranek, Alex Hagberg, Eric Dankel, and Christopher Krapp.
Quick check-in with all of you guys watching on the stream. Thank you for all being with us. The chat has been alive, which is great to see. Everyone talking. Hello from Poland to Bartholomew Lechowski. He's sending Polish emoji with flames and a car. I hope it's not a car on fire. Thomas Newman's wavy hand emoji and some multicolored hearts. That's lovely. David Santini is saying, let's go Bruno. So he'll be cheering on the current 3-time champion, Bruno Coelho, in this one. And good morning to Sarah Blow. And who else have we got? Victorious, hello. EK Coop saying hello, I think from Mexico. And other conversations going on as well. So keep them coming in. Questions, comments, intel, let us know. And we'll transfer your communications into the stream, and they're coming even more. What's the weather prediction for the day? Well, it's going to rain a bit later, possibly. Hello from Australia, says Daniel Kearney. And simply go, 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 says Sariono. So, yeah, let's go.
Let's go indeed. Michael Olowski going to lead away from Bruno Coelho. This should be... These two guys haven't raced each other an awful lot this year. They've both been sort of going to meetings and cleaning up. But this will be, you know, one of the first times they've gone head-to-head this year. Olowski then leading away from Bruno Coelho. So already quick opening lap. Let's just see. Michael Olowski makes it through the opening lap okay. No real issues. 2/10 quicker than Bruno on the opening lap for Michael Olowski. Mark Reinhard with the fastest opening lap. Mark also taking the first round of seeding practice yesterday, so he may be one to keep an eye on, but we are running with Michael Olowski at the minute. So Michael, a couple of laps in, leading this one by about 1/10 of a second, less than 1/10 of a second from Mark Reinhard. running in second position. So Mark giving chase. We're running still with Michael Orlowski as he comes down the main straight. Bruno Coelho giving chase in third. 1:14.9, 1:15.2 for Bruno. Mark Reinhard drops to third, 1:15.3, so it's about 4/10 of a second, 4/10 of a second lead for Michael Orlowski at the moment. Bit of a mistake there from Michael, just about got away with it. Took a bit too much curb and flicked his front wheels up in the air, just had to get out of the throttle. It was in a braking zone anyway, so it will have caught his attention though. So very, very small mistake from him. That has the gap remaining at about 3/10 of a second over Mark Reinhard. Still running. Let's see if we can find Mark Reinhard out there. Here's the 4 car. He's another all-white car. He's just crossing the timing loop now. So this is Mark Reinhard, the number 4 car that we're running with, as he tries to hunt down Michael Orlowski. See, as he comes around and crosses the loop, Bruno will flick ahead of him. And where is he now? 2:16.4. He's about 3/10 down on Michael Orlowski, so chasing him from around 3 seconds back. Of course, Michael has got a clear track in front of him. Mark has got his teammate Lucas Urban towing him round. It would expect Lucas to get out of the way for Mark. A little bit sideways for Mark there, so a little bit loose, a little bit looser. And in fact, Bruno has jumped back up into second place now. So still about 4/10 of a second lead for Michael Orlowski from Bruno Coelho. Let's see if we can find Bruno's car. Bruno running his race paint, so he is the white and orange coloured car. There we go, we have Bruno on screen. He is currently 4/10 of a second behind Michael Orlowski, so you'll occasionally just see him disappear out the front of shot. Bruno now giving chase, and Mark Reinhard's made a mistake somewhere because he's dropped about 3 seconds off of the back of these two. Alex Hagberg up into third position. So still 4/10 of a second, pretty much, between Michael Orlowski and Bruno Coelho. These two proving to be a bit of a step ahead of the rest of the field, kind of as they have done all year. So Bruno pushing hard, trying to get that gap down. It was less than a tenth. It's what is it now? It is 3/10 of a second with 1 minute remaining. And I think we should have, what have we got, 50 seconds left. I think we might get Michael Orlowski catch Christopher Krapp before the end. I don't think we're going to see Bruno catch him, but that could just be, if there's a couple of tenths in it, that could just be enough. So Bruno looking a little bit closer. It's still 3/10. So this gap between them, 3/10 of a second between them. Michael Orlowski desperately just trying to keep that gap. Bruno trying to keep that gap down. Where is it now? It's about 6/10 now, so a bit of a slower lap there from Bruno. As we come into the final 10 seconds, I think we're going to come up to finishing times now. Michael Orlowski is showing as finished. Bruno has finished, 7/10 in the end. So it looks relatively comfortable for Michael Orlowski at the end. It really wasn't. It was flowing at about, or sitting at about 2-3 for most of that run. Alex Hagberg in third place. Mark Reinhard recovers to fourth. Just going to double check what that's done to the overall ranking list for qualifying. Obviously, Michael Orlowski has taken that from Bruno Coelho, Alex Hagberg, Mark Reinhard. Just checking, Antoine Brunet from the earlier heat finished in 6th position. Lucas Urban has just been brought in by Andy Murray. So Ronald Volker 7th in round. So Ronald Volker did indeed pop in a top 10 in round. At the tail end of that one. That is round number one of... That is round number one complete.
Good stuff. Thank you all for watching along. It's really good to see how the numbers pick up as we get to the sharp end of the field. So great to have you all watching along. Let's take a moment to check in with some of our fantastic sponsors. So some comments coming in. Billy Fletcher missed the stock. So who TQ'd stock?
Ollie Payne TQ'd. Ollie Payne took stock. Simon Lauter pulled into the pits at the end of basically the first lap round, so didn't even get a lap in the book. So looks like he's saving tyres. I think Adam Isay also did the same in front wheel drive. So it looks like a bit of tyre strategy going on already. I think Ollie and Simon look relatively close on pace to one another, and look like they're kind of up at the front and up at the sharp end of stock. But didn't actually see them go head to head on track. And of course now we've got a tyre offset, so now Simon has, unless Ollie chooses to run new tyres again, but the spec guys have got 2 sets of tyres to run in 5 rounds of qualifying, so it's up to them how they use it. Simon choosing not to use it in round number 1, so he's now effectively got 2 sets of tyres for, on paper, 4 rounds. If the rain arrives later on, I'm kind of expecting it's going to be, looking at the time that it's forecast, I'm thinking that we're going to have 3, maybe 4 dry rounds of qualifying. We're going to see today. Obviously, we have 5 rounds with 2 rounds of qualifying to count. In the event it gets cut to 4 rounds of qualifying, then again 2 count. If it comes down to 3, 2 count. If there's only 2 rounds completed, then the best one counts, and obviously we now have 1 round in the books. That 1 round would count. So this is obviously some confidence amongst the drivers that have sat it out that they will have at least 1 other round that they can do in a dry round. If it does rain, then they will take to the track. It's in the event that it turns into a thunderstorm, which is potentially forecast, then they won't run in the grounds of safety if there's any lightning about.
Cool.
So
I think we might be able to hear from Mr. Orlowski post birthday. Let's just take a look. What have we got? Not that sharp. Yep, we have Mr. Orlowski. Let's hear from him now.
Our top qualifier for first round. How was your run?
It was good. The track was a little bit different than yesterday, and me and Bruno were really close on pace. Also, Mark was really fast at the beginning. Got a little bit nervous in the middle, made a few errors, but I had a really strong finish, which I'm really happy about, and pulled that 0.6 gap to Bruno. Yeah, we'll see if we can improve the car in any way. The rain is coming, so the wet car is ready, so anything can happen, but it's good to have that first solid run in the books.
Definitely. And with 2 rounds out of 5, well, hopefully we get 5, but we'll see. How important is that to really lay down the marker against the competition?
Yeah, it's really good for confidence, and also I can relax a little bit now because I already have one very strong result with a very good time. As if the rain comes or whatever, the track was quite cool now, so it was quite fast. It was probably as quick as the practice evening practice yesterday. So yeah, I don't know. I would like to have a bigger gap, but it's I'm racing against the best in the world, so it's always difficult to have a gap to everyone else. But we'll see if we in any way we can make myself faster.
Okay, and we did notice just right in that little kink in the middle, it kind of went over the curb there. How was a little pucker moment for you there?
Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, I clipped a few curbs in the middle of the run and got a little bit nervous. Also, after the loop, I hit the curb, and the curbs here are really aggressive. So if you touch them, first of all, you lose loads of time, and second of all, you can fly into the distance, and that kicking. So I was quite lucky not to crash, and also lost only a few times.
All right. Well, we'll be watching very intently in round 2. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Good stuff. Good to hear from Mr. Olowski there. Interesting. It means he can relax now. I think quite a ballsy move, sitting out the first round of qualifying when you don't even know if there's going to be more than 2 in total. But we will see.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that I haven't had a chance to catch up with the drivers and speak to them, but given a few people trailed into the pits, it's not a technical problem. They got off the line okay. I'm assuming it's a strategy thing and saving tyres. You're less likely to see it in modified, I think, because they have 3 sets of tyres for the 5 runs that they've got today. So they're not so worried about tyre saving and tyre strategizing. Fronty, they've got 1 set of tyres to do potentially 5 runs, and given the way that the time schedule has fallen, they're considering once Fronty's done, then that is the round for Fronty complete. So if it rains during modified, they wouldn't declare it. The Fronties that ran sort of an hour and a half earlier, they wouldn't declare it a wet round for them. So given that that's happening later on, and sort of when the rain's forecast, they're more likely to get all of the Fronty runs done than they are the stock and the modified rounds.
Got you.
In completely dry conditions, if that follows, if that makes sense. So I can understand it more in the front wheel drive, and of course that advantage will now potentially carry on all through the day. So Adam Isay, compared to Stefan Schultz, he now has 1 run better tyres than him. If Stefan completes all of the other runs, then Adam's got a 1 run advantage over him every single time they go out on track. Of course, now Stefan has that in his pocket. He could choose to sit it out if he wants to. Again, that would be a brave move on his part, but we'll see what he wants to do. I think maybe the feeling is as well that the track will be quicker in round 2 than it would be in round 1. So although it's round by round qualifying, if it comes down to your fastest time being your tie break, which with only 2 from potentially 5 to count, it's very, very conceivable that you'll get a tie break situation. Having a faster overall time is a good scenario. So I think they're kind of eyeing up being able to set a faster time overall in round number 2 on a fresher set of tyres than they would have done earlier. And of course the track's cleaner because there was no practice this morning, so these front wheel drive guys particularly were on a very, very green track. Well, having said all that, we are ready. Marek Sova is going to lead away with car number 4. He is I think he's the yellow and orange coloured car out there on shot. Marek Sova leading away with the number 4 car. So these cars, after watching the modified cars, these front-wheel drives looking a little bit more pedestrian. Marek Sova leading away from, I think, Julian Jost, who is the white and blue coloured car. In fact, he's in the lead. Let's see if we can pick him up with the number 1 coloured car, or the number 1 car, the white and blue car. There we go. Got him on shot. Again, these numbers a little bit easier to pick out on these front-wheel drive cars. So Julian Jost looking to close in. He started out 2 seconds back on Marek Sova. He is currently running in the split behind him, so he's leading by about a second. That means by definition he is about 1 second behind on track. So Julian Jost leading this one from, I think Patrick Room has got himself up into 2nd position. The Belgian driver with the number 3 car, but Julian going very nicely at the moment. So closing in on the back of the 4 car. That's not going to help him, running deep into that hairpin there just before the timing loop, but recovers it. Gets it back, it's just delayed. That advantage that he's built up. Quite interesting to watch as well, these cars down the main straight with the fixed gear ratio. They kind of hit a bit of a wall, just noticed with Julian's car. We'll see if we see it again this time. They come out of the corner and they keep pulling, and then all of a sudden it's just like someone's throwing a parachute out of the back of the car. You've got speed building, and then it's just like pretty much as we get to the white line painted on the main straight, it just like stops accelerating. So Julian Jost still leading this one from Marek Sova. And Patrick Room also in the mix. You can see got a change, not quite. Julian Jost tried to go around the outside of Marek Sova. Marek looking like he's going to give him room. There we go, on the inside. Just slides through, and Julian didn't give Marek an awful amount that he could do with that one. But now round the outside of the 6 car. 6 car sees the danger coming and backs out of it. 6 car is Ian Gordon. So Ian getting out of the way nicely of 2 of the quicker cars in front of him. I think Patrick Room is still running in 3rd position, though it's 2nd place, but he's just put the car on the grass. So expecting Marek Sova to pop up in 2nd. Come the end of this lap, so Julian Jost leading this one now pretty comfortably because he's caught and passed Marek Sova. Marek started 2 seconds in front of him. So yeah, indeed, it's like 2.5 seconds his lead now for Julian Jost. So Julian just looking to place the car. Down the main straight. So no one in front that he needs to reel in. It's just edging away from the rest of the field. It's Julian Jost. Still quite comfortable for Julian with Marek Sova, a car that he started out 2 seconds behind and has caught and passed, just extending his gap, so he'll know that he is leading this one quite comfortably. I suspect with these guys, they may well have enough time to actually check the timing screen as well as they come out of that corner after the loop. I suspect there might be an opportunity for a quick glance. You won't be able to take in all the details. Julian Yost taking that one. Just making the extra lap as well. So Julian Yost taking that one from Marek Sova and Stefan Delise. Patrick Room dropping to 4th place with that mistake.
Fans of Spec, don't fear, we are hoping to hear from Ollie Payne very soon. Get a few words from him. Try to do it in between heats. We'll try not to miss the top heat of front wheel drive, but if possible, we'll get a few words from Ollie Payne soon.
Yep, so Alex Van Gansen going to lead this away. Alex had a stonking result last time out. He was 3rd in round. So winning the sort of 2nd heat of Spec, again, remember, of front wheel drive, sorry. Again, remember that he, some of the top guys, or guys from the top heat, sat that one out. But we had all the way down to sort of 6th place in this heat. So Mark Young putting himself into the top 10 in round.
We'll just get a very quick word with Ollie now, as promised.
All right, so we're here with first round Spec TQ, Ollie Payne from Great Britain. So Ollie, just talk us through that first run for you.
It was not too bad. The beginning was a little tough with the high wind and everything, so I lost the car once at the end of the sweeper, but managed to recover. Other than that, fairly safe run, managed the gap to behind and just, sort of managed it from there on.
Is that first turn off the main straight? Is that the most affected turn, it seems, by the wind?
Yeah, because it's basically where you come into it on entry, it's like wind on the front, on the nose, and then when you turn back on yourself, it's wind under the wing. So it becomes super light on entry to the hairpin, and the car becomes super hard to drive.
We've seen so many cars doing that in Spec and Mod. So now, interestingly, we saw a couple of cars pull off and not actually finish their run. So what's that all about? Explain that to us, if you can.
Tire strategy. So because in stock we only get 2 sets of tires for the whole of qualifying to cover the 5 rounds. I guess they were not so confident in their cars or just wanted an easy life. So sit out round 1 and then try and beat me in the next one if I decide to not use my second set, or I could choose to use my second set and fend them off. So it's all a game really. But with rain coming this afternoon, I think that's a big risk to take because as you saw yesterday, it's very unpredictable and we could end up with rain a lot earlier. And then they've potentially only got 1 dry run or 1 good run to count, and then someone else from a lower heat can beat them. And I think it's too much of a risk for me, but hey.
Bit of gamesmanship and just wait and see and hope the other guy does.
Yeah, exactly. It's at the moment it's a wait and see game, and I'll try and fend them off and see what we can do from there.
All right. Well, good luck in round 2.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, good to catch up with Ollie there. Alex Van Gansen leading this one with the number 5 car, the all-orange coloured car. Got him in the middle of shot now, so stonking round from Alex last time round, 3rd in round. He'll be looking to build on that. I mean, if he gets another sort of top 5, top 6 in round, that's pretty much him a lock into the A final. He'll be thinking that. I think with 2 rounds to count, then getting, under 10 points would be should be pretty much somewhere on the grid, you'd like to think, for the A main. So starting out 5th in this, so kind of middle of the pack a little bit in over 3 laps, but it's displaying really good pace over a run. Oliver Heiser running in 2nd position in the heat at the moment, but we are still running with the car of Alex Van Gansen. Still running in first position in this heat, just looking to get a nice clean time. The other thing is, of course, he's having started at the front, he hasn't had to make his way past 4 other cars that he would have had to last time, or catch them and pass them. Essentially, he's had no traffic. And with the lap speed of these front-wheel drive cars, it takes quite a long time to actually catch and pass anybody. When you get into a heat with sort of similarly paced drivers, as the seeding probably should have done, then you're not that likely to catch up to traffic. So he's just going to see a massive clear track out in front of him with a 20-odd second lap and only 8 cars. He's still got to catch up 12 seconds on the last car to start before he actually starts lapping people. Where are we now? We are just over half distance of this run. He may well get to Mark Young by the end, but Alex Van Gansen leading this one pretty comfortably. Just waiting to see from Oliver Heise. It's about 1.3 seconds that he's got over him at the moment. So just under 2 minutes left now for Alexander Van Gansen, Belgian driver. So good possibility that he is well familiar with this track. Car looks good, car looks decent, very distinctive, single colour, bright orange colour scheme. This front wheel drive car just heading out around the circuit, down the main straight. Car pulling nicely, got that fixed 4.5 gear ratio. So closing in on the back of Mark Young with 1 minute to go. Just can see Mark Young maybe out the front of shot. There we go, closing in on him. Let's just see if he gets there and passes him. He should do with this amount of time left. Yeah, Mark's very good to him. Mark just ran very slightly deep into that hairpin. That's exactly the way to do it, not cost yourself too much time either. Let's see if he can pick up a bit of a toe himself. So Alexander Van Gansen, pretty dominant performance. He'll be happy with that. He's had a third in round. He's had another strong run. So I think we've just seen Alexander Van Gansen put himself in. Really, he's now had two strong round scores, and with 2 to count from 5, I think we'll be seeing him appearing in the A final somewhere. Need to just wait and see where he is at the end of this round. Like we said, we're expecting some of these guys, particularly Adam Heise, to be very, very fast. Obviously, they'll be starting a bit further down the field because they didn't complete the first run. So Stefan Schultz is going to lead away in this top heat coming up next, but we'll expect to see Adam Heise coming on strong from a bit further down the field on his fresh tyres. Again, welcome.
And before we get into that top heat, let's have a quick word from the EFRA associate members. You are watching the EFRA 1/10 MonacoRC Electric Track European Championships 2024, coming to you live from Belgium, James's trackside, and it's time for the top heat of front-wheel drive.
Indeed it is. Stefan Schultz is going to lead it away from Nicolas Delis, Marc Valent. Just getting the... There we go. Stefan Schultz leading away. So we're running with Stefan Schultz. I'll be keeping a close eye on the times of Adam Isay. I'm expecting him to make massive progress through the field. We'll stick with Stefan Schultz for a little bit until we've had an opportunity, but as expected, Adam Isay has had the quickest opening lap from Jacques Libar, so the drivers sitting out the opening lap. You'll see Stefan Schultz pop to the top of the times then as cars further down the field come across the line. You'll see others move to the top. So Adam Isay is indeed leading this. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is the number 2 car, like the tealy blue coloured car. He's just coming through. There we go. That is our lead car of Adam Isay. Chose to sit out the first round of qualifying to save tyres, and now using that pace, it's worked out pretty well for him. Stefan Schultz got a nice clear track in front of him as well, so doing battle. You'll see Adam drop down the order a little bit. The reason for that is he started 7th, so people get an extra lap as they cross the line, move to the top of the timing screens. But as it all filters out, you see Stefan Schultz showing as the top, and as we come around with Adam to cross the line, expect to see him jump up. There we go. Adam Isay is indeed leading, and he's leading this by about 1.2 seconds over Stefan Schultz. So Adam just needs a fairly clear run through this traffic in front of him. So that's the 6 car coming up next, which is Marc Valent, the pink coloured car in front of him. There we go. He's got out of Adam's way very, very nicely. So they come out onto the main straight once more. Starting to see the sun breaking through the clouds as well. So getting a little bit warmer. You may well see some shadows appearing on the track as well on the screen. So running with Adam Isay. Our second place seed from yesterday chose to sat out round 1 of qualifying to save tyres. Has a little bit of a wobble coming past the 4 car of, I think that was Jacques Libar. It was Jacques Libar, but doesn't cost him the lead. About 1 second now on the clock between Adam Isay and Stefan Schultz. Looking at overall times that they've done, Stefan Schultz did in the first round a 16 in 309.931. We are predicting a 16 in 308 for Adam Isay. So he will go a second quicker, but Stefan currently heading for second place in round himself. So the advantage of new tyres for Adam Isay not proving to be absolutely huge. He's had just a few little wobbles going through traffic that Stefan hasn't had. Stefan making use of the clear track in front of him. Let's just see what that gap is. So they cross the line now. It is back up to 1.3 seconds. So running with Adam Isay as he closes in on the number 3 car of Nicolas Delis. 1 minute to go. Both the lead 2 got clear track in front of them. Adam Isay now leading this one by... Let's have a look. Stefan Schultz is showing at the top. Let's wait and see when Adam crosses the line, which he does now. Gap is now around 1.5 seconds. So gap starting to extend between them. Predicted time a 16.308 for Adam, a 16.310 for Stefan. And it was a 309.9. So Adam Isay looking like he's going to take the round and indeed do a faster time than Stefan Schultz managed. Stefan's going to be about a 10th off of his first round time. What have we got as we come into the final 10 seconds? Gap is heading up towards 2 seconds now. So starting to see the gap actually remained fairly constant. So Stefan Schultz has finished, and I've just clocked actually. Stefan, as soon as he crossed the line, just backed right out of it. So he's obviously now wanting to not take any life out of those tyres, even putting like heavy load onto them just on that lap back round to the pits. He just wanted to cruise around there. So Adam Isay taking that round with the new fastest time. Stefan Schultz, I believe, will have been second in round for that one. Let's just have a look and a refresh the ranking lists. Indeed, Stefan Schultz was second in round. So we have, what do we got? Currently showing Stefan Schultz leading with 0 and a 2. Nicholas Delise with a 2 and a 6. Clearly, this will change after the next round. You can see, in fact, Stefan Schultz still showing with a 0. I'm not sure that's reflecting quite correctly yet, but yeah, Stefan Schultz is leading by having a first and a second, but Adam Isay with a first and a 23rd and the quickest time now in his pocket, also in quite a good position. So it looks like it's going to be a bit of a battle between those two at the front of the field, as seeding practice suggested.
Thank you for being with us and watching this EFRA MonacoRC Electric 1/10 Track European Championship, coming to you live from Belgium. It's qualifying day. We're going to be with you all day. We're really hoping that the rain holds out, although the rain might spice things up a little bit. And tomorrow, make sure you're back because it's finals day, and we'll be running all the finals tomorrow, and we will crown 3 new champions: front wheel drive, spec, which is the class we're looking at now, and of course modified.
Indeed. And wind picking up across the circuit now. Definitely. So you will probably pick that up on the microphone. Apologies for that. We're doing what we can to shelter it from the wind, but it's a bit of a losing battle. Nick Vrank's going to lead this one away. So Nick Vrank's from Philip Lischke. So Nick led away last time, then Philip caught him a little bit, got ahead on the split, never got ahead on track. But these two now starting together. They started out 4 cars apart last time. They're now starting out 1 car apart. Quick opening lap from Nick Vranks. Again, looking to get a second good round in the books. It's always a nice feeling. I think Stefan Schultz will be feeling fairly happy with himself with a first and a second. He's pretty much nailed himself onto the front row of the grid already with 2 rounds to count. It would have to be there would have to be something pretty severe now for him to miss out on being first or second on the grid. So our leader making his way past traffic and back markers already. The 8 car of Herman van Gansen looks like he is struggling a little bit. But Christoph Lieber with the number 3 car's got himself into the lead. So let's see if we can spot the 3 car out there. It is the orange and yellow coloured car. He's just gone under the timing screen. He's heading out towards the bleachers now. There we go, managed to get him on screen as he comes out onto the main straight. Sun coming out again. You'll see some shadows on the track. It means the track's going to warm up. There'll be more grip, more traction. Times are going to tumble. So expecting to see round 2 quicker than round 1. Round 3 then is where tyre strategy may start coming into play. We've got 1 set of tyres for qualifying for front wheel drive. We've got 2 sets of tyres for qualifying for this spec class. We've got 3 sets of tyres for qualifying for modified. And that's 3 sets of slick tyres. The wet tyres, all drivers have 1 set of wet tyres for the entire weekend, or the remaining weekend. No rain forecast for tomorrow. Currently, that's looking like it's going to be later today. So hence the early start. If you are just joining us, wondering why we're quite so far into the timetable, it's because we wanted to get the qualifying, or as many rounds of qualifying in the books as we possibly could do. But the sun is starting to break through the clouds now. Christoph Lieber, who we are running with, Belgian driver, closing in on the number 4 car of Bojan Stamanov, the Bulgarian. Bojan should open up in a couple of corners' time. He's not quite close enough yet, but there we go. A lot of speed off the end of the main straight. So he's going to want to be opening up. Not quite again. Let's see if it's through this series of corners. No, still not quite there yet. Here we go. I think this is going to be the point. No, he runs a little bit deep up the banking. Doesn't quite get there again. He can't quite get down that. Every time he looks close enough, he's making a small mistake. Here we go. There we go. So just a bit more speed carried through the right-hand kink under the timing tower. Christoph Lieber is through. Nick Franks briefly pops to the top, but Christoph actually some 4 seconds down the road on the clock. Coming up to mid-morning here, local time in Belgium. Running with the number 3 car of Christoph Lieber. He's trying to close in on the back of Nick Franks. Nick on a good run himself, but Christoph starting much further down the field. He's just edging forward. Let's have a look at fastest laps. 17.6 for Christoph Lieber. Nick Franks has finished. In fact, Martin Bernardi got himself up into second right at the end there by about 0.4 of a second from Nick Franks. So there we go, Christoph Lieber taking that one from Martin Bernardi and Nick Franks.
Well, we've got a brief pause in the action. Let's get a word from one of our fantastic sponsors. There you go, that's Meebo Sport, your all-in-one-place RC shop. You're watching the EFRA MonacoRC on 10 for Electric Track European Championships, and well, we're quite a long way in, well, not quite a long way, but we're knee-deep into qualifying already, and it's still only 9:30 over here in the UK, 10:30 trackside with James in Belgium. And it's looking to be a great day here on the EFRA live stream.
Yes, absolutely. So we've got 1 minute until the start of heat number 5, which is the second heat of Spec. Enrico Young had a really good run last time out in this one. So there we go, drivers just adjusting themselves up on the rostrum. Cars being released out onto circuit. So we're going to be with you for all, hopefully, 5 rounds of qualifying today. I say hopefully. We potentially have some weather issues, and just see Julian Yost having a... He's lost a wheel already, so 3 wheels on his wagon. Julian Yost not making the start of this one. Enrico Young's minty green number 3 car straight on the grass. So having looked so calm, so composed at the start of the last run, he has just thrown that entire run away, and I would imagine he will tool into the pits. He's just touring around slowly, is he? There we go. So Enrico into the pit lane, retires. At least he did it early on. He's going to save his tyres. Right, let's see what that has done then after the opening lap. It is Riccardo Fanili with the 6 car that has picked up the lead. He is the white and yellow coloured car. So he is just running down across the timing loop. He's just made a mistake himself, ended up pointing the right way. So it shouldn't be too injurious to his overall run time. Dropped him down a little bit for now, but wait and see what happens when he crosses the line. So our new lead car is car number 1 of Laurent Haluin. See if we can spot the 1 car. It is the white, yellow and blue coloured car. He's just making his way down across the timing loop now. There we go, got him on screen. Nice work there from Jim as we flow through past the bleachers, out onto the main straight. Actually looks on stream like that's a 90-degree corner. It's tighter than that. It's about 120 degrees, that corner coming out onto the main straight. And having to check up there, Laurent, as he passed the number 9 car of Sonny van den Bora. Again, didn't cost him a huge amount of time. It's better to just jump on the brakes. It feels a bit frustrating up there as a driver, but when someone like that makes a mistake in front of you, it costs you far less time to stop and go around their prone car than it does to plough into an accident that requires a marshal. Sun starting to break through, a little bit low. Given where we're standing and where the drivers are standing, this might well be in the driver's eyes, possibly. I'm starting to feel it here from our rostrum position. So no doubt the drivers will be seeing that, will be experiencing that past a car that is parked on the grass. Just looking for an update on times. We're leading by around half a second from Jelle Kloosen. And Riccardo Fanili also somewhere in the mix. Just waiting for Riccardo to cross the line. In fact, Riccardo now back to the front with the 6 car. So let's see if we can find the 6 car again, the white and yellow coloured car. He is just coming round up to the timing loop now. Again, back with our lead car with 2 minutes to go. Riccardo Fanili leading this one by about 0.8 of a second currently. So not comfortable, but 0.8 is a decent amount. Gap's now grown to 1.2 seconds, so pace starting to come on strong for Riccardo Fanili. You do start to see this if people have missed out a round of qualifying and have fresher tyres. It doesn't necessarily make that much a difference at the start of the run, but towards the end of the run, you start to see a bigger sort of delta between fresh tyres and old tyres. But there's a mistake there, and we'll have to wait and see this time round with a minute to go if that's going to cost Riccardo Fanili the lead. Obviously, Laurent Halluin pops to the top of the timing screen. Let's just see as he crosses the loop. Riccardo Fanili still holds on to the lead, and it's still by pretty much a second, actually. So that little bit of a mistake coming together with a back marker didn't cost him too much in terms of the position in the heat. It will do an overall run time, which of course could allow other people to jump in from other heats of qualifying. But what have we got? Less than 30 seconds to go, so I don't think he's going to catch that gaggle of cars in front of him. In fact, we are showing Halluin as finished. Riccardo Fanili has finished, and about 1.5 seconds in the end. So relatively comfortable. Bit of a bobble for him as he was navigating his way past some traffic. That is all done, all clear of heat number 5. Riccardo Fanili taking that one. Enrico Jung not making it round the first corner without making a mistake. At least he hadn't put a huge amount on his tyres at that point. Was able to stop and save them. Next up, we have got heat number 6, Rick van der Acker. Pretty quick in this one last time out. So he'll be leading away from Tom Adams and Boris Siladi. Cars have been released out onto the track. Rick van der Acker set to lead away. With the number 7 car. His is the yellow front, then a red section, and then white. Rick van der Acker leads away. Heads out off down the main straight for the first time. He's got that well sorted, takes that slightly safer, higher line through the bank sweeper. Not necessarily going to be the fastest, but I can well understand that just while you get your eye in, just on the first lap. Last thing you want to do is make a mistake early on. There we go, bit lower that time. Turned in from quite wide. There's actually a bit of a bump. There's like a join line crossing the track. We'll point it out as he goes down and crosses it. So it's there, just as they cross it, which can unsettle the car a little bit. Looks like Rick has got that well sorted. Straighten the car up nicely. He's also taken a very nice, almost straight line through that little bit of a chicane. So Rick van der Acker off to a really good start in this one. Here we go, nice straightish line through there. Pavel Stasowski looks like he's got himself up to the front though with the one car, just waiting for him to cross the line. No, he hasn't. He has dropped out and down. No, there he goes. Pavel Stasowski back to the top. So let's see if we can find the number 1 car of Pavel Stasowski, travelling quite quickly out there. I think he's one of the solid coloured cars. He's the like light yellow coloured car. He's just coming out down the bleachers onto the main straight now. There we go, that is the 1 car of our leader, Pavel Stasowski. You'll see Rick van der Acker jump him as Rick crosses the line, because Rick started out first, Pavel started out a bit later. There we go, just makes his way past some traffic. It's falling quite nicely for him, not costing him too much time. So a lot of risk on the way into that bank sweeper, just put in sort of dangling one tyre over the drainage gully. So Pavel taking some risks, but that's got him 1.3 seconds up on Rick van der Acker at the moment. So good time coming together for some of these drivers. Again, wouldn't be a massive surprise to find out that some drivers have chosen with 2 sets of tyres to go. Clearly they had to go new for round 1. Some of them may well have gone new for round 2 as well, on the understanding that there's some rain coming in. I think we'll probably get round 3 done as well before any possibility of showers. I think if we do get any rain, it will be quite light at first. There's sort of a low chance of showers starting at around 2 o'clock. The heavy rain's predicted at around 4 p.m. But there is absolutely no point in saving dry tyres and then staring at a wet track later on today. So I think you might get people choosing to use the goodness and the freshness of their new tyres early on, particularly in modified. That's certainly a question for them, whether they go, they've got 3 sets of tyres to do 5 runs. So whether they go new, and then do a second run for round 3, and then they've got, they've given themselves some flexibility, some options. Pavel Stasowski still leading this one, still running with him as he crosses the line, jumps back to the top. His lead now some 4 seconds over Rick van der Acker. So again, Rick won't necessarily know quite where Pavel is on track. Rick starting out first, no one's passed him. So he's running, he might be a little surprised to hear himself being called out in 2nd position. Pavel Stasowski back to the front. Again, gap extending. It's further into the run. I would imagine Rick is on 2nd run tyres. I would think Pavel is on fairly fresh tyres. Looking at the way, certainly towards the end of the run, it's another 0.2 that time that the gap is increasing. So Pavel's advantage just extending towards the end of the run, just as they come across the line. So Rick just misses the split, so Pavel should just make it on the extra lap, and he has. So Pavel with about 4.8 seconds, but that's actually enabled him to get onto the extra lap. Rick just missing the 18 lap run that time. So Pavel crosses the line to finish that run with an 18 in 5:13. Pavel Strzowski taking that one.
Thanks to everybody who's watching along and commenting on the live stream. Great to have you all with us. It wouldn't be the same without you, to be honest. You guys watching along make it so much more fun, actually. And Wayne Ash, morning all, great coverage. Thanks, Wayne. Great commenting. Thanks for being with us. Ian Robbins says, rain later today. Yep. Wan Axe D. Hello, guys. From Brunei. Wow, we are worldwide like Pitbull today, which is fantastic. Luach makes a comment about a marshal that he spotted. If I was racing and I saw that marshal with his/her legs crossed, I would crash on purpose. And hope everyone's doing well. We are doing very well, and not too much crashing on track, so I don't think anyone else is quite as offended by the crossed legs, but I know what you mean. MonacoRC. Hello, MonacoRC. This is the EFRA MonacoRC Electric 1/10 electric track European Championships, and they're congratulating Adam Isse for TQ in the second qualifying of front-wheel drive. If you can see MonacoRC's comments in the stream and you're watching on YouTube, why don't you click on them and subscribe to their YouTube channel? Not a bad shout. So yeah, also thanks to X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Meebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobby Wing, and RCXX Shop.
Here we go. Mark Valent gonna lead this one away with the 5 car from Orlando Fanili. So the white car with a black rear wing of Mark Valent leading away just around the first lap, just settling into it. Wind picked up, sun gone behind clouds again. So maybe potential lap time disappearing a little bit. Orlando Fanili looks like he's had a quicker opening lap. Indeed he has. Let's give it a couple of laps just to settle down, because the order can look a little bit chaotic. I think we're definitely seeing the number 7 car of Orlando Fanili being faster than Mark Valent at this stage, as they chase each other down the main straight. So car number 5 probably going to be trying to stretch his way out of the way of number 7. Two of them pretty close to one another at the moment. Corentin de Kret leading with the number 1 car. He is 1 car further back. He's another sort of whitish coloured car with a black rear wing. We've got him. So they come out onto the main straight, past a cartwheeling car. So Corentin trying to close in. He is actually leading, but he's ahead on the split, not ahead on the track yet. Corentin quite happy for the 2 in front of him to be kind of slowing each other up there. He's just edging towards them. The problem is that the 2 guys in front they're quick on different parts of the track. They're actually producing a very similar lap time. They're just doing it in different parts of the track, and whoever is in front is sort of just slowing the other one up in other bits of the track. But Corentin de Kret now closing in on these 2 cars in front of him of Mark Valent and Orlando Fanili. And Viktor Litvinenko's got himself up into 2nd place, so these two cars that we're seeing just out the front of shot of the car that we're following, the car that we're running with, is Corentin de Kret, the lead driver in this race. He has caught but not yet passed cars that started in front of him on the split, so he is less than 1 second behind, well, the pair of them, I'd say. So Corentin kind of needs to be fighting his way past the 7 car of Orlando Finelli. Now, Orlando himself probably a little bit frustrated that he hasn't found his way past Marc Valent as yet. Corentin a little bit further back that time, so he's caught him but not quite got to the point where he should be past him yet. Corentin looks to have dropped back very slightly. So a little bit of push maybe on the exit of some of the high-speed corners from Corentin. Let's just have a look. He just looks a little bit through here. No, stay down low. No, I think that was just a mistake from him rather than a characteristic of what the car's doing. He's closed back in a little bit. Corentin's still leading this one. Just ducking under. Still not caught Orlando Finelli or Marc Valent. Victor Litvinenko's dropped down the order, so these 3 cars are the top 3, just in reverse order. So the first of the 3 on track is Marc Valent with the 5 car. He is running in 3rd position. In the middle of them is Orlando Finelli. He is running 2nd and 3rd on the track, but in the lead on the clock is Corentin de Kret. Corentin slightly wayward line there off the exit of the curb. What do we got? 30 seconds left. So a little bit more of a gap between them, kind of fairly equidistantly spaced. And small mistake there from Orlando. That might let Marc Valent jump him. And it has. Corentin de Kret now the lead car, just crossing the line for finishing time. So it's a good, strong last lap from Marc Valent. That's got Marc Valent in front of Orlando Finelli, but Corentin de Kret. So last couple of laps, Marc Valent used his pace and actually managed to jump Orlando Finelli, but Corentin de Kret getting that by about 1.5 seconds at the end. So that is the end of qualifying heat number 7. There's 10 heats of... There is 7 heats of spec. Heat 10 is the top heat of spec. We then got 4 heats of modified to come.
You can see our drivers taking their place on the driver's stand, ready to go out for this Heat 8. And just a reminder that there is a EFRA Facebook broadcast channel that you can join, and it will push to you the qualifying rankings, the top 10 rankings from each class after each round of qualifying. So obviously the first choice is to watch along with us, but if you have to go out and about, then take us on the road and subscribe to the broadcast channel, and you'll get a push notification into your Messenger account just letting you know how things stand, so you don't have to keep checking. Don't call us, we'll call you. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll put that link in the chat so you can join. And please do join.
So here we go, Robin van Gogh going to lead away this one from Giovanni Mogwez. Robin van Gogh, the all pink coloured car. See him led away. Start of this one. And that's a strong opening lap from him. Let's just see what his lap time is for lap number 1. 17.185 versus a 17.5. So he's like 4 tenths already on the first lap. He's pulled out. Looks like he is showing his intent and wanting to press on pretty hard at the start of this one. Take advantage of that clear track. So Robin van Gogh flying away at the front of this one. Already starting to close in on some traffic. Let's have a look at his lead. It is about 1 second over Benjamin Brasset with the... So in fact, Nico Catalani has got that with the 7 car. He's about half a second back off the lead. So lead car still the 8 car of Robin van Gogh. Nico Catalani, there's a small mistake there and another mistake. So that could put Nico Catalani with the 7 car. Just keeping an eye out for the 7. 7 is the all white coloured car following the pink car across the timing loop now. Let's pick him up. Nico Catalani has indeed taken the lead after that mistake from Robin van Gogh. So Nico starting further down the heat. Could do with getting past the 9 car, which he now has done. That was Mike Martinez. Mike running in 2nd position himself, so Robin van Gogh's mistake proving quite costly. So these 2 cars on screen. Nico Catalani. And in fact, it's really close then between Mike Martinez, Benjamin Brasset, Nicolas Delise, and Robin van Gogh. So Catalani to the top from van Gogh. I think he's just recovering from that earlier mistake. Lead is like 2.2 seconds though for Nico Catalani. Nico Catalani we're running with at the moment, out down the main straight, leading this heat by a couple of seconds from Robin van Gogh. Robin was the early leader, made a bit of a mistake when he was leading by about half a second. It's a little bit tail happy there from Nico, but he crosses the line okay. It's looking like, well, it looked like there's a bump there, but I haven't seen that bump from any other cars affect him. Let's just see, it kind of looks like it's taking a couple of stabs at turning in. Yeah, there's a little, it's like it double steers on the way into the corner. Not too much of an issue on fairly fresh tyres. Could be a bit of a consideration on used tyres. Let's just check again. A little bit more stable lap time, but pivoting quite nicely round the front, somewhere in the middle of the bonnet of the car, which is pretty much what you want. Somewhere around the front axle centre line. Makes the car quite nice and predictable. What do we got? just under 40 seconds remaining, 35 seconds left. Nico Catalani will move back to the top when he crosses the line this time. There we go. So got about 3 seconds in his pocket over Robin van Gogh, recovering to second position. Just feeling it get a little bit overcast here and the wind picking up. Not felt any spots of rain in the air yet. But just coming in towards the end of this run. And we have 2 heats of stock remaining. So there we go, that is the end. So Nico Catalani taking that one from Robin van Gogh and Nicolas Delise.
Question come in from Wan XD watching in Brunei, asking about the wind affecting the bodies in high speeds, the high wind giving them issues. We had a theory that maybe yesterday we were seeing a bit of that down the end of the straight. At least that was Stefan's theory. Seeing a few cars losing control at high speed into the sweeper, but
we did, but then we spoke to Michael Orlowski about that in the interview that you can obviously that we did with him afterwards. You can go back and check that out if you want to. And he kind of debunked that. He said it wasn't really, it was just them cranking it in a little bit tight off the end of the main straight and just putting an inside wheel on the grass.
well, not affecting Michael Orlowski. Thank you for watching. Thank you to X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, and RCXX Shop. If you've just tuned in, this is the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 electric track European Championships, where we are qualifying today for front-wheel drive, spec, that's what we're in now, and of course modified.
Indeed, yes. Sorry, just grabbing a swig of water there whilst got to keep yourself hydrated.
I thought you were eating some confectionery, some Belgian snacks, but no, it's just liquids.
There may be some Belgian... Yes, there may be also the consumption of some pastries or something going on at various points between races, but need to do that, keep us fueled. Niels de Grijs are going to lead away from Stefan Schultz with this one. So the 4 car, he is the white-coloured car. Or one of the white-coloured cars. There we go. Niels de Grijs are leading away. Down the main straight from Stefan Schultz. Stefan probably feeling fairly pleased with himself with a first and a second in the front-wheel drive class. Quick opening lap from him as well. So still running with the lead car, and he's just made a mistake, put it on the grass. So Stefan Schultz has picked up the lead. We are running with him now. Stefan Schultz leading after a couple of laps. Stefan, familiar colour scheme. The white front, blue rear on his car. Just trying to pump in another top 10 time. Stefan, let's just check where he was. He was 7th in round, first time out. Car looking pretty good. Again, 7th in round. If he can get another one of those, that puts him in kind of a good position. He kind of wants something like a 5th to go with that 7th to make it a bit more secure and lock him in a little bit more secure. But Stefan still leading this one from Jacques Liebard, just keeping an eye on if anybody further down the field is jumping up the order, but they don't appear to be. So running quite comfortably with Stefan Schultz out in front. Got no one directly behind him. Who is running in second? It is Jacques Lieber. He is one car behind the all yellow coloured car behind him. Let's see if we can pick him up. There we go. This is our second place man, Jacques Lieber. Running behind Stefan Schultz. Still running second as they cross the line. Gap between them is just over 2 seconds. Jack, very experienced around this track. A little bit deep into a couple of the corners, but it's coming together to a good, decent time. It's more of a safe run than a outright speed, fast run. You can just see he's giving a little bit of respect to quite a lot of these curbs. Keep it in the middle of the track. Not making a mistake. It will all add up into a nice, consistent run. Gap between them up to, just wait until they cross the line. It's like 2.5 seconds between the car we're following of Jacques Lieber and the leader of Stefan Schultz. Let's see if we can go back to Stefan because he's closing in on some traffic. There we go. So Stefan now, as he comes down the main straight, you probably just saw the traffic disappear out in front of your shot. We'll watch him as he closes in on these guys. Check that he navigates his way through them okay. So less than 2 minutes to go. This could help out Jacques Lieber a little bit because Stefan's going to have to make his way past these cars. I don't think Jacques going to get there. Of course, they're compelled to get out Stefan's way, but it will still maybe cost him just a couple of tenths. And there's always the potential for mistakes. He's passed the first of them. He's now closing in on the 9 car of Adrian Antomarchi. So Stefan trying to close in on the back of Antomarchi. That is the yellow car directly in front of him. You can see gaining time all the way through. There we go. Antomarchi very, very nicely stayed out of his way there. That would have cost Stefan nothing at all. So that's another potential banana skin out of the way for Stefan Schultz. So Stefan still leading this one from Jacques Lieber. Still looking good, still looking comfortable. What have we got? Less than 30 seconds to go now. Predicted time is an 18.508.163. That's very fast, I think, because what did Ollie Payne do? An 18.509. So Stefan actually going for the new quickest time in the spec class. So just waiting for his finishing time as he crosses the line. He had about half a second in his pocket on Ollie's best time. What's he done? And 18.508.5. It's exactly half a second he's put on Ollie. So obviously the top heat still has to go, but that is really good time there from Stefan Schultz, beating Ollie Payne's round 1 time.
And there's the results on your screen right now. Question in from Martin Bishop. Spec class, is that 14.5 or 17.5 blinky or 17.5 limited combo? Good question, Martin. I know a guy who will know the answer to that.
Spec class is just 13.5 blinky.
There you go. I just interrupting him having his snack, so yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's not a problem. No, that's it is 13.5 blinky. So open motor, no spec on the gearing. The only thing that is spec on gearing is front wheel drive. That has a 4.5 gear ratio spec. But blinky speedo, so long as the motor is on the list and the speed controller is on the list, and of course the battery, you're good to go.
And we're almost good to go for this Heat 10.
Top heat.
The
This
top
will
heat
be
of spec.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting because Simon Lauter, Adam Isay, and Mattis Bentin sat out the effectively sat out the first round. So Ollie Payne took it, but now Simon, unless Ollie's gone new tyres again, he may well have done. We'll start getting an idea, but expecting to see Simon Lauter pretty fast in this one as well. So Simon running race paint, which is good. That helps us because we may want to be looking out for him later on. So we'll keep an eye on the times, but expecting to see Simon Lauter making a fairly big jump up the order. But we're going to run away with Ollie Payne at the start of this one. So Ollie Payne leads away from Ollie Bultink. And a bit leery for Ollie coming out onto the main straight there on lap number 1. Car not looking particularly stable. Looking a little bit loose. Let's just see if it settles down. Let's just have a look as he comes out onto the main straight. That's a bit better now. So very, very low line from Ollie. It's not looking particularly stable. It's squaring off the corner exit a little bit. He's hanging on to it, of course. The world-class driver that he is. But that car not looking particularly hooked up. And we have got Adam Isay and Simon Lauter to the front of the field. So let's see if we can pick up the car of Adam Isay, who is leading. He is the number 3 car. He is just coming out onto the main straight now. The blue-coloured car. There we go. So Adam Isay, the leader. As they cross the line, Adam Isay to the top from Ollie Payne from Simon Lauter. So we're watching Adam now trying to chase down Simon. Simon making his way already through the traffic. That's the 5 car of Benjamin Elvisser that he has passed. Adam Isay, who we're running with, is going to be catching Benjamin next. This is the danger starting further down the field. You've got to make your way through the traffic. It costs you a little bit of that time that you've gained by having the extra freshness in tyres. Adam still leading this one from Ollie, from Simon. That's Ollie Payne, not Ollie Bultink. Ollie Payne to the top. We're just going to see now as they cross the line. Here we go. So between the top 3, there is about 0.3 of a second. This car that we're following, Adam Isay, is leading. He's trying to close in on the back of defending champion Simon Lauter. And they've got Ollie Payne inserted in between them. Just wait till the time refresh again as they cross the line. So Simon has now jumped Ollie. And Jesper Rasmussen has also jumped Ollie Payne. Adam Isay still leading this one from Simon Lauter and Jesper Rasmussen. Adam Isay, who we are running with. Just checking his gap. He started out 1 second behind Simon Lauter. It's like 0.2 of a second between them. So very, very close. It is the 6 car of Jesper Rasmussen. that is running in third position at the moment. Adam Isay still in front of Simon Lauter. Like 1.5 tenths now. So we're still running with the lead car in this race. But gap it's remained at about 1.5 tenths with 1 minute and 20 to go. Looks like Simon Lauter might have just extended that. No, not quite. What's the gap now between them? It's like 0.5 tenth. So let's just see if we can spot Simon Lauter. He's the number 2 car running his white and maroon coloured race paint. He is just coming down across the timing line now. There we go. There is Simon Lauter. He has now got the lead off of Adam Isay on that lap. He is, there we go, down the main straight, giving chase to Max Mackler. Simon Lauter, for a long time, looking like Adam Isay was going to take it, but Simon sitting out the first round. And looking like there may be some 19-lap runs coming in for these guys, is there? Let's just double check. No, they're not. They're going to miss them by a couple of seconds. But Simon Lauter heading for time about 3 tenths up at the moment. Let's just wait. Ollie Payne has finished. Just wait until Simon crosses the line. Simon has crossed the line. There we go. Simon Lauter has taken that one from Adam Isay. Ollie Payne nicks third off of Jesper Rasmussen right at the end of that one. Let's just see what that's done to the overalls and get a refresh on that. So Ollie Payne was third in round. We have got, as expected, so yeah, Simon Lauter taking the round win from Adam Isay. Ollie Payne was third in round. I think Jesper Rasmussen got himself fourth. There we go. So looking at the round points, you're not necessarily going to see or up there joining Ollie Payne. You're going to have Simon Lauter. Simon in front by virtue of a quicker run. He is going to be some sort of 6 seconds down the road on the fastest run. Into the first heat of modified. So slightly frantic stock action going on. But Simon Lauter taking that one.
Just time to mention that if you are looking to purchase any RC gear this weekend, please head over to MonacoRC.com and use the discount code SUMMER10. And that'll get you a discount on your RC purchases from MonacoRC. And that is a great way to show them that you're watching the stream, and that you appreciate them supporting our coverage. Everyone's a winner. You get a discount. We get a bit of recognition to help let them know that you care and that you're watching. And Daniel Kenyon's asking, what is the typical size of a motor in modified?
Typical
size?
size?
540 size.
It's a 540 size motor in all of these cars. I think he might mean what wind, in which case they're typically running 4.5. The majority of these guys. Some might be running a 4, some might be running a 5. It's up to sort of individual driver choice, but seen a mistake already on the opening lap from Piccini. So we've picked up the 5 car of, this is Frank Dambreen. Frank Dambreen leading this one away from, I think that'll be Benjamin Jabira behind him with the 1 car. It is. So Frank just trying to edge away. He started out in front of the yellow car directly behind him. Yellow car is actually in front on the clock. That's Benjamin Jabira. Frank just starting to stretch the advantage now. Just settle into the run. So these cars, a lot more energy going on. Frank's car looking kind of like it's up on tiptoes and just quite a lot of roll in the car. It will make it feel quite nice to drive, but won't necessarily carry a huge amount of corner speed. You can see the car of Benjamin Jabira right behind him in second position in the heat currently. There we go. Frank's made a bit of a mistake, so Benjamin Jabira picks up the lead with the yellow-coloured car. So flashes past the 7 car, massive closing speed off the end of the main straight there. Frank Dambreen just trying to pick up a little bit of a toe off of Benjamin Jabira. So still running with the lead car. Heading in towards half distance in this race. Heading towards getting 2 complete rounds of qualifying in the books, in the dry. So that will be counting scores for everybody with 2 rounds of qualifying complete. Then we start getting to the situation where drivers that have sat out rounds of qualifying need their extra score, and then it will start coming into tie breaks. We'll be getting the fingers and the thumbs and the calculators out a little bit later on. Nice gap pulled by Benjamin Jabira over Frank Dambreen. In second place, he's already caught and passed Frank on the track, so any gap that he has got to him is a definite lead, plus 1 second on the split that he started behind him. So this is the first of 4 modified heats. Joining us later on for the what should be a pretty epic top heat of modified. It's looking fairly close between Michael Olowski and Bruno Coelho. Those two seeming like they have just a little bit extra in their pocket over the rest of the field. Car still going nicely. Frank Dambreen still running in second position. Less than 40 seconds to go now. Out towards the main straight, bit of traffic in front of him. What have we got? 20 seconds left. Traffic gets out of his way quite nicely. That was, I believe, the 7 car of Lefebvre. Yep, Christophe Lefebvre, the number 7 car. He's got out of his way, just coming up for finishing times. For Benjamin Jabira, Frank Dambreen has finished, so Benjamin actually made the additional lap by about 1.7 seconds. Sorry, 1.3 seconds. He made the extra lap by. So fairly comfortable for him.
Results on your screen there. And don't forget to subscribe to the EFRA broadcast channel, which is pushing updates and letting you know if you're on the go, if you're out and about today and you want to be kept up to date with the qualifying standings. Get a message pushed to you after each round to let you know how it's looking in each class. Our Heat 12 drivers now taking their place on the stand.
Yep, they're
And if you
all
just
up
tuned
there.
in,
They're adjusting themselves before the run.
It's a
making
rather
sure they're
standard
comfortable.
thing, isn't it? The adjustment.
Yes, it's a bit of a standard, a bit of a stretch, a bit of a make sure that you're comfortable. Every driver's got their own ritual as they go up there, but just get themselves settled in, mentally prepare themselves. 1 minute until the start. Just there we go. Bit more jiggling going on the rostrum. Tim Kerman going to lead this one away from Dan Robbins. Tim Kerman, the number 3 car. He is the mainly white car with a bit of blue down the side. Dan Robbins, white front, blue centre, black rear. So car 3 from car 4. Tim Kerman got off the line quite well. Just want to get the opening lap in the books. Small mistake from Dan Robbins. That will take some of the pressure off of Tim Kerman. So Tim has got the quickest opening lap. Now that everybody has completed. We're still running with the leader. Dan Robbins already having to open up and let Thomas Stockman go past him. Meanwhile, the lead car just stretching away that we're running with. We'll see after a couple of laps who else is looking fast in this one. Thomas Stockman with the 7 car. No, he's dropped down the field a bit. Martin Wouters with the number 1 car. Looks like he has got some pace. Let's see if we can find the 1 car. He's the teal blue coloured car just about to come out by the bleachers onto the main straight now. There we go, so he's chasing the 2 car. This is the current 2nd place car of Martin Wouters. Trying to hunt down Tim Kerman. So gap between them on the clock is only around half a second. They started out quite a way apart, and mistake there from what was our 2nd place man. Put it on its roof, just exiting on the curb. Let's see if we can pick up our lead car again. So our lead car is just heading out round onto the main straight now. The number 3 car. Quite comfortable for Tim Kerman. Oh, he doesn't need to be taking risks like that with quite so much in his pocket. Just see a little bit of instability turning into the sweeper off the banking. There is a little bit of the wind picking up. Bit of a crosswind coming across the track. Let's just see any more stable this time. Yep, that's a little bit better. I think actually it's the bump in the middle of the corner that's upsetting the car slightly, rather than any wind. Took a slightly different line across it that time, kind of straightened the car up a little bit. But looking pretty good for Tim Kerman out there. Thomas Stockman is running in second place, but he is about 1.5 seconds back from this car that we are running with at the moment. 2 minutes left for Tim Kerman. Of course, this is the second heat of modified. We got the penultimate heat coming next. That's got some big names in it. See Ronald Volker out in that one. Closing in on the 5 car of Matthew Dambreen. Not quite caught him yet, but slightly wide line coming out onto the main straight for Matthew. So Tim Kerman now right with Matthew Dambreen. There we go, Matthew does the right thing. Just runs a little bit deep under the timing tower, lets him through. 1 minute remaining. Tim Kerman still leading this one, and pretty comfortably now. He's on his extra lap by about 1.6 seconds from Thomas Stockman. Dan Robbins up into 3rd position. In fact, Daniel Tomaszko is, having started a little bit further down the field. Coming in towards their, well, they're on their final lap now. Tim Kerman, in fact, Tim might, let's just see as he crosses the line. No, Tim doesn't make the extra lap. So, about 2.5 seconds for Tim Kerman at the end of that one. From Thomas Stockman.
Bit of discussion going on up there on the driver's stand, but there is how Heat 12 stacked up. Move on to the penultimate heat of modified.
Absolutely. So we're going to see Antoine Brunet, Ronald Volker, Thomas Prumper, Remy Callens, Mattia Kalina, Matthias Knopp, Harley Eldridge, and Andy Murray out in this heat.
And we've got a bit of sunshine. We can see some nice shadows on the track. That means we'll get the windmill soon as well.
You will get the windmill soon.
Clouds come across.
Yeah, it keeps on breaking through the clouds and sort of warming the track up momentarily. It's still a little bit overcast here. No sign yet of any rain. But we think it's coming at some point this afternoon. Obviously, we now have 2 rounds of fronty done. We have 2 rounds of spec done. We are building towards, unless we have any downpours in the next, 10 minutes or so, we'll have 2 complete rounds of mod done and in the books. So, and remember, it's 2 rounds to count. 2 rounds is the most that will count of qualifying. So if someone takes 2 rounds of qualifying, no one's done it yet, but if anybody does manage to take 2 rounds of qualifying, they've guaranteed themselves a front row start, because then no one would be able to beat that 2 zeros. Someone may be able to match it and bump them to 2nd on the grid, but someone could well guarantee themselves a 1st or 2nd starting position. Well, that someone being Michael Orlowski. He's the only driver left who has already won 1 round of qualifying. So we're going to see Antoine Brunet with the 3 car. That is a all-white colour car leading away from Ronald Volker. Antoine Brunet leads off from Ronald Volker out down the main straight. Ronald looking like he is much less than 1 second behind, already straight past Antoine. So Ronald really on it at the start of this one. 7th in round for Ronald last time. Ronald probably a little bit disappointed he hasn't made the top heat, but wanting to make the most of this one. So going to be charging from Ronald, and Yannick Prumper also passed. I wonder, looking at the pace that Ronald is going away, whether he is potentially on his second set of new tyres. Of course, the modified drivers have 3 sets of tyres to use from 5 rounds. It's up to them how they choose to use them. They've got a little bit more flexibility in that. They've got, particularly if there's rain forecast later, there's pointless saving a set of tyres, so it really wouldn't surprise me to see some of these modified guys running 2 new sets. Ronald Volker leading this one by about 8/10 from Yannick Prumper in second position currently. Ronald's predicted time is a 20 in 5:03 currently. In modified, we had, what did we have Michael Olowski do? Michael did a 20 in 5:06. So this is early on in the run. The pace will drop off slightly, but currently we have Ronald Volker heading to beat the time that Michael Olowski did in round number 1. And just seen out the corner, my Yannick Prumper make a bit of a mistake on the exit of the sweeper. He's recovered it. It's just going to extend Ronald's lead even further. So no traffic appearing in front of him. This is actually working out quite well for Ronald, not being in the top heat almost. He being the pace setter in this heat. So super clean, super smooth there from Ronald. Keeping it nice, keeping it clean. Out onto the main straight once more. Takes that nice tight low line. Car looking really in control, really hooked up. So superb run coming together for Ronald. Let's just see as they cross the line where he is. He is a couple of seconds to the good over Yannick Prumper. I think Mattia Kalina might well pop up into... No, Mattia has had a bit of an issue. So Mattia Kalina was running second. But Ronald Volker, who we're running with, leading this one by about 2.9 seconds from Yannick Prumper. That's a pretty healthy margin that he's got in his pocket against his former teammate. As they come down the main straight once more for Ronald. It's a really good run coming together. There's no other close battles or cars close to one another on track. Ronald has 1.5 minutes left. Predicted time has dropped out now to a 20 in 5:10. So quite a way off of the 5:06 that Michael Olowski did. It's going to be some sort of 4 or 5 seconds down. Come the end of the run, wind is picking up again. But good run coming together from Ronald, and this one should, with a 7th in round again, if he can get a 4th or 5th, it should put him somewhere on the grid in the final and definitely lock himself in. Less than 50 seconds to go. His lead still 2.9 seconds over Yannick Prumper. Still that tight low line around the bank sweeper from Ronald. Just keeping it calm, wanting to bring it home now. Well experienced, less than 30 seconds to go. Keeps it tight down the main straight once more. Just clips a little bit going through that bank sweeper, but that's enough, that's all he needs. So last lap now for Ronald. On to his 20th lap. Just coming up for his finishing time. So Ronald does a 20 in 3:10.851. So about 4 seconds down on Michael Olowski's time from the first round of qualifying.
And there we see Ronald in a position we would expect to see him in. Maybe not in a heat we would expect to see him in, but I'm sure it will all come out in the wash. As heat 14 take their place on the stand, and this is your top group of modified. We're going to get into modified top heat qualifying round 2 right after this. Now we have the MonacoRC tyre gluing tool from Officina RC. This is the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships, coming to you live from Belgium. And this is the top heat, ready to go out for their second qualifying of the day.
Indeed. So Michael Olowski going to lead away from Bruno Coelho. These two looking a little bit of a step ahead of everybody else. So we shall see what happens at the end of this one. See where everybody stacks up. See if anybody's chosen to run a second set of new tyres. So front two, 1 and 2 next to one another. Alex Hagberg will be away third. Mark Reinhardt away in 4th position. Michael Olowski leads off from Bruno Coelho. Down the main straight for the first time for Michael. Around that long bank sweeper. Just wants a calm, clear opening lap. Let's see what the opening laps are. 14.7 for Michael, 14.9 for Bruno, 14.9 for Reinhard, 15.0 for Hagberg. So a couple of tenths in his pocket for Michael. Bruno some 3 tenths off. Mark Reinhardt up into second, 2 tenths off of Olowski. We're running with Michael Olowski at the moment. A little bit of a skip over a bump there at the rear of the car, just delayed his turn in very slightly. Still Olowski from Reinhardt from Bruno. We're running with Olowski at the moment. A little bit of a hop there. Nice low line from Michael. Just trying to stretch away from Bruno. He's doing it at the moment. He is half a second in front of Bruno. He is 4 tenths up on Mark, who is in second place at the moment. Top 3 currently predicting on a 21 lap run. I would expect that to drop to a quick 20 come the end of it. But there goes Michael again. A little bit of a drift up the banking. And Bruno looks very slightly closer. Mark Reinhardt still running in second position at the moment. Let's just have a look as he crosses the line. It's like 3 tenths of a second between Michael Orlowski and Mark Reinhard. Still running with Michael Orlowski leading this one. It's like 2 tenths now between Orlowski and Reinhard. Let's see if we can spot the 4 car out there. He's currently following Alex Hagberg, just coming out onto the main straight. Alex running his race paint, and Mark, the all-white coloured car. There we go, we've picked him up. So this, our current second place man, but he's about 2 tenths behind. That's cost him a little bit. He's got his way through past. Where is he now? He's less than half a tenth behind. So, a bit sideways there for Mark, bit of a snap. That's potentially going to cost him, what is it? It's cost him like 2 tenths. He just desperately needs to get away from Alex Hagberg right behind him. So Mark got within half a tenth of Michael Orlowski, but it's just starting, he's just tensed up. Now he's got past Alex Hagberg that we're watching with. No one near Michael Orlowski on track at the moment. Mark, he's just got past Alex Hagberg and he's just tensed up a little bit, and it's just dropped him. Let's see as they cross the line. It's just dropped him off the pace. He's a second off now. So that cost him a little bit of time just getting past Alex Hagberg. Nothing really to do with Alex. Alex opened up and moved out of the way, but Mark now just looking a little bit tight, a little bit tense compared to what he did earlier when he was chasing down Alex Hagberg. So now Mark, who we are running with, only 3 tenths in front of Bruno. Let's just see as they cross the line this time. Reinhard still in second place by 4 tenths. He's like 1.1 down on Orlowski with a second to go. So let's pick up Orlowski again. He is the white car just heading out onto the main straight now. There we go, Michael Orlowski, our leader. He took round number 1 of qualifying. If he takes round 2, he has locked himself into the front row of the grid. He will have 2 zeros. He can only be matched with that, and someone beat him on time. So the worst that he would start would be second. But looking pretty good. A little bit sideways there for Michael as he just gasses it up, but hangs on to it okay. He is dropped onto a 25.07 now, so dropped off of the earlier pace and indeed the pace of his first round time in a 5.06. Reinhard still running in second position, still hanging on to that, so it's Michael from Mark, looking like he's going to insert himself between Michael Orlowski and Bruno Coelho. What do we got? Last couple of seconds. Michael Orlowski does finish. Bruno finishes. Let's just wait when Mark crosses the line. Does jump in front and gets Bruno by about 1/4 of a second in the end. So Michael Orlowski taking that one from Mark Reinhard. That is Michael Orlowski then confirmed on the front row of the grid for the finals. The worst he could be is second with his 2 zeros. Someone could match that. But Bruno currently second overall, Mark currently third overall.
So would you say Mark's not a million miles behind? Just obviously once it got past Hagberg, he went into kind of defensive mode and seemed to slow him down.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He just tensed up and tightened up a little bit. I mean, it was nothing really that Alex was doing. It was just that I think they're quick on different parts of the track. And yeah, Mark, he got past Alex. Alex gave him room, but then Mark just, yeah, looked like he tensed up a little bit and just tightened up a little bit, and sort of you turn into the corner, you're never just quite as free as you are turning it into, yeah, when there's someone following you quite closely, and just dropped him off a little bit. I mean, Mark got to within half a tenth at the start of that one, and then just sort of gradually fell back to the sort of 1.2 seconds or so behind that he ended up. So Pretty close. Could be in with a shout. He's certainly not a million miles off.
Fantastic. I'm sure we will have some interviews soon with the current top qualifiers. But I would say if MonacoRC continues to perform like this, then we'll start to talk to some of the other people who find out what they can try and do to try to get anywhere near to his pace. So yeah, we're going to talk to some drivers very soon. We've got a little break now in between qualifying 3. Well, we're waiting for qualifying 3 to start.
Yeah, qualifying 3 starts at 12 o'clock, so we've got I think 9 minutes left before that one's going to go. So there's just a bit of padding at the end of each round. No real breaks as such, just a little bit of a gap, just in case there's any delays during the round, and it keeps the time schedule quite easy to calculate then at 2 hours per round exactly. So that's why they've gone with that.
Fantastic. Well, while we're waiting, let's take a look at some classic electric touring car racing. This is why we love this class of racing.
And he's going to come down the front straightaway. He's going to cross the line to win the European Championship. Mark Reinhardt is a European champion. There you go. Big congratulations from Ronald Volker and from Yannick Krumper. Fantastic racing from Mark Reinhardt and from the rest of the A finalists here in Leg 2.
For Remy Callens, there is only one car on the track, and it's him. As he makes his final lap, not a speck of pressure has been shown by this first-time champ. Look out for Remy Callens and his X-Ray in the future.
Over the timing line, and we are now entering what should be the final lap. It's the last lap. Hagberg looks inside. It's the last lap. Can he do anything about Volker now? He goes up. Can he get a scale? No! Volker has got to do the straight. He's got to turn the corner. He's going to go across the toe beam, and he gets it! Volker, European champion.
Ronald Volker, 2 corners away from the European Championship title, qualified second on the grid. Thought it was going to go to 3 legs. Down the front straight he goes. Ronald Volker comes through to take the title. Hagberg finishes in second place. Ronald Volker taking the European Championship title.
Three times outdoors, twice indoors, 5 European champions. Ronald, congratulations. Thank you very much.
You're watching the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10th Electric Track European Championships, coming to you live from Roeselare in Belgium, where it looks a bit cloudy, but it could be worse. In fact, it was a lot worse yesterday, and we're hoping for a dry day of solid qualifying. But to be honest, we have a bit of rain later on. I think it'll spice things up, and I personally don't mind. We've got 2 rounds in the bag now, so let's just see. Let's see what the rest of the day has to offer as things unfold. Will Orlowski continue to be untouchable? Ollie Payne, will he continue his dominance? Will things get shaken up across the classes as things proceed? Thank you to X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, RCXX Shop. And we will be back with qualifying round 3 very soon. Keep your comments coming in. It's great to see the chat unfolding across all of the social networks. Of course, we're on EFRA, RC Motorsport Europe. Go give EFRA a follow. on Facebook and on YouTube. You can watch the streams there. You can comment there, and we're seeing your comments popping through. I'm personally watching on RC Racing TV's YouTube channel. Plenty of people watching there, but you can also watch on our Facebook page as well. I'm Matt McCallum, trackside is James Stewart, and we've also got Jim and Frank trackside, and we've got James here. We've got another James here. We've got 2 Jameses and a Jim, so technically we've got 3 Jameses. So anyway, it's a busy team, and we're keeping the stream on air today.
Don't ever send me, James and Jim on one trip. That will get really confusing.
I'd like to see a full team of Jameses on the next trip, please. Comments continue to come in. MonacoRC with second consecutive qualifier TQ secured. Michael Olowski is 1 step away from TQ. That is right. That is right, MonacoRC. This is correct. I'm just looking in the corner of my eye. It seems like Frank might be ready to have a quick chat with current TQ in this class. Let's go over and take a look.
Okay, we are here with second round TQ, Michael Orlowski. So, again, talk us through that run. How did was it less windy, more windy?
It was good at the beginning. My car was really nice. We made made it a little bit better at the beginning, but then we had huge wind. I think from the middle of the run, you can see on the lap time, so they dropped by a half second or a second. So it was really difficult to keep it going. I was really scared going around the sweep here because my car was sideways a few times, but everyone was struggling. So I'm really glad that I didn't make a mistake and stayed on top.
Okay, and just real quick on tire strategy, you guys have 3 sets of tires for your runs, so I assume you're running fresh tires that time?
Yeah, I was on new now. There is a chance of rain soon, so there's no point saving the tires.
Yeah. Okay, and any strategy ideas for the next round, you think?
I just check the car over, maybe make a small adjustments, make it a little bit quicker, and see when the rain comes.
All right, well, good luck round 3.
Thank you.
All right.
Good to hear from Frank and Michael Olowski there. We'll be providing you with a selection of interviews throughout the day. Let's see who else we can hear from. I want to hear from Mark Reinhardt. I want to hear from Ronald Volker as well, actually. But let's see who we can get. Busy hive of activity over in the pits. Trevor Jensen says, appreciate the coverage, team. Well, Trevor, we appreciate you more. We appreciate you commenting in the stream and everyone who's watching along. Bartholomew Lachowski saying, go, 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 Michael, with a Polish flag. Plenty of Michael fans out there. Dominic Ruff, great to have you streaming the EC. It is great, isn't it? I'm enjoying it. And Aidan Burke saying Michael has a very different position on the rostrum. I have to look out for that. I didn't spot what that's a reference to, but I know everyone's wondering about the Mark Reinhardt sock situation. I can report 0 socks today. We have no socks on Mark Reinhardt. So that's
there's no
good.
visible socks.
Are
they like trainer socks that hide down inside the?
I think he's too young for that. I think it's 45 plus to have a trainer sock. But yeah, no socks today.
No comment. Heat 1 they've just started. Marek Sova has led away. There we go. So drivers up on the rostrum. Everybody started and running. Julian Yost leading this one away with the number 1 car. He is the white and blue coloured car. Let's just see if we can pick him up with the sort of early leader. He's things going well from, I think Daryl Osborne's got himself up into second position. Let's see if we can pick up Daryl's car. He is the blue-coloured car with the orange stripe around the bottom of it. He's down the main straight now. So Daryl Osborne going quite nicely on this one. This is the front-wheel drive heat number 1, round number 3. Just figuring out mentally where we are. So into the third round of qualifying now. Going to try and get this one out of the way, hopefully before any rain. It's kind of forecast to potentially start around 2 o'clock, which is when we're looking to start round number 4 of qualifying. But, running with Daryl Osborne at the moment down the main straight, looking maybe a little bit pedestrian down the main straight for Daryl. It kind of it's just got not quite got that zip, not quite got that spark, a sort of lift off of the corner that some of the cars appear to have. Again, not running the control combo that some places choose to run for front-wheel drive in this one. It's the sort of open speed controller, open motor, and we're running a fixed 4.5 gear ratio. Daryl still running in third position in this heat at the moment. Behind the car of Nicholas Delise. He was a little bit wide there, coming through sort of one of the hairpins as he headed out onto the main straight. The car's going okay, it just doesn't quite look like it's got that sparkle, got that step. Wind really picking up now here in Roeselare. Halfway through the race, let's find our leader again, Julian Yost, the white-coloured car with the blue rear, just coming down the main straight now. Julian trying to reel in the car in front of him. It'll be the number 4 car that he is closing in on. That is the car of Marek Sova. Julian Yost still leading this one. Julian Yost leading from Stefan Delise. Decent run coming together for Julian Yost here. So Julian Yost taking that one. Julian Jost taking that heat. So coming up for second heat, we've got some quick cars out in this one. Alexander Van Gansen had a third in round earlier on. So Alex looking to lock his place in. Let's just have a look, where was he? He's currently third overall, actually, in the front-wheel drive class. I would expect that to probably turn into fourth, because Adam Isay has got a round win and Stefan Schultz has got a round win. Stefan's got a 1 and a 2. Adam has got like a 1 and a 23 because he sat out the first round of qualifying, but Adam has got the first time of the two. So this is now where it gets interesting. They only have one set of tyres, so zero question on tyre strategy as such. But something that we might see here is Adam Isay having a sort of one-run fresher set of tyres on his car. So it'd be interesting to see if Stefan now chooses to sit out a round of qualifying, but we'll see. That's the next round, next heat anyway. That will be heat 3. We are about to see heat 2 go live. Wind really picking up and blowing across the track now. You may be able to hear that on the microphone, so apologies for that wind noise, but can't do an awful lot about it. We're doing our best to shelter that as much as we can do, but being stood out in the wind, it's really the only way that we can see to give you this coverage. Alexander Van Gansen going to lead away with the number 5 car then, the all orange coloured car from Oliver Heiser. Alexander Van Gansen just rolls it off the line nice and smoothly. Doesn't nail the throttle, that's always a good sign. Just bring it in gently. So sweeps around the first corner, the end of the first lap. That's the opening lap in the books. What's he done? A 20.3, plays a 20.7 of Olivier Heiser. So he is already 4 tenths to the good. Currently sitting in 3rd place overall, although that really is a 4th with Adam Isay's dropped score. What I would think would turn out to be a drop score coming into play, but even so, Alexander Van Gansen will be well pleased with that. Get himself on the top 5 of the grid, having seeded in the middle of the field completely. Pretty much exactly, actually. Car number 5 in the middle of 3 heats. To make the A final from there, he will be extremely chuffed with that one. Alex Van Gansen then, we're running with him, leading this one from Oliver Heiser. Xavier De Bruyne in 3rd position. And Thomas Cavell up in 3rd position. Xavier De Bruyne starting out a bit late in this one. Still running with Alex Van Gansen as he tries to close in on the 7 car, I think, of Thomas Sauva. Currently not improving his time. Olivier Heiser behind him is improving his time. But fairly comfortable lead of 1.5 seconds at the moment for Alexander Van Gansen. Coming out on to catch the car of Thomas Sauva. Thomas himself improving. So Thomas on a better run than he's been on before. He'll want to keep the pace up. But there we go, just gets out of the way very nicely. Alex Van Gansen makes his way through. Alex van Gansen not improving on his own best time, but still leading this one relatively comfortably. Still 1.5 seconds over Xavier de Broy. A little bit of a wobble off the end of the curb, just took a little bit too much curb and sort of dropped a tyre in the grass on the exit of that for Alex van Gansen, but he has kept the car circulating, kept it moving. Closing in on the back of Mark Young now. So see where he catches and passes Mark. There we go, Mark just about stays out of his way. Out towards the main straight, down the main straight once more. Alex van Gansen again having a third very, very clean run. Already we think he's pretty much a lock into the A final, but this is now going to sort of try and seal his position. He's had a third in round, he's had a 7th in round. So if he could make that 7th in round a 5th in round, something like that, that would be a little bit more comfortable for him. But that 3rd in round is going to do him some favours later on. I think a 3rd and a 7th would be 2 5ths if it came to it. So still Alex van Gansen with 20 seconds to go. Got a lead now of 2.9 seconds over Oliver Heiser. In fact, it's Xavier de Broy. It's about 2.5 seconds. Sorry, Xavier de Broy crossing the line quite late. There we go, Alex van Gansen, 3:06. Top heat then. Stefan Schultz is going to lead away in this one. From Nicolas Delis, Mark Valent. Okay, so yep, Stefan Schultz will lead this one away from Nicolas Delis, Mark Valent, Peter de Grande, Adam Isay, Jacques Libar, But remember, it is Stefan Schultz and Adam Isay who we think are the quick guys in this. Stefan Schultz has led this one away and off down the main straight. So Stefan with a round win and a second place in round. Adam Isay with a round win and a 28th in round. So Stefan has already got the scores on the boards. Adam Isay needs another one. Let's just see how this opens up after a couple of laps. We'll run with Stefan from the start. So Adam Isay to the top. He is around 0.4 of a second up on Stefan currently. So let's see if we can pick up the number 2 car. He's the teal blue coloured car, just coming off of the, or through the little chicane now, round the hairpin across the timing line. There we go. So this is our current leader. Still running with Adam Isay as he runs a little bit away from Stefan Schultz, and in fact Daniel Perlman, defending champion but only P9 in seeding, is currently sort of floating around and popping up in second place. There we go, Adam Isay. Daniel Perlman running pretty close. Let's just see if we can find him. He is the number 9 car. He is like a minty green coloured car, the second of the 2 minty green coloured cars just crossing the timing line now. It's 1 car back, there we go. So got him on screen. So this Daniel Perlman running in second position, defending champion from last year. Looks like he's got a bit more pace in a straight line now. I think he was really struggling for straight line speed yesterday, and looked like a little bit early on this morning. Stefan Schultz showing just behind Adam Isay. Daniel Perlman, who we're running with. Let's just see where he is as he crosses the line back to second place. He is, what is he, like 0.3 at the moment off of Adam Isay. So Daniel Perlman looking to get himself up into sort of the pointy end of the A final. And this will be round number 3 of Fronty in the books at the end of this one. Just see as Daniel crosses the line where he moves to. Into second position, he's about 0.6 now behind Adam Isay. So Daniel just dropping off of the pace of Adam Isay very, very slightly. Adam taking advantage of maybe his tyre advantage that he's got. When I say tyre advantage, he gave himself that tyre advantage by sitting out round number 1. Let's see if we can pick up the number 2 car. He's just about to cross the timing loop now. There we go. So this is the car of Adam Isay leading this one. He's got the lead of about 1.1 seconds now over Daniel Perlman. So Adam Isay looking like with 30 seconds to go, he is going to take this one. And obviously if he does, then that will put him to the front with 2 TQs, which will have trumped Stefan Schultz's single round win. That's locked him onto the front row. That then puts the pressure back on Stefan to need to win a later round. So we're about to see advantage Adam Isay. There we go. Adam has taken that over. Currently Stefan just waiting for Daniel Perlman's time to come in, see if he jumps Stefan. He doesn't. No, he misses out. So Adam Isay from Stefan Schultz. So we have Adam with a 0, a 0, and like a 28, or no other score effectively for Spec. Stefan, we have a 0, a 2, and a 2 at the moment. So Adam Isay, though, jumps to the front, and with 2 rounds to count, he has 2 zeros. So now pressure back on Stefan, unless someone else wants to step it up and take the final 2 rounds of qualifying. But that is how we are looking. So I think we are hoping to have a chat with Simon Lauter in a minute, who TQ'd stock last time. He is just getting the car of Daniel Perlman, and I think we are now ready with Simon.
All right, so we're here with round 2 TQ for Spec, Simon Lauter. Simon, interestingly, well, talk us through your race first, and then we'll get into why you didn't finish your first round.
Yes, thanks at first. We noticed in practice and practice at home quite early that the tire gap between used and new tires is quite big. So we decided to skip Q1 or do only 2 or 3 corners and retire the car to save 1 set of tires and go new now with a little advantage over the others. Adam did the same, so we were battling it out for TQ now with Ollie being super fast. We are not sure whether he was on new or he was on used. If he was on used, then we have to be afraid, I guess, because then he was super fast. But apart from that, right now everything is good. I've not been here for practice, so if you keep that in mind, then it's super good.
Okay. Sorry, little.
I've got to deal with something.
Okay, yeah, something important happening for Chris there, so he had to rush through. So, yeah. So before we're interrupted, obviously you said you were battling with Adam there in the for the TQ basically, but you didn't really know what was happening. So it's kind of a game of gamesmanship, maybe, of who's going to do this and what brand, which guy. Because obviously we have 3 brands, car brands anyway, in the top running there. So what do you think the other 2 guys are going to do then, Adam and Ollie?
It's hard to say. Obvious, yeah, there is this tactical game for outdoor race. It's always the same. You have to think what the other guys are going to do. I am quite sure what Ollie is going to do, because there's only one choice. Adam and myself, we have 2 choices to do, but we will see.
And so we're expecting, thunderstorms are predicted for about 4 o'clock, which is going to be the last round, maybe the second to last round as well. So no matter what, it's going to be 2 rounds to count, whether it's out of 3, 4, or 5 rounds of qualifying, isn't it? So that's what it's going to come down to. Is do you have someone maybe taking notes on what Ollie's doing and what Adam's doing in the pits?
No, not that much. You can see it quite clearly on lap times usually, whether someone is on new and whether someone is on used. As you said, the weather forecast is quite bad for Q4, and Q4 is a mixture of wet and dry or whatever is going to happen. So that's why it is quite clear what is going to happen in Q3 for everyone. But yeah, we will see. I will keep a close look at the radar and then decide spontaneously.
All right. Well, best of luck. You're wearing your white sweatshirt today, so best of luck round 3.
Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome.
See you.
Okay, so we are back. Good to catch up with Simon Lauter there, someone or defending spec champion, and like at the sharp end of the spec field this weekend, along with Ollie Payne. We are looking at the first heat of spec in round number 3. We've got Nick Vranks leading this one with the number 1 car. He is in the middle of shot at the moment. He's coming out down the main straight, this sort of teal blue coloured car. Seems quite a popular alternative to plain white for a bunch of these drivers. Down the main straight, wind still really picking up here. Roeselare in Belgium. So passing the 7 car of Vittoria Fendili. So Nick Vranks coming off worse there, just coming out onto the main straight. Let's see what that does to the overall. He had a 1 and a bit second lead over Christian Liebert. I think that will put Christian in front of him. It does. So let's see if we can pick up the 3 car of Christoph Liebert. The 3 car that is now leading is, he is the orange and yellow coloured car. Just out onto the main straight now. So this is our new leader, Christoph Liebert. Philip Lischke running in 2nd position. About 3/10 back off of this car that we're running with at the moment. Still running with Christoph Liebert. Now got his gap up to about 9/10 of a second from Philip Lischke. So now a little bit of strategizing for these spec drivers with 2 sets of tyres. When you introduce your second set, if you haven't already, indeed, may well be that some drivers chose new for their first couple of runs, possibly anticipating some rain later on. We're expecting it in around an hour and a half's time. The first little sort of spits of rain, at least anyway. There's a sort of chance of that coming in, and then it's looking more like around sort of 3:30, 4 o'clock that the heavier rain is going to come in. So early start this morning. We're trying to get as many rounds of qualifying in as we possibly can do. Just getting an update on where we're at. So yeah, about a 25% chance of rain showing at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's up to like a 66% chance of rain at 4 o'clock, and then a 90% chance of rain at 5 o'clock. So we're gonna try and get, we'll get all of Q3 done, I think, in the dry, and then we're gonna see what we can do with Q4. See if we can get all of that done in the dry, and then Q5, if that's wet, that's then up to the drivers if they choose to go out.
You're watching the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. Cars lining up now for Heat 5, midway through the qualifying day already. It's only 11:30 over here in the UK, 12:30 in Belgium, where these pictures are coming from. Thank you to all of our sponsors: X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobby Wing, and RCXX Shop.
Laurent Halluin going to lead this one away from Carlos Gabriel de Pinhal. Jelle Clausen in third. Laurent Halluin leading this one away. Down the main straight. Fairly distinctive colour scheme on his car. White with yellow and blue. It's a good opening lap from him, but Enrico Jung with the 3 car, I think, is the quick guy out there. Let's see if we can find Enrico's car. He is the minty green coloured car. He's like the last of 3 cars just coming out towards the main straight now. That's Enrico just having a bit of an incident behind the back marker number 4 of Jelle Clausen's. So Jelle tried to let Enrico through, but Enrico's got some good pace. Sat out the last round after an early mistake. So he was quickest car in the first round of qualifying in this heat. Made a mistake pretty much on lap 1. So chose to pull into the pits and sit it out. So Enrico showing some good pace. That mistake's going to drop him down the field, but we'll run with him as he tries to close in back towards the lead. He's up into 2nd place in the heat now. In fact, Julian Jost just jumped in front of him. So, but Enrico running in 3rd position in the heat. Let's have a look at fastest lap. Enrico has got the fastest lap. He has got a 17.3. In fact, the top 3 have all got a 17.3. But we'll continue running with Enrico. Closing in on the back of the 6 car of Riccardo Finelli. So Enrico, who we're running with, about 1.5 seconds off the lead currently. I'll be wondering how much time that little coming together, coming out onto the main straight, did cost him. Enrico at half distance, he is, let's have a look where he is. Just waiting for Julian Jost to cross the line. In 2nd position, let's have a look. 6, it's like 1.2 seconds, so Enrico is closing in. It's the 5 car that he is following now of Carlos de Pinhal. Enrico Jung now with a clear track in front of him. Looking to hunt down that gap to Julian Jost and Laurent Halluin. Gap now down to 1 second. So Enrico doing absolutely everything he can. He's got clear track in front of him now. Enrico charging hard, trying to work down this gap. It's the number 3 on his car, started out 3rd place in the heat. Took the first heat in round number 1, or round number 1 of qualifying. Took this heat. Mistake at the beginning of the 2nd one, so he sat it out and potentially saved himself some tyres. So that could put him in a really good position for the next round. So if this is effectively his second run on his first set of tyres, then he's got his fresh set for round 4, providing it doesn't rain. Enrico now within about 0.8 of a second of the lead. Let's just see that update as he crosses the line. It's now like 0.7 off of the lead for Enrico. So he's not quite going to get there. And he's definitely not. Oh, that's the worst possible time, just going for your split lap. So Enrico, I think that's going to drop him behind Julian Yost. And Andrea Efficace, no, it drops him behind Julian. It doesn't drop him behind Andrea Efficace. So right at the end there, so a couple of mistakes for Enrico Jung. Well, one coming together with some traffic coming out onto the main straight, and one mistake right at the end. You couldn't, like, that was the last corner that he made a mistake on.
Thank you to everybody watching along at home and commenting. Neil BRC, love your content. Thank you, I love your comment. Rob Lilly, nice and dry now. Does the rain have an effect? Does the rain have an after effect, like F1, etc.?
It will, yes. I mean, it will wash the track, effectively. So you've got rubber going down on the track at the moment. So the track would slow up after a rain shower as it dries out. Here, a little more so as well, because it's a track that they run nitro cars on. So that will bring the oil from the fuel out of the track as well, so it'll just make it a bit greasy, a bit slippery as it dries up. So kind of same for everybody, but yes, it will have a bit of an effect.
John Walton starts with an apology. He says sorry if it's been asked and not 1/10 related, so it's off topic, but it's kind of on topic. Are the guys at RC Racing TV doing the 1/8 RX Worlds coverage? Well, we sure are. We will be in Redovan in about 2 and a bit weeks. Well, we've got ETS between now and then, so it's not our next event. In 2 weeks we will have ETS live from Luxembourg, the fantastic track that is. And then yes, week after that we will be in Redovan for the World Championships. Right now on track here though, it's the European Championships, EFRA, MonacoRC, 1/10 track. We have 3 classes of racing: front wheel drive, spec, which we're looking at now, and modified. So heat 6 about to go out. We can see the drivers getting themselves in the mode, getting comfortable.
Indeed.
Cars all lined up.
Rick van der Acker going to lead away with the number 7 car. Yellow front, red centre, white rear. Rick leads off from Pavel Stazowski. So early lap, opening lap, and it looks like Rick pressing pretty hard. That's a fairly emphatic opening lap, a 17.4. Nuno Huber with a 17.8, but really rapid opening lap from Rick van der Acker. He wants to get off down the road on this one. So Rick van der Acker from Nuno Huber at the moment. About 9/10 of a second lead already for Rick. Lovely clear track in front of him, just what you want to see. Got a good opportunity to start pumping in some laps. In fact, someone's just made a mistake in front of him. That's the, I think, maybe the number 4 car. No, number 4 is Roeselare, but either way, Rick is through. Oh, it was the number 3 car that had an issue. So Mikola Bedin. Rick van der Acker, though, pressing on at the front of this one from Nuno Huber. Let's just see when Nuno crosses the line, what Rick's advantage is. It's already like 2.1 seconds with 1 minute 45 down. So Rick van der Acker absolutely flying at the front of this one. No other cars close to one another at the minute. Do wonder if Rick has maybe chosen to use his second set of new tyres for this run. Just to get himself, knowing that he was starting at the front, trying to take advantage of that clear track in front of him. He's closing in on, let's have a look, who's that car that he's just passed. That is the 3 car of Mikola Bedin. So big lead for Rick van der Acker. Just stretching his advantage all the time. Running in second, we now have, let's just have a look as it updates. I think Nuno Huber is actually the driver in second. No, Pavel Stasowski has it. But he is some like 2.8 seconds behind Rick at the moment. So Rick van der Acker down the main straight once more. Huge lead for Rick. Pavel Stasowski started out 1 second behind him and has just fallen away over the course of the run. So just give you an idea, Rick has crossed the line now. Pavel is just crossing the line now. That's the size of the advantage that Rick has pulled in the first 4 minutes of this run. So Rick be looking to, I think if he can, he could be looking for a C final here in the spec class. Just having a double check where Rick is overall. Rick currently 19th, so yeah, I would think that would be, I would think once everybody's drop scores come in, he would probably be looking at the C final. He might just sneak the back of the B, but more than likely a C final. We're heading forward with Rick van der Acker. So we come into the final 10 seconds. So just about to cross the line is Rick. Top 2 made the extra lap. So Rick van der Acker 18 in 3:13. Pavel Stasowski 18 in 3:16. So by like 3.1 seconds, Rick van der Acker takes that one. Van der Acker from Pavel Stasowski. Drivers limbering up as they go up the steps to the rostrum. Watching everybody's rituals But looks like Corentin de Kret's got a GoPro on his head. Other instant movie cameras are available. So you're just joining us here on our live coverage on RC Racing TV of this MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 track European Championships. Mark Valent going to lead off the heat number 7 of round 3 of qualifying. All the way through to heat 10 is the spec class. Then we got 4 heats of modified. So very, very tight over the curb there for Mark Valent. Mark Valent still leading this one. Though I would imagine the 7 car of Orlando Finelli. See if we can move back 2 cars to the white front, orange rear car. There we go. That is Orlando Finelli. The 1 car of Corentin de Kret just opened up for him. So Orlando leading this heat. Started out 3rd, and in fact the 3 car of Rico Clays just making a mistake in front of him. Car we're running with Orlando Finelli. White front, orange rear. Leading this one as they come out onto the main straight once more down the main straight. Through that long bank sweeper, torturous on tyres. Front right tyre going to be suffering on multiple runs through there. Drivers having to figure out when and where to use their new tyres. Not a question in the front wheel drive class, that's already been and gone. There's 1 set of tyres given to the drivers all day. We've already seen a little bit of tyre strategy come into play there in front wheel drive. Adam Isay sitting out the first round of qualifying, which Stefan Schultz took, but that's meant Adam now at a tyre advantage and has taken the next 2 rounds of qualifying. And of course, with 2 rounds of qualifying to count, 2 zeros has locked him in on the front row of the grid. Michael Olowski also in the same position. He has taken 2 zeros currently. So no one can confirm TQ in round 3 of qualifying. Would need to be at least round number 4. In fact, the only person that can confirm it in round 4 is going to be Michael Olowski. Because even if Adam Isay wins the next round of front-wheel drive qualifying. Stefan could still take the last round with a faster time. That's assuming it stays dry. We think the rain's coming around about the start of round number 5 of qualifying. So the last round of qualifying is when we're kind of the time we're anticipating rain coming in. But we might just get the front-wheel drive class done and out of the way before anything too heavy hits. And that could well decide the outcome of qualifying. Orlando Fanili still leading this one by around 0.8 of a second. Mark Valent flicks to the top until Orlando crosses the line. Mark Valent coming back at this one. He's only now 0.2 down, Mark Valent. So Mark Valent picking up the pace later on, or Orlando's dropping off. Just keeping an eye on where Mark Valent is. Mark crosses the line. In fact, Mark has now jumped Orlando by 1.5 so he is the... Let's have a look. We're not going to find him before the end, are we? Let's find the number 5 car. He is the all-white coloured car just crossing the timing line now. Under the timing tower with the black rear wing. There we go. This is our new leader, Mark Valent. So Orlando Fanili looked like he had that in his pocket. And Mark Valent just right at the end there. Really strong show of pace. Just picks it up. Mark Valent taking that one then right at the end from Orlando Fanili. Vincent van Gansen in 3rd position. Heat 8 coming next. So qualifying 3, heat number 7. Probably time to ring that. That means we're halfway through the day. That yeah, you are we're halfway through the qualifying day.
Wow.
Exactly. Yeah.
What are you going to do with your afternoon, James? You're going to go bowling or something?
Well, not sure about that. I think little bit of sleeping might be involved. It was a slightly early start this morning after we discovered that the timetable had been pulled forward a bit, so had to sort of accelerate our getting here slightly. Bring up the drivers on the rostrum. So we're getting set now for heat number 8 of spec. So it looks like one driver not making it out, and Benjamin Brassett not making it out. Not making it out of the pit lane before the start, so not being allowed to take the start. Robin van Gogh leading away with the number 8 car. So the all pink coloured car, Robin van Gogh. Nice low line around that bank sweeper. Jeremy Delalondre, Nico Catalani popping up the order. Looks like Nico with the number 7 car is our leader. See if we can find the 7 car. He's the sort of off-whitey grey coloured car, just coming out onto the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick him up, the number 7. There we go, as he goes around the bank sweeper. We've managed to pick up Nico Catalani. Still leading this one as he crosses the line now from Giovanni Mogwez. Jeremy Delalondre dropping into 3rd position. Still the number 7 car of Nico Catalani leading this one from Jeremy Delalondre with the 4 car. Let's just see if we can spot the 4 car out there. In fact, he's 1 car in front of the car that we're following. So the like sort of teal green coloured car. Managed to pick him up, the number 4 car, Jeremy Delalondre, running in 2nd position in this heat. Trying to stretch away from the lead car, Nico Catalani. These two kind of trading lap times now. Jeremy pops to the top, and in fact there was a small mistake there from Nico. That has dropped him down, so Jeremy, who we're running with, Jeremy Delalondre, now leading this heat. The car number 4. He's trying to close in on the 2 car of Giovanni Mogwez, who is running in 2nd place in the heat. So Giovanni not likely to be closed in on too quickly. A little bit of a wobble there for Jeremy Delalondre. Coming out onto the main straight, they're both closing in on the 8 car of Robin van Gogh, who started out first. Robin has opened up for Giovanni Mogwez. We're now going to see Jeremy Delalondre try and catch Robin van Gogh. So, in fact, Robin van Gogh spins off at the end of the main straight. So still running with Jeremy Delalondre with the number 4 car, trying to close in on the tail end of Giovanni Mogwez, directly in front of him. So gap between them around half a second. Jeremy started out 1 second behind, is currently running half a second behind him, therefore is half a second up on the clock. Gap remaining fairly constant between these two with 1 minute to go. Giovanni Mogwez actually got that gap down to about 0.3 of a second. So these 2 cars, with the car we're focused on, Jeremy Delalondre, currently leading. He is following round the car of Giovanni Mogwez. You can see him out of the front of shot. Giovanni is started out 1 second in front and is trying to extend his gap up to 1 second. Still 0.3 of a second. So final lap for these 2 drivers. Just no mistakes needed from Jeremy. And he should just about hang on from Giovanni. Giovanni crosses the line, so does Jeremy. Jeremy pops back to the top by, what was it, about 0.2 of a second in the end. So getting pretty close at the end of that one.
Drivers exiting the stand for that heat. We're working our way up to the top of spec. which will be heat 10.
Heat 10 is the top heat of spec, yes. So heat number 9,
and we'll be back
just about to go.
in just 1 moment. We'll be back.
So sun just starting to come across the track and broken through the clouds. That will be good news. So Stefan Schultz going to lead away Jacques Libar in this one. So penultimate heat. We've got some guys in here who will be looking to make the A final. Stefan Schultz, Jacques Libar, Carlos Echari, Frederick Hovgaard, Niels de Greiser, Adrian Antomarchi, Yasmin Donath, Manuel Wagner and Enzo Roeselare. Stefan Schultz leads away his familiar white and blue colour scheme. Quite brave on the curbs there. Down the main straight, flicks it in. Let's see what he manages as an opening lap. 17.4, 17.3 for Jacques Libar. We're running with Stefan Schultz at the moment. Yasmin Donath with a 17.0 for her opening lap. So starting to see tyre strategy come in. Stefan Schultz completes lap number 2. Let's just give it a couple of laps to settle in and figure out where everybody is. Jasmine still at the top of this one with the number 8 car. She is running, I believe, or earlier it was an all-white car with no decals on it. Let's just see if we can pick up the number 8 car. She's now running a all-pink coloured car. So let's see if we can find the all-pink coloured car of Yasmin Donath. She moves back to the front of the field on this one. She's leading by about 1/10 of a second from Manuel Wagner at the moment. So Jasmine going really well in this one, starting to pick up the pace. Car's looking decent out there on circuit, a little bit deep into that hairpin. Keeps it nice and tight, nice and low around the banking. Flicks it through the chicane, out past the timing loop, rides that curb very, very nicely. So Jasmine now running in second place. Manuel Wagner has just got in front of her. Manuel is running the number 1 car. Let's just see if we can find Manuel with the number 1 car. He is 1 car back. That's the all-white car, 1 car back from Jasmine. So Manuel and Jasmine charging through from the tail end of the field. Stefan Schultz also in the mix now. Stefan always jumping to the top as they come round. I think Stefan finding the advantage of a clear track in front of him. Jasmine and Manuel just having to pick their way through the traffic. So yeah, Stefan is now back leading this one by a couple of tenths of a second. We'll stick with Manuel Wagner though as he makes his way through the traffic. He's trying to close in on the rear end of Jasmine Donath. Out down on to the main straight through that banked sweeper. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Manuel Wagner now leading this one from Stefan by about half a second. So Jasmine opens up, lets Manuel through. Manuel Wagner then looking to just maintain that gap of around half a second over Stefan Schultz. This is the lead car that we're running with, the all-white coloured car. Car just in the back of shot. The pink coloured car is the third place car. Fourth place car now. So super close at the front of this. Manuel Wagner leading this one by about 0.2 of a second from Stefan Schultz, who's kind of half a lap away by himself on the track with absolutely no one near him. So this great battle going on with 1 minute to go. Manuel Wagner, let's have a look. Stefan Schultz has already crossed the line. Let's see what Manuel does as he comes around and crosses the line, where that puts him. Manuel bumps back to the top and leading by around 0.2 of a second still for Manuel Wagner. No cars directly in front of him with, well, they got under 30 seconds left. So I don't think Manuel's going to catch anybody who is likely to cost him any time. So straight shootout between Stefan Schultz and Manuel Wagner. Stefan, just seen out the corner of my eye, just rode a bit much of a curb, so I think Manuel Wagner has made the extra lap, as has Stefan Schultz. Just waiting to see the finishing time. In fact, Stefan dropped down by quite a lot there, so slow ending lap, but I think Manuel Wagner is going to take that, and indeed he does. At the end from Enzo Roeselare by about 1.8 seconds in the end, so quite comfortable in the end, but Stefan Schultz right up there pushing. Manuel Wagner all the way, but poor last couple of laps. Just dropped him off the tail end there. So heat number 10, this is the top heat. So we've had Ollie Payne win a round of qualifying. We have had Simon Lauter win a round of qualifying. Simon sitting out round number 1 to save tyres. Ollie choosing not to do that. So Ollie with a 0 and a 3. Simon Lauter with a 0 and a 55. Adam Isay with a 55 and a 2. So Adam Isay second in round. Last time out. So Ollie Payne will lead off. Ollie Balting, Max Mackler, Lucas Ellerbrock, Benjamin Elvisaire. Simon Lauter will be starting 6th. Adam Isay, Jesper Rasmussen and Mattis Benettin. Cars being released from the pit lane, heading out to the start line. Ollie Payne going to lead this one away. He is, let's see if he is running his race paint. Don't believe he is. In fact, I'm not seeing Ollie Payne out there. So are we now having... No, Ollie Payne is a late exit from the pits. Ollie Payne. So Ollie Payne is not being allowed to start this one. Ollie has not made it out of the pits in time. So Ollie Payne missing this one out. Ollie Bolting leads away then with Ollie Payne. Not sure if that was deliberate or from Ollie's part, not making it out of the pits and saving tyres. I would have thought at this point, with the forecast of rain, they have got tyres coming in. But anyway, Ollie Bolting leading, not Ollie Payne. So just letting this one relax into it. See who the quick driver is after a couple of laps. Max Mackler is in front of Ollie Bolting. Lucas Ellerbrock looks like he's leading with the number 9 car. So let's see if we can spot the number 9 car out there. He is the white and blue coloured car just crossing the timing line now. So Lucas down the main straight. So chasing, trying to close in on Max Mackler. We're going to keep an eye on where everybody pops up. No one necessarily with a massive tyre advantage in this one. Certainly Simon Lauter won't have one. Ollie Payne not running. Adam Isay looking like he is sitting this one out. Adam's already sat one out. So Adam needing another good round, really. That is a really brave game to be sitting out 2 rounds of qualifying and only having 1 score in the books, with rain forecast to arrive at some point later on. We're running with Lucas Ellerbrock, the number 9 car, leading this one from Mattis Benetton. Ollie Bolting, who set out first, running in 3rd place currently. Just seen, we have got Mattis Benetton having a bit of an issue. So that's Lucas Ellerbrock now leading from Ollie Bolting. Max Mackler in 3rd position, Simon Lauter in 4th. Benjamin Elbisser running in 5th position. We're still running with Lucas Ellerbrock as he tries to close in on Max Mackler. So slight drama going off all over the place in this one. Ollie Payne missing the start and not being allowed to exit the pit lane. Not sure if that was deliberate on his part, wanting to sit out the round, or there was some kind of drama behind that. We'll try and find out the story on that in a little bit. But meanwhile, on track, Lucas Ellerbrock leading this one. So this would be the 3rd different driver in 3 rounds to TQ a round of spec. Just having a look where he is relative to everybody else. Ollie Bolting is 4/10 back from him. Max Mackler is about a second back from him. Simon Lauter is about 2 seconds back. So not really the expected pace from Simon on this run. But Lucas Ellerbrock now about 4/10 ahead of Ollie Bolting. So could be Ollie in with a shout as well on this one. Lucas still not caught Max. Quite. How long have we got left? We've got 1 minute and 12 to go. So down the main straight for Lucas Ellerbrock one more time. So 3 different drivers with TQ from this. Let's look at predicted time, 18 in Predicted timed 18 in 5:07. Current fastest time we have is a 18 in 5. Yeah, so not looking for a time to beat any of the previous quickest times, but Ollie Baltink now to the front by about 3/100ths of a second. So with 20 seconds to go, Ollie Baltink's got himself into the lead. He is the white coloured car. In fact, he is slowing. Ollie Baltink has finished. Ollie Baltink has just got that at the end from Lucas Ellerbrock by about 1/10 of a second. So Ollie Baltink takes that round from Lucas Ellerbrock and Max Mackler. Simon Lauter in 4th position. So this is just going to see if anything is going on. Can't see anything going on the rostrum, but need to see kind of what happened there with Ollie Payne. So we're showing with Ollie Baltink leading from Ollie Payne, Simon Lauter now with 2 scores. So we've got 2 with a 3. Ollie Baltink to the front because he's now got the quicker time. The quickest time belongs to Simon Lauter, but he hasn't got the points of the others. So we've got 2 zeros and a 3, and we've got a 0 and a 4 in that one. So yeah, quite a lot going on at the front of that one. And not sure exactly what the story was with Ollie Payne missing the start on that one. Yeah, obviously Ollie didn't make it out the pits, just trying to establish whether that was a deliberate ploy not to make it out the pits so as to sit out the round, or if there was some kind of issue that prevented that. So yeah, we've seen drivers choosing to sit out rounds of qualifying, so it could be a strategic thing, it could be some actual problem or mistiming. So not sure exactly on that one, but Ollie got the good scores already. He's got a 0 and a 3, but it's Ollie Baltink now currently sitting in TQ because he's matched Ollie Payne's score but has a faster time. All to play for in spec. Then we are now going onto modified. So Benjamin Jabira are going to lead this one away from Frank Dambreen. Benjamin Jabira, the number 1 car. He is the all yellow coloured car. So first heat of modified for this round number 3. Powers down the main straight for the first time. So big lead already by the looks of it for Benjamin Jabira. In fact, Frank Dambreen looked like he missed his starting position. Frank Dambreen's not out there, that will be why. So Benjamin Jabira leading this one from Daniele Piccini. Benjamin not on to improve his time. Daniele is on to improve his best time. So we're watching the all yellow coloured car of Benjamin Jabira being chased by a car that started 2 seconds back, the car of Daniele Piccini. Gap between them currently about 0.3 of a second. Benjamin going to start closing in on some traffic soon. Let's just see which car that is. It is the number 8 car of Pascal Escude that he's catching. Past him, overshoots the hairpin very slightly. That's let Daniele Piccini close in a little. Gap now 0.2 of a second between them. So we will wait for Daniele to navigate this traffic, and he's just made a small mistake. So we're still with Benjamin. And Benjamin makes a bit of a mistake, turns in a little bit hard off the end of the main straight. So slow lap for the 2 lead cars. I think that's going to put Robin Iserman somewhere in the mix with the number 2 car. Let's see if we can find him. He is the white front, red centre, white rear car. He's just about to go down through the hairpin towards the bleachers now, out onto the main straight. So that is our 2nd place man, and taking quite a lot of curb as he went through the banking. Robin Iserman now drops down to 3rd position, but he is, let's just see where everybody is as they cross the line. So a little while before he gets there. He is around 9/10 of a second now off of the lead. But see, just pushing wide up that banking. So struggling a little bit to get the car turned in. Certainly at speed. The car doing a good impression of a speedboat. There we go, just wanting to go straight on everywhere. And yeah, not a huge amount of steering or front end in that car. It's pushing quite a lot. Be nice and easy to drive, just not the quickest way around the track. But he is managing it and keeping it going. 2 minutes left. Benjamin Jabira now leading from Daniele Piccini by about 9/10 of a second. So let's see if we can find the number 1 car again. He's the all yellow coloured car coming across the timing loop now. So he should zoom into shot. There we go. Just coming out for the main straight. Down the main straight, 1 minute 20-ish to go for Benjamin Jabira. So he's just coming into his last minute. Benjamin Jabira down the main straight, through the banking. He's just keeping it going, just the right amount of curb. Pops out onto the main straight once more, opens it up, just cranks it down, gets the speed off by the end of the straight, just flings it into that nice bank sweeper. The car just hangs in. You don't need as much lock as you think to get round there. The car stays nice and low. So it's a decent run come together for Benjamin Jabira. Started out first and just ran away at the front of this one. Just past a prone car pointing the other way, which would have caught his attention a little bit. But what do we got? He's on his final lap now. So Benjamin Jabira just about to cross the line. So Benjamin Jabira has taken that one. Just waiting for Daniele Piccini to finish, see where he ends up. So a pretty big gap at the end. So mistake from Daniele Piccini meant that it was around 4 seconds that Ben Jabira won that one by. Drivers having just a quick step down from the rostrum. Looks like a little bit of a discussion with a referee going on there. So Benjamin Jabira taking that one from Daniele Piccini, and Robin Iserman in 3rd position. Who do we have next? Tim Coman, Thomas Stockman, Dan Robbins, Alessio Menicucci, Lorenzo Van Leeuwen, Daniel Tomaszko, Martin Wouters, and Matthew Dambreen. Going to be the drivers for heat number 12. 14 heats in total. Tim Kerman going to lead this one away. The number 3 car, he is the sort of white and bluey green coloured car, mainly blue. Tim Kerman leads away from Tyre Stockman. Thought I heard a bit of a strange noise as they went past from Tim Kerman's car. Just going to see that he gets around okay. Oh, it's okay. Thought it sounded like a tyre starting to peel. But no, it's going around absolutely fine. No tyre issues seen at all so far this weekend for any of the drivers. Of course, with modified, they have 3 sets of tyres and they have got 5 rounds to use them in. So no one should be going beyond 2 rounds of qualifying on a set of tyres. I suppose you could technically do 3 rounds on one set and then have freshies for the other 2, but wouldn't think they'd be at that stage yet. Tim Kerman leading this one. In fact, Alessio Meniciucci has popped to the front. He is running the number 2 car. So Alessio Meniciucci is the number 2 car, the all-white coloured car. He's just crossed the timing loop now. So he's coming round out onto the main straight. There we go. He is through the bank sweeper. This is Dan Robbins we're running with. If we move back 1 car to Alessio Meniciucci, the all-white coloured car. So Alessio leading this one from Dan Robbins. So started out 1 second apart, and Alessio just closing in, running within 1 second of Dan in front of him. Remember, 1 second with a modified car is a much greater distance on track than it would be with a front-wheel drive or a spec class car. Alessio Meniciucci still leading this one from Dan Robbins and Tim Kerman. Gap between them about 0.4 of a second. Tim Kerman pops to the top, but then as they cross the line, Dan Robbins and Alessio Meniciucci return there. So about half a second covering the top 3 drivers at the moment. Of course, that's ebbing and flowing as they make their way through traffic. Alessio still leading this one by about 0.5 from Dan Robbins. So Dan now starting to pick up the pace. And you've seen Tim Kerman's also just popped out the front of a gaggle of traffic that he's passed. So that may well allow him, with only 0.5 second between them, to get somewhere in the mix. Alessio still leading this one though by that 0.5 of a second. And gap now like 1/4 of a second. Bit bigger gap to Tim Kerman. So it's kind of Dan Robbins versus Alessio Meniciucci at the front of this one. Alessio, the car we are running with. Dan is around a second down the road. There's 1 car between them. Obviously, Dan's cleared that traffic. Alessio hasn't. This is Dan Robbins now that we've picked up on stream. So Dan Robbins running in second place with 50 seconds to go. Dan is, what is he, about a 1/10 of a second off the lead. So let's just see if Dan can escape by the right amount. Alessio still maintains that gap at around a 1/10 of a second. But Dan doing everything he can just to get away in front. Alessio Meniciucci has now cleared that traffic as well, so no cars between them on track. Gap between them as we come on to what I would imagine would be their last lap was just under 2/10 of a second. So Dan Robbins comes round to cross the line. He has finished, just waiting to see what Alessio Meniciucci does. He does it, and it is like 9/100ths of a second at the end of that one between Alessio Meniciucci and Dan Robbins. So super close. They both just missed the 20-lap run. But Alessio at the end of that one getting it from Dan Robbins.
Working our way through to the top end of modified 14 heats. Since it was consolidated from time practice yesterday, we had 16 heats, 14 now. So 14 is your top group, and this is the penultimate heat of qualifying round 3. And before we get into it, let's get a quick word from EFRA's associated members.
Okay, cars coming out onto track, so some recognisable names. Ronald Volker is going to lead away in this one from Yannick Prumper. Remy Callens will start third. Antoine Brunet, Harley Eldridge, Matches Knopp, Mattia Kalina, and we've got Andy Murray bringing up the rear. Ronald Volker leads off his familiar blue colour scheme. So down the main straight for the first time. Looks like Yannick Prumper is going with him. I think Remy Callens missing at the start of this one. So Yannick Prumper already passed the all yellow coloured car. He has already made his way past Ronald Volker. I think this may be a tyre strategy situation going on, with Yannick on fresh tyres. Ronald potentially running used ones. I wouldn't expect him to be this much off the pace of Yannick, but Yannick absolutely flying out in front of this one. And Antoine Brunet actually leading this one, but we'll give it another couple of laps with Yannick. So yeah, massive lead already for, certainly on the track, for Yannick Prumper. Antoine Brunet still showing in front of him on the computer though. So let's move back one car to the all-white coloured car. There we go, we've picked him up on stream. So this is Antoine Brunet, our leader, and leading by about 0.6 of a second from Yannick Prumper at the moment. The sun starting to come out, starting to see the shadows of the wind farm blowing sort of across the end of the straight. So slightly sideways moment for Yannick Prumper. That has allowed Antoine Brunet to close in a little bit. The gap extended now. It's about 0.8 of a second. So this the lead car of Antoine Brunet. Trying to stretch his advantage over Yannick Prumper. Started out 2 seconds behind Yannick. Currently running less than 2 seconds behind. So he is in front on what we would term the split. He is showing as 1 second ahead on the clock at the moment. That means he is 1 second behind on the track, eating into that 2 second advantage that Yannick started with. So Antoine Brunet out onto the main straight once more, down the main straight through that banked sweeping turn. Just trying to keep it, thread it between the curbs. Don't want to take too much of them. Always the possibility of some traction roll, but down the main straight once more. That's nice through that bank sweeper, carried a lot of speed. Just starting to head through. Head out, head round. Gap still coming down all the time. Antoine Brunet closing in on the number 4 car of Remy Callens. You see Yannick jump to the top of the times and then it flicks over to Antoine. Antoine leading this one by about 1.1 seconds now. So gap on track between them around 9/10 between Antoine Brunet, who we are following, and Yannick Prumper. You might just see Yannick out the front of shot occasionally. It's an all yellow car that flashes through. You've just seen him flash through the front of shot there. There we go. Past Remy Callens now. So Antoine Brunet with 1 minute 15 left. His lead is still like 1.1 seconds over Yannick. So Antoine Brunet trying to chase down Yannick Prumper. Gap coming down all the time. Yannick Prumper, again, he's past some traffic. What have we got? Just over 30 seconds left. So just going to check if anyone is forecasting, yeah, 3 drivers to make it onto the 20-lap run. Yes, they should make it through quite comfortably. So Antoine Brunet, Yannick Prumper, and I think Ronald Volker. No, Ronald Volker's going to miss it. It'll be Matthias Knopp that makes it through onto a 20-lap run. So Antoine Brunet should take this one from Yannick Prumper. We're just with him now. Just coming in for his finishing time. Just fires it across the line. That is visibly less than 2 seconds. So there we go. Antoine Brunet gets that by about 1.5 seconds in the end from Yannick Prumper. Matthias Knopp in 3rd from Ronald Volker. Yannick Prumper just has a bit of a stare at the timing screen. And Antoine Brunet just wanting to have a quick look at the times as well. There we go, 20 in 5:11, 15 dead for Antoine Brunet, his best lap. Ooh, here we go then, top heat. So Michael Orlowski has already taken the first 2 rounds of qualifying. Bruno Coelho, Mark Reinhard maybe look like they're in the mix with him. they're not a million miles off him. I think Michael's looked a little bit more comfortable, but we'll see. Still all open. Even if Michael wins this, he hasn't definitely TQ'd because he would have 3-round wins, but with only 2 to count, someone could take the last 2 rounds of qualifying. So we're not going to see any TQs secured as yet.
And while we wait for the top heat to come out, I'll just remind you that if you're buying any RC goods this weekend, then please go to MonacoRC.com and use the discount code SUMMER10. That's SUMMER10, because it's 10th scale, obviously. And get your RC needs from MonacoRC.com this weekend. Thank you also to X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing, and RCXX Shop. You're watching the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 track, electric track European Championships, coming to you live from Belgium, where James Stewart is trackside. In the wind.
In the wind, absolutely. So just reminding myself of Michael Orlowski's best run time so far. It is a 20 in 5:06.029. So that's kind of the target when it comes to fastest times. But Michael Orlowski set to lead away in this one. So Michael Orlowski has led away, that familiar white colour scheme. So Michael not running race paint this weekend. Bruno behind him is running race paint. Everybody's got away cleanly. Let's just see Bruno actually with a slightly quicker opening lap. Mark Reinhard with an even faster opening lap. So it's Reinhard from Coelho from Orlowski. And already passing some slow traffic. So we're running with Reinhard at the moment. He is leading this one by 1/100th of a second from Bruno Coelho. So these top 3 looking like they're a bit of a step ahead of everybody else. So Mark Reinhard's plain white colour scheme. Again, Mark not choosing to run race paint this weekend so far. So Mark leading this one by about 1/10 from Bruno. Orlowski in 3rd position. Still running with Mark as he tries to chase down Bruno. You can see Bruno flash out a shot in front of him. Mark still leading this one by around 1/10 over Bruno. Orlowski will always move to the top. Just because he started first. So top 3 covered by around 2/10 of a second at the moment. Less than half a tenth between Mark, who we are running with, and Bruno just down the road in front of him. So we are still running with Mark at the moment. Still in front, still half a tenth up. So 1/10 covering the top 3 at the moment. This gap, absolutely nothing in it. They started out on track. Let's have a look. 4:09.1. 1.5 tenths now, so a quicker lap from Mark that time. We're still running with him. 3 minutes left for all of these guys. Orlowski to the top. So Orlowski now nicked 2nd off of Bruno. But still only 1.5 tenths between the car we're running with, Mark Reinhard, and Michael Orlowski. Gap now 2 tenths. Still with Mark Reinhard as he tries to close in now on the rear of Bruno Coelho. Orlowski to the top, Reinhard back to the top. It's getting up towards 1/4 of a second now, the advantage that Mark has. Took a slightly high line through that banked sweeper that time round. Let's just see if that's cost him anything. Very slightly. It's like 13 hundredths of a second, just over a tenth. Gap between the top three around 3/10 of a second. Pretty much 2/10 in Mark's favour, about a tenth between Orlowski and Coelho. So super, super close out the front of this. Reinhard to the top now, Orlowski down to third, Bruno back up into second place. 18 hundredths between Reinhard and Coelho. Like 1.5 tenths now. So Coelho starting to stretch away from Reinhard slightly. Just navigating some traffic. That was the 7 car of Eric Dankel that Bruno Coelho's just gone past. Mark Reinhard's not got to him yet. They are into their final minute. Mark Reinhard still leading this one. To come out onto the main straight, gap is still that 1.5 tenths. Just seeing where Orlowski is relative to these two as well. He's like 4 100ths off of Bruno, so like less than 2/10 between the top three on this one. They have kind of checked out against everybody, and Reinhard now from Bruno, from Orlowski, and less than a tenth between Mark Reinhard and Bruno Coelho. Mark has got past Eric Dankel. Just going to have a look. It is like 1.5 tenths as they're on their final lap. So this is the final lap as they come through. Just going to see what happens. So Orlowski to the top. Bruno crosses the line, goes in front. Reinhard takes that one at the end by, let's have a look. It was less than a tenth of a second. It's about 7 100ths of a second Mark Reinhard gets that one for. So Mark Reinhard just taking that round by 7 100ths of a second, and exactly 2/10 back from Mark was Michael Orlowski. So super, super close at the end of that one. Handshake between all three of the top guys. So a lot of mutual respect going on between those guys. Just having a look at what that has done to the overall positions. For modified, so we've got now Michael Orlowski with 2 round wins and a third, Mark Reinhard with a round win and a second, Bruno Coelho with 2 second places. So those three looking like they're a bit of a step up ahead of everybody else. Just having a look, 25.06.076, 5060. So the best time so far belongs to Michael Orlowski by about 1/2 tenth on that one. So in the event of a tie break, Michael Orlowski has got about 1/2 tenth in his pocket over Mark Reinhard currently, if it comes to it. But super, super close.
Awesome stuff. Very good stuff. I think we're going to have a word with Mark when Frank manages to get hold of him.
Yep, so we've got a couple of tenths. We've got a couple of minutes. It's, when is it? It's like 9 minutes till the start of round number 4 of qualifying. So there's a little bit of a gap at the end of every round. So we're coming in towards 2 o'clock, which is maybe the point at which we were expecting some rain to come in.
Oh, I can see some blue skies, so I'm guessing there's not going to be any rain. That's my bet. But I could be wrong. I
think Frank is just trying to get hold of Mark.
Yep, we'll get a word with Mark in just one moment. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a look at a fantastic product from MonacoRC. That's the smart gluer tool from Officina RC. If you go to MonacoRC, make sure you use the discount code SUMMER10. That's SUMMER10. But before you do that, let's get a word with Mr. Mark Reinhardt.
Advertisement or something at the moment. All right, so we are here with round 3 TQ. Mark Reinhardt, talk us through that run.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big gamble here with the tire now. You know, if you have 3 sets for like 5 rounds of qualifying and 2 to count, and the weather forecast is not going well. So, to be honest, I don't have a rain car ready. So I said, okay, I have no choice. I have to use new tires. And then I could also see that Bruno as well as Orlovsky, they both were new. So I was like, okay, probably in the end I'm going to be third in this run, and it won't help at all. But my car felt good. I made small changes. Already the run before it was good. I could see the gap with me and Bruno and on Michael stayed the same all the time. I think I had sometimes a little bit advantage, and then another lap they were in front. So I just tried to keep it on the track because the wind makes it also difficult. And yeah, I'm happy. The car was good, and it's nice to have a TQ since a long time.
Well, we love Macau, but it's nice to see another different driver here. So obviously there's lots of wind in here. We're nice and protected. Up on the camera, it's very flappy and windy. Out on the track, what's it like?
Yeah, it's like every lap is different. So sometimes you think like the car is pushing, but it's just like the wind which pushes the car out, and it gets loose sometimes. So you don't have like the confidence to go every lap the same. So really have to be careful. And yeah, it's a challenge. I prefer no wind, but I think we all have to deal with it. And so far, yeah, I'm happy with what I have now.
It makes it quite random. So are you driving at like 9 tenths or 10 tenths or 9.5 tenths? What, just to account for the wind?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's just, yeah, you can't predict what to do. And so I just drive and hope that the wind doesn't kick in the wrong spot on the track. So, but yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, great for yourself and teammate Ollie. So good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Mark.
Well, there we go. Good to hear from Mark there. We've got a brief pause in the action before we get on with qualifying round 4. So what we're going to do is take a look at what this class of racing looked like 10 years ago.
And here we go. Bruno Cahello, Ronald Volker blasts off from the first row of the grid. Yellis Groskamp going with them, Mark Reinhardt, Elliot Harper and the rest of them. As Bruno leads them through the first infield section. The white and orange car, the Portuguese driver, already on the attack though. Ronald Volker in the white and yellow car as Yellis hits a curb, rolls his car off the track, upside down at Protoform Point. We'll stay with our leaders though. Straight away, Ronald Volker on the attack, trying to find a way past the Portuguese number 1 car. Germany versus Portugal in these opening stages. Quickly though, 30 seconds down. Ronald gets it all wrong on the curbs on the back straight. And that gives Bruno a bit of breathing space. Ronald, though, getting on the power straight away. Behind him, it's Reinhardt, followed by Harper, Wilk, Sudoff, Yasmin, Groskamp, Weiss, and Hagberg. That is the running order at the end of the first full-speed lap of racing here. Bruno Cahello from the pole position, making use of that pole position advantage as we've got a car upside down, but that, again, isn't affecting our leaders. Cahello versus Volker for the lead here. For the win in A final leg number 1, we have 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, 1:20 to go. Cahello down the back straight, Volker looking up the inside, but nowhere to go there as they go into the Protoform Point corner at the far side of the circuit. Down the front straight, Cahello getting all over the curbs, a little bit sideways. Volker not able to capitalise on the front straight though, as they go through the double left-hander one more time. Keep going, go, go, go. Here we go. This is the final lap now. Cahello versus Volker, the double left-hander, diving into the infield. As Volker got anything left for the Portuguese driver. Through the infield section they go, out onto the back straight. Volker is as close as he has been. Down through the S's. He looks up the inside, looks around the outside, into Protoform Point. Volker gets up the inside, going through Protoform Point, onto the main straight. Here they go. The 2 cars touch. Cahello does the very sporting thing there, and that allows Ronald Volker to take the win there in leg number 1. And here we go, Cahello, Volker, Groskamp off the starting grid as we have a couple of cars piling into the first barrier at the first turn, takes them out of the race. But out in front, Cahello leads Volker, Groskamp, Reinhardt, then looks like Hagberg, like Yasmin, Freddie Sudoff and Elliot Harper as they come around to complete lap number 1 of this A final, leg number 2. Onto the short back straight, Cahello, Volker and Reinhardt. Hagberg there or thereabouts as well. Then behind them it's Groskamp, I think, followed by Loic Yasmin and Elliot Harper down the front straight. All of these cars definitely still in with the shot as we are 1 minute and 30 seconds in, 3.5 to go. Cahello goes wide. Volker through to the lead. Reinhard is there. Hagberg has to check up. Groskamp get a body tuck from Loic there. And problems for Groskamp. Bad luck there for the touring car world champion. But up front, Ronald Volker now leads Mark Reinhard and Alexander Hagberg as they dive into the infield. Ronald won the first leg, don't forget, so if he takes this one, it'll be wrapped up in 2 legs. We won't have to go to the third and deciding leg, but Ronald Volker has got to deal with the pressure. Everyone makes it onto the extra lap. The first 4 cars on the final lap now. Volker versus Hagberg as they go through the infield section. Behind them, Reinhard and Harper all over each other as well. But we're going to focus on the first 2 cars. Ronald Volker, 2 corners away from the European Championship title. Qualified second on the grid. Thought it was going to go to 3 legs. Down the front straight he goes. Ronald Volker comes through to take the title. Hagberg finished in second place. Then it was Reinhard, followed by Harper. But Ronald Volker taking the European Championship title.
Well, there we go.
Yep, so
that
Ronald
just
Volker
shows you how thrilling it can be.
Exactly. Ronald Volker taking the title 10 years ago. It's kind of amazing looking at that list of names as well, that a lot of them are still there and they're still going okay. Still going okay at the moment.
Still young enough not to wear socks with their trainers.
Yeah, okay.
You're watching the EFRA MonacoRC 110 for Electric Track European Championships, and we're well over the halfway point of qualifying day. It's qualifying all day today with 5 rounds of qualifying across the 3 classes. And this is the front wheel drive class about to go out for their 4th heat, for their 4th round of qualifying. The stream is brought to you by X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. We're going to hear from Ollie. I think we're going to hear after this heat, then we'll get a few words from Ollie and see what's cracking off in the spec class.
So it's going to be Marek Sova with the number 4 car leading away for this heat. Just refresh the timing. Yep, Marek Sova is going to lead us away from Julian Jost. So the number 4 car out there, he is the yellow fronted, orange centre rear. He is the car on the far left of your shot that you see on screen at the moment. So these cars always feel a little bit more sedate after watching the craziness of the modified cars. Just watch these come down the main straight for the first time. Just through the bank sweeper, Julian Jost off to a quick start. Looking to get up and past Marek Sova. He's already passed him on the split, of course. But Julian Jost down the main straight, goes slightly high round the bank sweeper, can't quite pull his way past, but Marek Sova gets out of Julian's way quite nicely. So Julian hits the front, and he's going to start pushing, heading away down the main straight. So let's run with the lead car, the white front blue rear car. This is Julian Jost leading from Darrell Osborne currently. We give it another couple of laps, and in fact Patrick Room has popped himself up into 2nd position with the number 3 car. So let's see actually if we can find Patrick. Patrick is, if I'm right, he's the sort of minty green coloured car, just crossed the timing loop now. There we go. A little bit easier to pick these guys out. Chasing Darrell Osborne down the main straight. Patrick Room running about 0.3 of a second behind Julian Jost at the moment. Sun out across the circuit. As you come down, you'll see the shadows moving across the circuit. There we go, of the giant windmills that are behind us, part of the wind farm that we're situated on. So past Darrell Osborne goes Patrick Room. He is about 1.3 seconds off the lead at the minute. Sorry, 2.3 seconds off the lead at the moment. So Julian Yost starting to stretch his advantage out in front. So this front-wheel drive class, some potential for some good action a little bit later on. We've got Adam Isay having taken 2 rounds, Stefan Schultz having taken 1 round. So we're not going to get a confirmed TQ after this round in front-wheel drive. In fact, we're not going to get a confirmed TQ after this round in any class. 100%, because we've got different drivers. So we've ended up on the curbing there. That was pretty unfortunate for Patrick Room. Recovered by Mark Reinhard and untucked at the rear. So that was just pretty unfortunate as he caught past some traffic. So Julian Yost now 5 seconds in front of Darrell Osborne. And I see Darrell Osborne's just been fired onto the grass as well. So it's going to be a huge lead for Julian Yost. Still on the 4th place car now of Patrick Room. So it is it's like a 7.5 second lead for Julian Yost. There's absolutely nothing fishy about that. It's just the fact that everybody has hit each other behind him. Let's see if we can pick up Julian, the white front, blue rear. He is just heading round now up towards the timing loop. So what have we got? Around 40 seconds to go for Julian Yost. His lead of around 8 seconds. So pretty comfortable. Knows at this point it is just a matter of bringing it home. Of course, he's not necessarily just racing the people in this heat. It's also other people later on in later heats. 2 more heats of front-wheel drive to go. And the gonna start seeing some kind of order or overall order in the class. So Marek Sova has finished. Julian Yost made it onto the extra lap. So pretty huge advantage there in the end for Julian Yost. Something in the region of, what is it, 7... It's like something in the region of 11 seconds that he's ended up out in front with that one. So big gap. There we go. On to round or heat number 2 of round number 4. Got Alexander Van Gansen in this heat. He has been pretty quick all day. He is currently running 6th overall in the class. He's got a 3rd in round and a couple of 7th in round. So Alex Van Gansen looking to lock himself into, what is there? There's going to be we're going to go down to the C final, so we'll have a 10, a 10 and a 6, I think, for this class, for finals day tomorrow. Everyone released out onto circuit. 1 minute until the start. Drivers just adjusting themselves up on the rostrum. update as to who is out. So Alexander Van Gansen going to lead away from this one. Xavier De Bruyne will be off second, then Olivier Heiser. Alex Van Gansen, the all orange coloured number 5 car, going to lead away, dropping to 3rd place because Thomas Gavel managed to jump him off the end of the main straight. The number 5 car. Leading away from Steph. Cars released from the pit lane. Top wheel drive. This is Stefan Schultz. So Daniel currently leading this one. Okay, so apologies for that. We were just trying to get everything re-established. So missed a couple of heats out with that one whilst we were trying to get sorted, but joining us on the, the 2nd heat of spec qualifying round 4. We've got Enrico Jung leading this one with the number 3 car. Let's see if we can pick him up. He has been like a minty green coloured car. He's now running an all white coloured car, is Enrico. He is just coming round through the sweeper. You can hear the wind picking up here. There we go, there's the number 3 car. Expertly picked out on screen. So Enrico Jung leading this one from Julian Jost. Enrico about half distance into this race, and he is leading it by around 3.3 seconds. So just working to get everything back connected again. Enrico Jung from Julian Jost. Andrea Efficace. Laurent Halluin. We'll give you a bit of a catch-up at the end of this over what happened in front-wheel drive. Appreciate we sort of lost the timing at the start of lap 1. And just need to bring you fully up to speed. We know Adam Ise's won the round, but just want to figure out where everybody else has fallen in the round and what it's meant after 4 complete rounds of qualifying. 5 rounds scheduled. We did have some, well, we do have some rain forecast to hit us in around an hour and a half to 2 hours. So hopefully the forecasters are wrong. But we shall see. Still looking like quite a heavy chance of rain, but Enrico Jung just tucks himself underneath the number 5 car of Carlos de Pinhal. Still going nicely out in front of the field is Enrico Jung. Was that just a bit of a body tuck that he had? Not quite a body tuck, but as he had steering lock applied. The front was just picking up. Let's see if we can pick up the number 3 car of our leader. That is the white coloured car. He's just come down the main straight now. Let's just have a look. I've got a feeling that his body shell, although he's just coming up to his finishing time, just tucking in at the front just as he turns in. Got away with it. He's still taken the round, or taken the heat in that round. We were going to have a look at front wheel drive and the overall positions for front wheel drive, just so we've got an idea. So Adam Isay with 3 round wins, Stefan Schultz with a round win and a second. Frederick Hovgaard is 3rd. Daniel Perlman now up into 4th position. The defending champion, so he's got a third. He's got a couple of thirds in round. He's sitting behind Frederick Hovgaard because Frederick has a 2nd in round and a 4th in round, both on 6 points, but 4 and a 2 beats a 3 and a 3. Pavel Stasowski's somewhere up there. Alex Van Gansen from the 2nd heat. He is currently sitting 7th overall, so fairly close. Just having a bit of a scan down, no one looking massively out of position down there. So yeah, there we go. That's looking pretty good for Adam Isay at the front of the front-wheel drive class. Coming into heat number 6 now. So Rick van der Akker going to lead away from Pavel Stasowski and Nuno Huber. Rick van der Akker set to lead away then, the number 7 car. The yellow front, red centre, white rear. Rick being the kind of the class of this heat. And already a big lead for Rick van der Akker. To see what his opening gambit is as a lap time. Crosses the line. Rick's time 18.017. In fact, Nuno Huber, Tom Adams to the front with the 9 car. Let's give it another lap or so, and then we will let this settle down. Again, maybe starting to see some new tyres come into play versus used tyres. So after a couple of laps, Tom Adams is leading this one with the number 9 car. Let's just see if we can spot the 9 out there. Seeing everything but the 9, but Tom is definitely out there. There we go, there is the 9 car of Tom Adams. That's pretty good at camouflaging his number, that colour scheme that he's got on that. Tom Adams leading this one. going to also try and have a chat with Ollie after this race. Tom Adams dropping down the field until he crosses the line, then bang, back he goes to the top. He is about 4 tenths in the lead from Nuno Huber at the moment. He is closing in on the back of the one car of Pavel Stazowski. Off down the main straight once more. Just edging towards Pavel's car. So Tom's car looking pretty good out there. All of the drivers done now plenty of laps of this track this week. Know very well what they're doing. Tom leading this one by about 7 tenths from Nuno Huber at the moment. Rick van der Acker running in third position, so although he's been the pace setter in this heat all day, just dropping off the pace slightly, but if he's on used tyres at this stage, with other people being on new tyres, I would imagine if you had any new tyres left, this round 4 of qualifying would be the ones that, or the round that you'd put them on in, with the potential for rain coming at some point. Certainly during Q5, you wouldn't want to be saving a new set of tyres for Q5 and then not getting the opportunity to run them. You might as well use the advantage of them early. Rick van der Acker, though, has now made his way to the back to the front of this one. So Rick's pace, now he's got him like a 10th down the road from Tom Adams. Let's see if we can find Rick again. He's just coming off the banking. There we go, the 7 car. So he just ducks under the 6 car. So Rick van der Acker back to the front now. Oh, in fact, Nuno Huber's just jumped him on that lap, and Tom Adams as well. But very, very close, like 2 tenths of a second between these top 3. So let's just see as they cross the line. So that's finishing for Rick. So it needs a good last lap. Nuno Huber jumps him. Let's just see what Tom Adams does as he crosses the line. Tom Adams doesn't make it, so Rick van der Acker in second. So Tom Adams having led that for a long amount of the time. So it was a stunking last lap from Nuno Huber, actually, with Rick van der Acker sort of being towards the front with like 30 seconds to go. Nuno Huber just jumping in at the front of that one, right at the end. There we go, Nuno Huber. Swiss driver taking that one. So heat 7 all set to go next. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our coverage of the MonacoRC EFRA 1/10 track European Championships from Roeselare in Belgium. Also, quick shout out to our event sponsors: X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mevo Sport, Schumacher, Hobby Wing, and RCXX Shop. Mark Valent going to lead this one away with car number 5. Starting to build towards the pointy end of qualifying. Spec qualifying, we've had 3 different winners from 3 different rounds. So far, we've had Ollie Payne, we've had Simon Lauter, we've had Ollie Bultink, each taking a round of qualifying. So this one's going to go down to the wire. Mark Valent leading away, the white-coloured car. Off down the main straight. Being chased by Orlando Fanili. And in fact, small mistake there allows Orlando through. So Orlando Fanili now leading this one. The white front, orange rear on his car. Fanili flicks it round the banking, keeping it low. He is currently showing in 4th position in the heat. We've got Corentin de Cret showing as the leader. Orlando now running 2nd, actually. It's very, very close on times. Let's give it one more lap to settle in, and then we'll figure out who is where. So I think Corentin de Cret with the 1 car shown as the leader. He is the white car. He's 1 car back. So let's move our focus back. 1 car onto that white car. There we go. This is Corentin de Cret, our lead car at the moment. Orlando Fanili, sort of 1 car in front of us, showing in 2nd position at the moment. In fact, Maxime Ripoll has got himself up into the lead briefly. Just watching these front, or 2 of the front 3 heading round. Maxime Ripoll still pretty close, but Gergo Valent also looks like he is inserting himself somewhere into the battle. But Corentin de Cret back to the top. See what the gap is as they cross the line. Maxime Ripoll by about 8 tenths, and in fact Gergo Valent with the 4 car. So let's see if we can pick out the 4. 4 car is an white coloured car. He is just coming there off the banking, and there we go. That is the 4 car of Gergo Valent, our new leader. Gergo Valent, little bit of curbing there. Doesn't unsettle the car too much. That's about the 1 curb that you can get away with giving a good clout. Here at this Roeselare track, you're sort of in a straight line as you cross it. So he is closing in on the back of the 8 car of Viktor Litvinenko. Go down the main straight once more, pitches it into that banking, sort of middle line, not quite as tight as some of the top heats, but nice and safe way to get round. So he's through on one of those cars. Let's just have a look. Maxime Ripoll to the top, Gergo Valent to the top by around 0.4 of a second. Gergo Valent, this car that we're running with, is currently leading, or will be. He started out a little bit further down the field, but you'll see as it updates as they cross the line. So provided he makes no mistakes, he is about 0.6 up now on Maxime Ripoll. You'll see the guys that started out in front filter to the top, but then as Gergo crosses the line, which he's about to do, here we go, you'll see him now. In fact, he's dropped down. That was a slow lap, so he is now 0.3 off of Maxime Ripoll. A slightly slow lap for this number 4 car that we're running with. Let's just see, still in second position. He's now 0.6 down on Maxime Ripoll, but they are on what I would imagine would be their last lap. Orlando Finelli has finished, as has Corentin de Crep. Maxime Ripoll has just made the extra lap. Gergo Valent misses it, so Maxime Ripoll actually gets the extra lap with the number 2 car. He's just coming round to cross the line. So there we go, there goes Maxime Ripoll as the lead car in the heat, just making the extra lap at the end.
Awesome stuff. I believe, just have a look at the how that stacked up, Heat 7. We've got Ollie ready for an interview, so we'll go to Frank now.
All right, so we're here with round 3 TQ for Spec, Ollie Boltnick. So, Ollie, home track, TQ, finally? What was it like to set that TQ?
I needed it. I really needed it because I was struggling so much in Q1, Q2. I struggled so much. It was the worst 5 minutes I ever had. And finally, I could take the TQ in Q3. And we will see now in the next runs if we can keep it or not.
And just a very, very quick word on tire strategy. What's been going through your mind with the limited sets of tires that you've got?
For sure, you need to save tires. And also, if you drive, you need to drive gentle. So you can keep the tires for next runs or for tomorrow. So you really need to save them, otherwise you burn the fronts.
Okay. All right, well, good luck in the next round. I know you're up, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good to hear from Ollie there. So he's had a stressful couple of races, but that preserving those tyres is the name of the game, it would appear.
Yes, it would seem so. I would imagine, like I was saying earlier, that if anybody has any new sets left, they're going to use them in this round. These spec class guys had 2 sets of tyres to do their 5 rounds of qualifying. So I guess anybody's got anything fresh left, they're going to want to put them on in this round, because it would be very, very risky to save them for the last round. I mean, you'd be epically fast in comparison to everybody else, but if it's going to rain, which is still forecast, then you've wasted that potential advantage that you've got. Anyway, at the front of this, Giovanni Mogwez has led us away from Jeremy Delalondre. So Giovanni with the number 2 car. That is the mainly red with sort of white front and base of the doors. Let's run with him down the main straight. We'll give it a couple of laps to settle in, see where everybody pops out in the overall order, because the order can be a little bit like a fruit machine. Just watching it constantly rotate over for the first couple of laps while people just get settled in. So let's see who is looking quick at the moment with everybody crossing the line. Looks like Nico Catalani is looking pretty good with the number 7 car. He is an all-white car. He's the second of the 2 all-white cars. Just running through, slightly more sort of grey off-white colour. There we go, we've got him on screen now. And he runs down the main straight, so Nico starting out a little bit further down the field. Just pushing to close into this, sort of the back of this pack of 5 cars that look like they're all compressing together. So Nico Catalani leading this one by just over 1/10 of a second from Nicolas Delis. Robin van Gogh running in 3rd position. And Robin van Gogh is, in fact, I believe, the pink car directly in front of us. Yes, he is. So we're running with the 7 car, and Robin's just done the nice thing, got out of the way. So Nico Catalani, who we are running with at the moment, this all-white coloured car on the stream. Now trying to head in up towards the next car in front of him, the next white coloured car, who I believe is Nicolas Delis. In fact, Nicolas, it is the number 1 car. Nicolas showing on the lead on that lap through. So less than 1/10 of a second between the front 2. We're running with the current 2nd place car. So the 2 all-white coloured cars. You'll just see another one disappearing out the front of your shot. Nico Catalani that time round, he is about 1/10.5 down. Let's just see what the gap is this time round. It's up to about 4/10 now. So Nicolas Delis with the number 1 car. Let's move our focus forward 1 white car if we can. There we go. So that is our lead car of Nicolas Delis, chasing Giovanni Mogwez down the off the end of the main straight through the banking. These 2 heading around quite nicely. So already fairly near the front for Giovanni Mogwez. Mogwez running in 4th position, but he has opened up and let him through. Nicolas Delis is still leading this one, this white car that we're following. Got less than a minute left now. Heading round, working quite well. Looking pretty good. Nico Catalani's just jumped him again. So, bit of a slow lap for him. And a couple of quick laps from Catalani. What do we got? 1/1000th of a second between them. With this isn't going to be their last lap, I don't think. I think they're both just going to make the split, but going to be absolutely nothing in it. Nico Catalani looks like he's just going to get this, so Nicolas Delis looked like he had it in his pocket and had the gap up to a decent amount, but Nico Catalani just at the end, has he? Yes, he has, by 1.5 hundredths of a second. So super, super close between those 2 right at the end. Nico Catalani then just getting that right at the end from Nicolas Delis. Benjamin Brassett in 3rd position. So what have we got? We've got the penultimate heat of spec coming up.
Amazing. While we wait for that, we'll be back just after this.
Drivers then just arranging themselves on the rostrum. Pre-race ritual. Stefan Schultz going to lead away from Manuel Wagner and Jacques Lieber. Stefan's familiar colour scheme. Wearing the number 7. A little bit deep into the first corner there, so Stefan punched that off the line. Won't cost him too much. So run with Stefan Schultz for a couple of laps whilst the running order settles down. Might start to get an idea of how tyre strategy is playing out. Some of these guys will have designs on making the A final tomorrow. Well, they'll be making the A final today. They'll go away from the track tonight knowing that they're in the A final. Stefan Schultz running in 2nd position currently in the heat. We'll give it one more lap, then we'll have a look at the sort of running order, see who we need to be picking up. But Frederick Hovgaard looks like he is the quick man out there. He is the number 3 car, the minty green coloured car. He has just come down the main straight into the banking now. There we go. So we managed to pick him up. Let's just watch as he crosses the line. So Frederick back to the top. And a big backflip there. So took too much curb. That's a body tuck as well at the rear of the car. So is that retirement into the pits? So Frederick Hovgaard was all going so well for him. Let's Stefan Schultz back to the front, and he is leading by about 0.4 of a second from Manuel Wagner. There's Stefan that we've just picked up again. In fact, Niels de Gruyser to the front. Let's just let this settle down for a couple of corners or for a couple more laps. But we've picked up Stefan again. Niels de Gruyser with the number 4 car is now leading. He is the all-white coloured car just coming off the banking now. There we go, Niels de Gruyser, the number 4 coloured car. Number 4 car, yeah. The white coloured number 4 car. Down the main straight into the banking, pitching it in. The sun starting to beat down on the track here. Breaking through the clouds. You can see the shadow of the fan, or the giant windmills. You'll see it there going across the track. And a little bit of hesitation there from Niels as he passed past a slower car. Niels now trying to close in on the rear of the number 2 car of Jacques Libar. In fact, Jacques had made a mistake in front of him, so nice clear track in front of him now. That's worked out very well for Niels. So Niels back to the front, and he is now some 2.3 seconds down the road from Stefan Schultz. He's not caught and passed him on track, but he is in front of him on the split. So this will work pretty well for Niels. He'll be looking to see, just looking at where Niels is overall at the moment. Niels is, he's a little bit down the field at the moment, actually. He's 27th currently. So might be trying to rescue a B final with this run. How long have we got left? We are into the final minute now. Niels back to the top. Still 2.8 seconds now, his lead over Stefan Schultz. Niels just heading out towards the main straight. He should make it through on to the extra lap. Let's just have a look as he crosses the line. Yeah, most definitely. So he's made it by like 7.5 seconds. So final lap then for Niels as he comes down the main straight. Niels de Gruyter coming round to cross the line just about now. Back to the top, Manuel Wagner in second. Stefan Schultz dropped to third right at the end of that. So slow last lap from Stefan Schultz. Just drops him off the pace. So all set for the top heat then of Spec. Again, no one can seal TQ at the moment, but we've had 3 different drivers winning rounds of qualifying. We had Ollie Payne first off, then we had Simon Lauter, then we had Ollie Boelting. Ollie Payne not making the start of the last one. His car was not out of the pit lane with 30 seconds to go. So that's it. The pit lane closes. Hard stop. So 30 seconds to go. You are not leaving the pit lane. You are not taking part in that round of qualifying. So let's see if his car is out there any earlier this time. I can see Ollie Boelting's car in the pit lane. Lucas is hanging on to that one. Just waiting for the countdown to start. Ollie Boelting is going to lead this one away from Ollie Payne. Can report that Ollie Payne has made it out this time. So he'll be charging off after Ollie Boelting. So Ollie running an all-white body shell with orange decals. Ollie Payne running a all-white body shell with black decals. Simon Lauter starts third. He has his race paint on, white with orange and maroon. Ollie Bultink leads away then. We've got him on screen at the moment. So all of the top three having taken a round win. So if one of them takes this one, they're going to put themselves in a pretty good position. Let's just see, I think Simon Lauter's had the quickest opening lap. He is already closing in on the back of Ollie Payne. Let's see if we can move back to pick up Simon. There we go. Simon and Ollie Payne opens up and lets Simon Lauter through. So Simon Lauter already over a second up on Ollie Payne. Simon Lauter now needs to try and close in on the rear of Ollie Bultink. But Simon Lauter leading this one by about 0.6 of a second from Jesper Rasmussen actually currently. So although these front three have made a bit of a break for it, this isn't the sort of top three on the timing. But the car we are following, Simon Lauter, is showing as the leader. He is closing in on the rear of Ollie Bultink. And Ollie just gets in the way slightly there, but opens up and lets him through. So a little bit of hesitation from Simon, but Simon is now away and a couple of seconds in front. He's got 2 seconds in his pocket over Ollie Bultink. He has got, let's have a look over the rest of them as they cross the line. Ollie Payne is just in front of Ollie Bultink on the split, but the main one we're looking for is the quickest time in the round. We are running with Simon Lauter, who is heading for that at the moment. He is like some 2.7 seconds up on Ollie Payne. Simon Lauter just going away nicely at the front of this one. So if he can take this round win, that will put him in a really good place. Also currently heading for a new quickest time, an 18 in 3:04. It's an 18:3:06, the current quickest time. That already belongs to Simon. So this will put him in a really strong place if he can take this one. Meanwhile, Ollie Payne, just in the back of shot, is almost on the back of Ollie Bultink. So those two coming down the main straight. That's Ollie Bultink is the car with the orange decals. Ollie Payne, the car with the black decals. Ollie started out 1 second. Ollie Payne started out 1 second behind Ollie Bultink. That's much less than a second between them now. But either way, Simon Lauter well out in front. Simon Lauter's lead from Jesper Rasmussen is 1.2 seconds. A few cars dropped out of this one. Just still watching Ollie Payne trying to catch and pass Ollie Bultink. He's not quite got there yet. Got just under a minute to go. Simon Lauter leading this one, well out in front. This is Ollie Payne versus Ollie Bultink. The other two guys to have TQ'd around. They're 5 seconds back now though from Simon Lauter. In fact, let's see if we can pick up Simon for the run to home. He's just about to cross the timing line now. Simon Lauter with around 30 seconds left to go. Looking like he's about to put himself in a pretty good position. Looking at his predicted time on this one as well. 5:07 now he's dropped out to, so he's not going to beat the earlier quickest time, but that won't matter to some degree. to some extent if he's got 2 round wins. So Simon Lauter comes around, crosses the line to finish, 18.507. Let's just see who pops out in 2nd position. Jesper Rasmussen pops out into 2nd position in round. In fact, Adam Isay just nicks that at the death. So Adam Isay 2nd in round. Simon Lauter taking that from Adam Isay and Jesper Rasmussen. Let's see what that has done to the overall ranking lists for Spec. That's now moved Simon Lauter to the top with 2 zeros. So let's just see if we've got an idea of where everybody is overall. There we go, Simon Lauter with 2 zeros. We've got Ollie Bolting with a 0 and a 3. You can see Simon Lauter, is 18.503. So he is quite comfortably the fastest as well. So for either Ollie Bolting or Ollie Payne to beat Simon, they now need to win the last round of qualifying and do a time that is quite substantially quicker than they've already gone. So Ollie Bolting would need to find about 3.5 seconds. 4.5 seconds. Ollie Payne would need to find about 6 seconds on his best run time in order to do that. So looking pretty good for Simon at the moment, especially if the forecast rain that we are supposed to get does appear. Keep on thinking it's getting a bit overcast and looking like rain, but then dries out and the sun comes across. So that is 4 complete rounds of Spec in the books. So we are now getting set for Modified. Benjamin Jabira going to lead this one away. So Benjamin Jabira, the number 1 car, the all yellow coloured car. Jabira leads off. Now down the main straight for the first time. A little bit high through the banking, but again, that won't matter. He's just going to want to bring this one home. Knows he's in a fairly good position. Got 32 cars in total in Modified, so we are going to go down to a D final, but only a couple of cars, should only be a couple of cars in the bottom final. Ben Jabira still running towards the front of this one. And it is the 6 car of Christian Kostadinov who has hit the front. So let's just see if we can spot the 6 car out there anywhere. The 6 car is the pink and yellow coloured car. He's just gone past the timing loop now. Down the main straight. So this is our lead car at the moment, Christian Konstantinov. So it's a bit of a mistake coming out onto the main straight. Just see what that does, where that drops him in the order. Ben Jabira back to the top, and still hangs on to the lead, but it's only by about 6/10 now. So better that time coming onto the main straight, a little bit more cautious. Christian Konstantinov running still in front on this one. He is, in fact now he's dropped down into second place. Robin Eiserman has got himself up into the lead of this one overall. Let's just wait for Robin to cross the line. So it's the number 2 car that we're looking for of Robin Eiserman. Let's just see if we can spot the 2 car. That is the white and red coloured car just coming off the banking now. There we go. That is our lead car, Robin Eiserman. Again, starting a little bit further down the field. Just waiting for them to pop up the timing order. Out onto the main straight once more, powers down the main straight, just tucks it into that banking. Nice, really low line round there for Robin Eiserman. Still hanging on to the lead, updates has crossed the line. Trying to hunt down the cars in front. It is the, I think that's the 3 car of Daniele Piccini that he is catching. Just trying to drive forward, hope the traffic gets very nicely out of the way. One of them does. That was the number 4 car of Luka Jovic. Got out of his way. Still trying to chase down Daniele Piccini. Past the line one more time. Heads out. A little bit of over rotation on the rear of the car. Still hanging on. Still pretty good. Heading for a good time. What have we got? We've got 35 seconds remaining. Robin Eiserman leading this one still. But very, very close with Christian Konstantinov. He's got it by about 0.3 of a second at the moment. But he could do with just getting past, and there we go. He's managed to get past Daniele Piccini. Is he going to make the extra lap? Konstantinov has. Eiserman has. Ben-Jabira has. So front 3, that cost Robin Eiserman a little bit. So I think Konstantinov is maybe just going to take this on the last lap. Let's just have a look as they cross the line. Now Ben-Jabira actually got that right at the end. So Ben-Jabira, right at the end of that one, launched himself up from 3rd into 1st with a great final lap. Benjamin Jabira then taking that one, despite looking like he was going to be running a bit further down the order.
Well, surprises from trackside. How are you all doing out there? Thank you for watching along. Adrian Webb says the track looks ace. It really does. It looks like a fantastic track, and it is a wonderful facility over the Club Roeselare over in Belgium. Great organisation and a lovely facility. What better place to host the Euros this year? What Euros, you ask? Well, these Euros. It's the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships. We're coming towards the end of Heat 4. Well, no, qualifying 4, Heat 12. There's 14 heats, so we're well into the modified qualifying now. 14 is the top heat. And then we'll have one complete round after this, if the rain holds out. Maybe it'll be a wet round. We will see. That'll be fun. But yeah, great to have you with us. Let's get some more comments going, because It's always great to hear from you.
Yeah, I suspect if it rains next time, even if it's declared a wet round, they would run, or the track would be open. The thing that would cancel it would be lightning. If there's any lightning in the area, if it's a thunderstorm, that would stop it. Having said that, if it is wet, I'm not sure how many drivers would go out.
Because you can't really make any improvements on your position anyway.
You can make improvements on your position because you can get a good round score, but you're not going to improve on your time. So if you've already got, like, if you've got 2 round wins in the bag, for instance, there's no point in going out because you're not going to improve your time. I don't know. It's a bit of a difficult one, that. Yeah, it kind of depends. It's going to be each driver's individual position and where it sits. But anyway, we are watching Alessio Meniciucci leading away this heat number 12 here at Racing Club Roeselare. Dan Robbins has set off after him. Dan's had a slightly neater opening lap, slightly tidier. So we'll be in front on the split at the moment, but we'll stick with Alessio for a couple of laps. Just see that he makes no mistakes down the main straight. Flicks it in around that bank sweeper, just starting now to sort of stabilise that gap with Dan Robbins. First 2 of those made a bit of a jump. They've actually got those 2 cars, they've got Tim Kerman in between them on the time clock. So Dan Robbins leading it. Let's move our focus back 1 car. So this is the number 4 car of Dan Robbins leading. Trying to close in on the back of Alessio Meniciucci. So about 0.8 of a second, the advantage for Dan Robbins at the moment. Dan Robbins still not caught and passed Alessio Meniciucci. But most definitely operating within that 1 second advantage that Alessio started with over Dan. So Dan will be quite happy being towed round, I think, by Alessio. They're both going at a good pace. Nearly a second now. Not quite, it's about 0.9 of a second, which is pretty much what it looks like. Remember, with these modified cars, a 1 second gap is a lot bigger than it is with the front wheel drive and with the spec cars. Mistake there from Dan Robbins, a little bit too much curb, lands back on his wheels. Let's just stick with him and see how costly that was as they crossed the line. He was around half a second up on Alessio Meniciucci. He is now around half a second down, so it's cost him about a second, that small moment, taking too much curb and putting it on its roof. But Alessio will have seen that out the corner of his eye. Of course, you don't wish ill on your competitors, but that will have taken the pressure off him slightly. He'll be buoyed by that one. So Dan Robbins now having done all of the hard work of closing in on Alessio Meniciucci. Now needs to start pushing back, and he's done it already. So Dan back on the pace and gets back within that 1 second, back out in front. Only just that time round, runs a little bit deep into one of those hairpins. So still only 2/100ths of a second between Alessio Meniciucci and Dan Robbins. We're focused on the car of Dan Robbins at the moment. Car of Alessio Meniciucci is the all-white coloured car just out the front of your shot. He started out 1 second in front of Dan Robbins. And In fact, Alessio had it back on that last lap. Let's just see it this time round. Gap is now 1.5 tenths in Alessio's favour. So Meniciucci just about leading this one from Dan Robbins. It's about 0.5 tenth now. We'll stick with Dan Robbins. Alessio's passed some traffic on this lap. Got the car slightly sideways. And there's a mistake from Meniciucci, so that's put Dan Robbins well out in front now. So Dan has got a huge lead. Meniciucci, I think, has... looks like he lost a battery pack possibly, so Dan Robbins will be well away with that one. That's a big get out. I think Matthew Dambreen will pop up into second position now. Matthew Dambreen has popped up into second place, but final lap now for Dan Robbins, having been in contention for that one all the way through, and just right at the death, dropping out, or seeing Alessio Meniciucci drop out and backflip in front of him. Can feel the wind really picking up out there.
You can hear the wind really picking up out there.
Yeah, it's getting pretty strong, and I think there's a few people, I'm starting to see a few hands going out, and like, is that rain?
The international gesture of is it raining?
Yes, the international gesture of is it raining.
Yeah.
What we need is sort of Chris Hardesty out there without his hat on, because he's got a well-developed rain sensor, as Chris.
Indeed, yes.
Antoine Brunet going to lead away this. I don't know if we're going to get, what do we need? We need this to hold off for about 10 minutes, this rain, so that we get modified.
Yeah. Can you remind us, so what will happen if it absolutely tips it down within the next 2 heats? What will that do to the round? That'll cancel this round?
It would cancel the round, yes.
Just
because it's not been running consistent, just for modified, yes, it would. Yeah, so it would cancel it because it hasn't been considered to be running consistent conditions. It would cancel that round, and then obviously the final run starts. So yeah, it's. I think you can see. Yeah, that's the clouds that are heading towards us. Indeed. So the rain is. It's coming, it's just a matter of when it arrives, I think. So we'll keep a close eye out. We'll keep a very close eye out on what is happening. There we go. So Antoine Brunet gonna lead these guys away. So race against time, race against the rain. Antoine Brunet's white coloured car leads Ronald Volker's blue coloured car. Off for this first lap. See Ronald with the quickest opening lap. So Ronald may be sensing an opportunity here if he gets slightly better track conditions than the next heat. There could be a round win in this for him. Michael Orlowski having taken 2 rounds already, remember, of modified. Mark Reinhard having taken 1 round. So we are just waiting to see. It feels like it's getting darker and darker and darker. We move our focus back one car of Ronald Volker. Ronald is leading this one. So if we can go back to Ronald Volker, there he is. Trying to close down the car of Antoine Brunet. We saw earlier one of the montages of Ronald winning this meeting 10 years ago. So it's been there for Ronald Volker in the banked sweeper. Does that mean... No, he's the only one that spun, so I was wondering if that was an indication that there was something on the track. It's just got a lot darker, it's got a lot windier. Ronald's made it through okay that time. Ronald still running in second position in this heat from Antoine Brunet. Made it round okay that time too. But still really, really looking dark out there. Ronald pushing desperately, trying to get back on terms with Antoine Brunet. He's cut the gap down, most certainly. Not quite got it to under 1 second yet. Here comes Ronald, just trying to chase down this gap. Wind picking up again still. What was the gap last time round? It was about 1.5 tenths. Sideways again for Ronald. Small mistake there for him. He is trying so hard to push down this gap to Antoine Brunet. And off the end of the straight for Ronald Volker, straight in the wall at the end of the main straight as he turned in. So wind is now gusting round. Antoine Brunet then is leading this one. Wind has changed direction. Antoine Brunet with the number 3 car. He is an all-white coloured car. Let's just... There's a couple of all-white coloured cars out there. He is the... just trying to spot him now. In fact, has he stopped? No, Antoine Brunet is still out there. There's the 3 car. Crossing the timing line now, so just picks him up. I am not sure we're going to get to the end of Modified without these clouds that have just gathered overhead, releasing their content. We thought it was coming around 4 o'clock. It is currently 20 to 4. But this has just blown over in the last couple of minutes really heavily. I think we're starting to feel spots of water in the air now. Antoine Brunet still leading this one from Remy Callens. He's leading this one by a couple of seconds. But pretty certain we're going to have a rain shower, wind swirling around us, and we're starting to see spots of water appear in front of us. So just starting to feel like I don't know where we're going to get to the point yet. Just before we get to the end of Modified. Let's have a look. Antoine Brunet, what are their lap times doing? What was he last time round? Last lap was a 15. No, let's have a look. So a 16.8. His best time was a 15.2. So there we go. It's just starting to spit with rain. Antoine Brunet has just finished. But we are starting, and here comes the rain. So we've missed by 1 round, by 1 heat. We've missed getting round number 4 complete, I think, unfortunately.
Shucks.
So that's really unfortunate. Let's see what happens there. Yep, and the rain is just starting to come down. You can see drivers shivering.
I tell you what, the sounds are fantastic. It's almost like we're playing a sound effects track over the top. It just sounds like you're in a gale.
Yeah, it's a little bit windy. It's a little bit windy here.
So we've got drivers on the stand, just sort of waiting.
We've got the drivers on the rostrum, but they're just waiting to.
Well, we've potentially just lost a bit of the audio. Oh, we're back.
No, we're back. So, no, we are here. Sorry, we was just passing on instructions for waterproofing equipment.
Yes. It's now all hands on deck to waterproofing equipment. I tell you what, we're going to assess this situation. I don't think there's going to be anybody on particularly. Shall we see what drivers thought about? Oh my word. Let's go and find out about some drivers wanting to race in wet conditions a number of years ago.
It's the start of the final round of qualifying here in France, and it has just started raining. Let's go and talk to the drivers and see what they're going to do about these wet conditions. So, are you going to go out in the wet conditions this afternoon?
Yes, I think so, because my car is ready, and even I think it's hard to beat the times from the guys who are running now in the dry. And it's also the question if they're going to count this round or not, I don't know. But for me, I just want to drive in the rain just to see how it works, how the car goes, and because tomorrow it can rain in the final. So
normally in Germany we not drive in the rain because normally the race stops now. So I've not really raced in the rain before.
Have you changed anything in the setup of the car for the wet conditions?
Yeah, just the tires and the shock oil and softer springs and no roll bars. Yeah, and that's dry.
In terms of changing the car for the wet conditions, obviously you want to try and waterproof all the electronics in the car.
Yeah. Generally, most people use a box to put the radio gear in. So the best thing I found is a Sudocrem pot. Luckily, I've got a baby, so I've got plenty of Sudocrem pots kicking around. You can generally get the speedo and the receiver and the PT in that. And then it's just where the holes come out, you can silicone it up, make that a solid unit. Car setup-wise, we generally just soften the springs off a bit, soften the oil off, take the roll bars off, a bit more flex in the chassis, and just drive it as best you can.
Well, there you go. That's how drivers were preparing for the racing in the wet many years ago. Slightly different now. Electronics are a little bit more waterproof. No need for a Sudocrem or a hair gel pot for the electronics. But yeah.
No, I have actually got an update, Matt. We've discovered what's happening. So basically, they've called off. They've abandoned that round of qualifying for modified of 4, but they're going to continue now with qualifying round number 5. Because of course that will be consistent conditions. So that's following the time schedule. So basically, everything is as was. The only difference is that modified only 4 rounds. There will only be 4 rounds. So results from that round that's just gone. Still 2 to count. But there will only be 4 rounds of modified, so 2 to count from 4. Every other class is still 2 from 5. So now for spec, well, what have we got? For front-wheel drive, we've got Adam Isay. Let's have a look. Let's just think about this. And what we've got, and ranking lists. So what have we got? We've got Adam Isay with 3-0, Stefan Schultz with a 0 and a 2. If Stefan was to win this, he could tie Adam on times, but he could tie Adam on points, but Adam Isay has got the best time. Let me just double check that I'm not... Yes, so Adam Isay has got the fastest time. So Adam Isay is now, well, unless Stefan Schultz is going to go out and do a faster time in the wet, then we have got We have got Adam Isay on pole, basically. So, yeah, Adam Isay is now sealed on pole position. What that is doing in, let me just find out. In
My jacket is in the shopping bag underneath the table.
13.5, Simon Lauter has got 2 round wins. Ollie Bultink with a round. Ollie Payne with a round. Simon Lauter has the fastest time. So this does seal TQ for Simon Lauter as well, because he can only be matched with a round win. Someone needs to beat his fastest time. They're not going to do that. And modified, where are we at? Michael Olowski with 2, Mark Reinhard with 1. Yeah, so that it has pretty much sealed everything off, because we would have come to tie-break situations, but then coming down to fastest times, we've already got people having done fastest times. So we're not going to see any new fastest times from anybody. So I think we've seen now sealed off.
So in terms of the schedule, if we're sticking with the schedule, that means Q5 starting 4 p.m. your time, which is in about 12 minutes. Do you think that's likely to happen?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in that case, we're going to watch a VT. We're going to watch another classic clip, and we'll be back with you with Q5, in theory, very soon.
Now time for leg 2 of the Touring Car World. Can Mark Reinhard retain his World Championship? Take it away, John.
Mark Reinhard has been here before, needs to take this heat to hold on to his World Championship. We're off and running. It's a good start. Oh, and there's a little bit of action behind. But meantime, it's Reinhard who leads it out from Gilles Grosskamp, who needs the result here, needs to win the next 2 races, really, to have the chance of wresting the World Championship away from the German. So Reinhard leads from Grosskamp in second. Hagberg needs a result here as well, having not performed to his high standards in the first race as they zip across the line. And this is the battle for second place. And it is Gilles Grosskamp, the Dutchman who now lives in Thailand, in second place ahead of the Swede Alexander Hagberg in the mainly green car. Oh, there's a touch there, and everybody's and there's someone else going over. That's Hagberg, I think, and oh my goodness me, Grosskamp is right over onto the early part of the circuit, the later part of the circuit, my apologies. That was a big incident, and that's a stop-go for Hagberg. Now, let's have a look at the start of this incident. Here's the tag. This is why Hagberg has been given the stop-go. Grosskamp gets clipped by a couple of cars there, then he gets rolled, sort of recovers. Yes, he's back on his wheels. There's more action ahead of him. But what's he doing here? He's gone absolutely bananas, full throttle, completely out of control, and ends up, here it is coming towards us, launched into the air, goes on to the later part of the track, and ironically, as his World Championship aspirations disappear, there goes Mark Reinhard, surely on the way to defend his World Championship. And in amongst all of that, Reinhard leads by a country mile from in second place. Toyota Matsuzaki from the back of the grid in the bright yellow-bodied Yokomo machine. And then it's Prumper, Krapp, Wilke and Lemieux, the top 6. As they go through the hairpin, there's Lemieux just gaining on this little battle, which is now for third place. Prumper, Krapp and Wilke. Lemieux trying to get on the back of that, and it is almost on the back of that with the blue nose section to his touring car. There he is. And he's beginning to put a little bit of pressure on Victor Wilke with the yellow on the rear end of his car. As you see them come back towards us again. There's Wilke and there is Lemieux. Wilke just beginning to get a little bit out of shape. Obviously beginning to feel that challenge coming behind him. Mark Reinhard, by the way, is well away from all of this. As Wilke rolls out! Wilke rolls out of his position in 5th, and that's let Lemieux go through. Recovered quickly, but the American needed no second invitation and very quickly is onto the back of the German in 4th place. Christopher Krapp, and he's having a go as well at Prumper ahead of him. Very shortly, I think we're going to have 3 touring cars battling for third place. Suzuki has got away from this and given himself a little bit of breathing space. And again, Lemieux, just the third of those 3, looking to pick up any pieces from action ahead of him. Still can't really get used to the speed of these cars. Instant torque from the electric motors. Across the line they go. Look at that. That is real time. We're not doing anything with that as Lemieux goes down the inside, and that's a very clean overtaking manoeuvre. The second part of it not quite so tasty. So the American Paul Lemieux now up into 4th place. Can he do anything about the 3 drivers ahead of him? It will be Hayato Matsuzaki, his next target. Oh, goodness me, look at that battle further down the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. And really battling in the midfield at the moment. And there, I think that's Ronald Volker down there amongst that, among the rest of the drivers. And really, you do not want to be in among that in a world final. Much better to be Mark Reinhardt out in front. And that is 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Harper, Volker, Krepp and Grosskamp that we are looking at. So the middle part of the top 10, and despite what I say about battling in the midfield, there's a lot of honour of course here, and it will mean better positioning in the overall standings at the end of the weekend. I suppose seeing that you came 3rd or 4th in the World Championships is better than saying that you came 8th, 9th or 10th, and potentially a springboard for sponsors and indeed for your own peace of mind. Now there's the leader, and that's the gap from Reinhardt back to Matsuzuki Hayato. But we are coming towards the end of this encounter, and I think Mark Reinhardt's just pacing himself here because he knows that he's going to win this one and defend, should I say, his World Championship. This will be 3 out of 4 runnings that the German has won in this championship. A quite remarkable run of results. And finally, we see a little bit of emotion from Mark, who can breathe a big sigh of relief. He has taken the World Championship in 2010. So with that victory, the German Mark Reinhardt confirms the title. He's held onto it. Marvellous stuff from Mark.
Mark Reinhardt, 3-time world champion. I don't know what to say, fantastic.
Yeah, it couldn't have been better for me. I mean, I was a little bit lucky that I could pull away on the start. And then I feel sorry for Elias because he got kicked out. He was, I think, the same speed as I was. So, I mean, for me it was lucky that I could cruise around because it was a big gap, like 3 seconds. So, yeah, it was pretty good for me.
I should be for sure on the podium, and now I'm a little bit, I'm 6th, and it's a shame. I'm really happy for the Tamiya team, especially for Mark and Elliot. And it's just a shame what happened in the first and the second main. I don't want to talk bad anymore because we spoke it out, and it's done and it's finished now. And just continue the good shape of the team for the future races.
Well, there we go. Some good memories, I would imagine, for Mark Reinhardt. Not such good memories for Yildiz Grosskamp, but Touring Car Worlds fans will know that Yildiz got his Worlds on his home track. Just repositioning, you can see live. We're down to very few cameras now because of the inclement conditions. We have any other cameras? I don't believe we do. That camera's in the dry, so that's good news. What we're doing, essentially, is we're setting up as best we can to cover a round of qualifying in torrential rain, which is going to be fun, and we'll see how that goes. So, yeah, allegedly, the round is going to start in 4 minutes. We'll see if it does. And we'll be back with the track action when the track opens.
Going to come down the front straightaway, he's going to cross the line to win the European Championship. Mark Reinhardt is a European champion. There you go, big congratulations from Ronald Volker and from Yannick Krumper. Fantastic racing from Mark Reinhardt and from the rest of the A finalists here in leg 2.
For Remy Callens, there is only one car on the track, and it's him. As he makes his final lap, not a speck of pressure has been shown by this first-time champ. Look out for Remy Callens and his X-Ray in the future.
Over the timing line, and we are now entering what should be the final lap. It's the last lap. Hagberg looks inside. It's the last lap. Can he do anything about Volker now? He goes up. Can he get a no? Volker has got to do the straight. He's got to turn the corner. He's got to go across the toe beam, and he gets it. Volker, European champion.
Ronald Volker, 2 corners away from the European Championship title, qualified second on the grid. Thought it was going to go to 3 legs. Down the front straight he goes. Ronald Volker comes through to take the title. Hagberg finishes in second place. Ronald Volker taking the European Championship title.
Three times outdoors, twice indoors, 5 European champions. Ronald, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Well, there we go. Lots of dry track action there. And all the water on the prize podium, and that's exactly where you want it, not falling from the sky. They're the shots we have right now, and the reason for that is we are rapidly rebuilding the whole setup so that we can bring you a live stream. Unfortunately, we don't have adequate coverage of our position. It's leaking very badly, and buckets of water coming in onto the team and their equipment. So obviously, it's not safe to work in those conditions. So we are finding a new setup, and don't worry, you're not actually missing anything. Good news is they are going to continue racing, or at least that's the theory, that's the plan. We are going to continue racing, and we will see. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the 2012 Stock Euros.
Well, hello, welcome to the final EFRA European Championships of 2012. We've travelled from our very miserable corner of Europe to here, Alcobendas, in glorious 30-degree heat. It's the 1/10th Stock Touring Car European Championships. Of course, we made it in time for the opening ceremony. Let's go meet some of the favourites in the pits. You're a multiple national champion here in Spain. What brings you to the Stock Euros?
Well, mainly it's because it's my home track, and well, it was easy to travel to these Euros.
Yeah, and we know you very well from your driving in 12th. You're inside the top 15, 12 drivers in the world. What brings you to the 10th Stock Euros?
Well, I do some holiday here with my girlfriend and my daughter, so it's just our holiday and brings a lot of fun here.
So you're just here for fun, basically?
Yeah, really nice, really nice.
I love this category because the level it's very high, and especially here in Spain, because of many Spain driver it's super strong, and French guy it's super fast, German, so it's perfect because the people is maximum friendly, and you know the agility when the people is maximum friendly, all his work is good.
What's it like driving stock as opposed to mod? Does it demand more of the driver? Is it harder?
Yeah, it's harder the first time because the drive style is completely different. So the time when you leave and when you use the gas is completely different, and also the setup is different. You need to have the car maximum free in the corner, so no stop. It's different work, but it's good because in the same motor, so it's actually the setup and the drive style. So I think it's exciting for sure.
I am mainly a gas driver, so I have some problems with the setup of the cars. Also, the rubber tires are more difficult to drive for me. So.
Did you have a little accident, break your car in one of the rounds?
Yeah. I have some traction ruling and one wishbone was broken.
I think stock is more for, it's better to say for the better drivers, but you have to drive really, really close line. And the battles are really hard, so maybe you drive 5 minutes in about 1/10 of a second. So in modified, you can make a mistake and just push it away with your speed. In stock, it's impossible. You have to drive a really, really close line.
All we have to drive the 10.5 motor, so to get more speed we go more hot, and the hotter you drive, the less the motor lasts.
And how does that impact on the driving? Does it feel very pressured? Is it very competitive driving?
Yeah, it's more stress, because there are only a few tenths of seconds that you have of advantage or disadvantage, so it's really, really close, the racing.
Well, with the speeds on track, pretty impressive. The running order here, relatively relaxed. We have 3 rounds of control practice today, qualifying tomorrow, and the finals on Sunday. So stay tuned to EFRA.ws as the weekend unfolds.
Well, the weekend is unfolding from here. And still no track action. Oh no, we have track action. Okay, so we have cars on track. We don't have commentary yet, but we will do soon. So we're going to resolve that, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
It's the start of the final round of qualifying here in France, and it has just started raining. Let's go and talk to the drivers and see what they're going to do about these wet conditions. So are you going to go out in the wet conditions this afternoon?
Yes, I think so, because my car is ready, and even I think it's it's hard to beat the times from the guys who are running now in the dry.
Drive it as best you can.
Camera out there. And
There's James.
We have a fixed camera out covering the track. I am in undercover. I've got a timing screen at least in front of me. So we're just going to see who chooses to go out. It's going to be a bit anticlimactic. So getting ready for the heat number 2 to go out there. And looks like we've got a few cars venturing out onto track. Okay, Martin Rasmussen, Oliver Heiser, Xavier De Bruyne running around on track at the moment. There's a 4th car as well. It's Mark Young. Okay, so transponder, yeah, a few transponders not counting. I'm in a lower position now out on, can't really see the track position as well, so this will be based mainly off the timing screen for the next bit. What we were saying is this has turned a little bit anticlimactic now. Adam Isay is effectively on pole position. We can get Stefan Schultz matching him on points, but Stefan is not going to set a better time in these conditions. So that one is done. Adam Isay is your pole man. In the spec class, we've got Simon Lauter with his 2 zeros, Ollie Bolting and Ollie Payne with a 0 each. But if they were to go out, they'd have to win the round, which either of them can do, but they would also have to beat Simon Lauter's time. One of them might go out there because if they fancy getting a round win, that would at least get them second on the grid rather than third. So that one is still up for grabs, but looks like we have Simon Lauter confirmed as poleman, effectively. And in modified, again, it's the same scenario. Michael Orlowski having taken 2 round wins and is sitting on the fastest time, a 20 in 5:06. Mark Reinhardt's also done a 5:06.076. Doesn't quite beat Michael Orlowski's earlier time. So although Mark Reinhardt could potentially match Michael Orlowski in terms of his 2 zeros, he's not going to do a quicker time out there in this round. So de facto, that has sealed the pole position for Michael Orlowski. So 3 pole positions settled by the weather. A little bit unfortunate because that was building to a nice crescendo. Out on track at the moment. Oliver Heiser leading this one from Martin Rasmussen. Again, we're not in a position to have a motion camera at the moment, so apologies for that one, but we're doing what we can to maintain some semblance of coverage for you. Running towards the end of this qualification heat. Again, just trying to get ourselves re-established after the incoming rain shower. So I had just hearing a call from the ref low on the sweeper, so someone obviously spinning off the top of that one. Martin Rasmussen leading this one. Lap times obviously substantially slower than they were in the dry. So heat number 3 next. We already know Adam Isay will be starting on pole position. So cars starting to be called through as finished. Just waiting for one more car to finish. That's Yannick Romans. So Yannick Romans finishing that one. So it's still a good opportunity for some of these drivers. Could get them some good round points, although we were saying we've already sealed TQ. This could lock some people into the A final if they choose to go out or not, obviously with not everybody running. Adam Isay, Stefan Schultz already in the final. Just having a look out in the pit lane. I can see, just seeing whose car I can see. Daniel Perlman's car is out there. So certainly some of the cars being taken out there. And Daniel Perlman is the only one that's made it out the pit lane with 30 seconds. Okay, so only 3 cars making it out onto track. So some good round scores coming up. So Daniel Perlman is out there. Just seeing who else. The 6 and the 4 car. So Jacques Liebert and Marc Valent. So could have some good round scores coming up here for Daniel Perlman. So only 3 drivers running. We already know Adam Isay will be starting on pole position. I think Daniel Perlman, though, with if he can take this round, he's going to be in a pretty good position with a 0. Just looking at what else he's already got. He has got a 3, 0 and a 3. So yeah, Daniel Perlman could get himself from 3rd up into 3rd overall on the grid. If he can take this round win. Daniel Perlman leading this one from Jacques Liebert. Mark Valent pops himself up into second position. Just looking at their forecast time, 12 in 5:15 for Daniel Perlman currently. And just having a look at the previous guys. This heat see. So Daniel Perlman currently heading for the quickest time in the round. So a round win could drop him into third position overall on the grid.
So bear with us. Current plan is to bring back the moving camera, as we think it is going to be okay to do so in the uncovered position we have, but we think it's going to be possible to bring back the moving camera, so just bear with. And we should have James commentating and camera moving all at once very soon. And if you're wondering, yeah, you are watching the EFRA MonacoRC 1/10 Electric Track European Championships coming to you live. This is live from Belgium, where we've just had the most incredible torrential rain downpour. It cancelled qualifying round 4 of modified, but as the conditions would be deemed to be consistent for qualifying round 5, they are pursuing this final round of qualifying. Won't do a great deal, we don't think, to the overall qualifying results, but it's probably it's raining again. Okay, so the rain has returned. So we will continue to try and bring you moving camera coverage. As James explained earlier, qualifying is pretty much set. It's not going to do a great deal to the standings, but of course we all love a bit of wet racing, so we do want to see those cars going around, and we do want to see if anyone can, I mean, as James said before, winning a heat is going to be a good thing to do. So bear with us, and we will be back with you very, very soon. Okay.
say anything about Mike.
Who is on pole position for really all of these classes. It's technically possible for tie-break situations, but that's going to come down to fastest times, and with no one being able to go faster in these conditions than times already set, that has effectively sealed it. So we have got Adam Isay on pole position for the front wheel drive class. We've got the spec class with Simon Lauter defending his title from pole position, and we have got Michael Orlowski in modified. What could change is who is second on the grid for each of those. So still worth going out for people. Nick Vrank's now leading this with the number 1 car. He was an all orange coloured car, but just trying to spot him now. Of course, people now running wet cars, which ruins. There we go. He's a bluey coloured car out there. So as part of our waterproofing measures, I'm not currently able to have visibility of what you can, what you are seeing on the screen, but we're going to try and pick up the number 1 car. So we'll see if we can get the number 1 car out there. He's just done a bit of a Larry backwards slide. There we go. So should have a moving camera now on the number 1 car coming out onto the main straight. Down the main straight. There we go. Through the bank sweeper. A little bit of a twitch through there. So not going to be quite as active in terms of moving around and picking up different cars, but we will at least try and bring you some action over the remainder of this round. There we go. Still running with Nick Vranks, our leader in this race. So very, very different, very wet conditions now out there on circuit. Very, very different to what they had before. So close to making it all the way through the day without any wet running. But we got within 2 hours of it. We very nearly got within 5 minutes of making it 4 complete rounds. As it was, we got 4 complete rounds of front-wheel drive, 4 complete rounds of spec, and we got 3 complete rounds of modified done. So with 3, 2 will count. Of course, this is currently running as a complete round. The conditions are considered consistent, so this will be the same for everybody, and opportunity to put times in within the same conditions. So just having a bit of a reorganisation, get the camera into a slightly better position. So 1 minute until the start of heat number 5. And yeah, just feeling a little bit more rain coming in. That better? No, mine's in my bag. It's okay. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. So just hearing heavy rain starting again. Seeing who has ventured out on circuit. We've got the 3 car of Enrico Young leading away though with this heavier rain now. Not sure if that's going to stop any of the drivers circulating. Enrico Jung with the number 3 car. His is the green front, white rear car. He is just coming round. Let's stick with Enrico. Currently the quickest car out there. So Enrico Young coming out down the main straight now. And having to navigate a spun car in the middle of the sweeper. So we're going to start seeing puddles. We're going to start seeing standing water out there. Most definitely on the track. Enrico Jung out onto the main straight, gasses it up. Rooster tails and big Larry slide for him. And this is just getting heavier and heavier. The water getting deeper and deeper. Don't know if these guys are going to continue running. Enrico Jung we're running with at the minute out onto the main straight. So down the main straight course, some different body shells on show because these will be wet cars that people are running now, not cars that they ran earlier on. And just having a look to see where we're at in terms of Weather forecasting. So we've got quite heavy rain scheduled to arrive in the next half hour or so. But we're going to press on, try and get this round completed in the wet, albeit with fewer cars. What it does mean is that it's already sealed effectively the TQ positions, but we're running with Enrico Young at the moment. Lead car in this course. If you choose to go out in these conditions and others don't, then it can give you a really good round score. So, you know, any one of these guys, if this pops them up with a top 10 round score, it could quite easily launch them up a final or two. The only thing we're going to be keeping an eye out for is any sort of lightning. There is some of that forecast at some point. Enrico Young just makes a bit of a mistake into the sweeper, but keeps it going, keeps it moving. Keeps it going, keeps it circulating around there on track. So Enrico is good at the minute. Just doing what he needs to. Basically, it's a matter of survival in these sort of conditions. So fresh set of wets for everybody. So one set of wets allocated to them. I mean, it's not forecast that they'll need these tomorrow. But we're sticking with Enrico Young at the moment. Enrico Young leading this one pretty comfortably. Just having a look at his advantage. At the moment, he is about 3 seconds to the good. So he is the only driver heading for a 14-lap run at the moment. Laurent Hallowin running in second position. Julian Yost in third. Julian looking quite... Oh, mistake there from Enrico. That was very stylish. Did a complete donut and carried on going. Saying Julian Yost very much at home in these wet conditions. Seems to be getting harder and harder out there, but Enrico Young managing to do what he can. In fact, I suspect that mistake might just have dropped him off the 14-lap pace. Has it? No, it hasn't. He is still on for the 14-lap run. So Laurent Hallowin has finished. Enrico has indeed made it across for his extra lap. So Enrico Young taking that one. It's a decent score. He'll be hoping that one launches him up the order later on. Enrico Young taking that from Laurent Hallowin. So, again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our coverage. It's late on in the day. It's a little bit wet. It's a little bit soggy. But doing our best to bring you what we can. 30 seconds till the start of this. Rick van der Akker. Looks like there's a bunch of cars going out, so everybody's seeing it as an opportunity to get a good round score in. Rick van der Akker going to lead away. Of course, the results could end up very, very different. The sort of previous pace really has nothing to do with how well these guys go in, how well these will go in the wet. So Rick van der Akker has led away. He is running the yellow front, red centre, white rear body off the end of the main straight, literally off the end of the main straight. But I think everybody making the same mistake. Of course, it's the first time that these guys have driven on this wet track today. It may be the first time out in the wet for any of them at all. Rick down the main straight, let's see, slows right down there, navigates it quite nicely. There is quite a nice big puddle developing. So see some brave souls pushing it quite hard at the end of the straight and just disappearing. They're heading straight for the scenery. There's Rick again. A little bit of a wobble there for Rick van der Akker. Still leading this heat. So let's continue to run with him for the minute. Rick van der Akker does a very stylish donut off the end of the straight. We've got a prone car out there. I think that is the 9 car of Tom Adams. So that's always the danger, that you're going to get some stop cars out there not moving. Of course, the marshals need to be careful as well. That grass is particularly slippery, so I don't want to see any injuries to marshals either. Rick van der Akker continues to lead this one. And another little donut for Rick. Doesn't matter. Continues building his lead. At this point, it is just keep it on the black stuff. Try and keep it pointing in the right direction. If you absolutely can. Wildly fishtailing there for Rick. His lead, though, I believe, is still building over Pavel Stasowski. Let me just check. In fact, Boris Silardi running in second position now. But Rick, a couple of seconds to the good from Boris Silardi. Slow last lap from Rick, but we saw the reason for that. And that's slightly concerning. Just seeing someone do a complete donut on the main straight with no steering lock applied. So that kind of means that there's a lot of standing water and we're starting to see cars aquaplaning out there. What that means is that effectively the tyres just lift up out of the water, or the chassis of the car lifts up and it's just floating on a plank of water. Rick van der Akker has a little bit of a look at some traffic. I mean, it's hard enough getting around. He's made it past, so worked nicely there with car 8. Car 8 is, who's that? Bert Aerden. So Rick working quite nicely through the traffic, although he has obviously just made a mistake because he's ended up back behind Bert and across the grass. But Rick is still leading this one from Boris Silardi. Still by a couple of seconds as well. Rick back past again. Down the main straight. Through the banking. Big slide for Rick. All the style points. Keeping it going. Tries a little bit of a wayward line. Not sure if that was deliberate or whether he turned in and just needed to catch the slide. But really, really slippery out here now. And backwards again off the end of the main straight for Rick. He just manages to catch it. So again, think he needs to buy that number 8 car a beer of Bert Ayrton, because Bert being very generous to him when he keeps on catching him, passing him, making a mistake in front of him. So let's see if Rick is more circumspect this time. No, not really. Puts it on the grass, keeps it going just. That's the main thing. It's like, if you do go off, try and keep it moving. Try and get it back on the black stuff. You do not want to have to get a marshal out there. The marshals will quite rightly be very, very careful. It will cost them a lot of time. But I think Boris Silardi is probably going to take this after some of the Larry stuff that Rick van der Acker has been pulling. Just wait and see as they cross the line. Rick van der Acker to the top, just going to wait and see if Boris Silardi jumps him as he crosses the line, and he does. So Boris Silardi getting that one right at the end. So that is heat number 6 over. Yep, I can hear you, Matt.
And now the stream can hear me. Well, we're back up and running, well and truly, and we're midway through or almost midway through the final round. And as Andy Hyde points out, presumably P2, 3 and 4 on the grid will be affected by the last round. So racing
yes,
could be exciting.
It will be affected by the last round, because effectively, like in spec, if Ollie Payne or Ollie Baltink takes the last round of qualifying, they'll match Simon Lauter actually on a round score. They'll both have they'll both have 2 zeros, which matches Simon's. It's just the fact that Simon's got the quickest time already, so yeah, no one's going to match Simon's score and do a quicker time than Simon's already managed in the dry. So that's why we're saying it's already a foregone conclusion. It's technically it is still open, but it's reliant on someone doing a faster time, which it's not going to happen. So, but what Andy said is absolutely right and very prescient. Different places on the grid are up for grabs, and we've just seen that in the front wheel drive class. Daniel Perlman going out there in the wet and taking the round win. Other drivers choosing to sit it out, and Daniel, with the round win, has got himself third on the grid for the finals. So, still all to play for.
And what's it like overall weather-wise now? It looks like, is it slightly brightening up?
There's heavy rain forecast at basically on the hour. Let's see where we're at the moment. We are about 15 minutes away. The worry that we have, the rain isn't so much of a concern. It's that there's potentially some thunder and lightning around, and some thunderstorms. So in the event of lightning, then we will stop. At that point, then there'll be a decision made whether we continue with it. But we'll keep on pressing on and seeing what we can get at the moment, and see what that does to the results. Got some sort of a result screen here, so we'll try our best to keep you informed. We're not fully set up as we would be in like completely dry conditions, but we're doing what we can to bring you as best coverage as we possibly can do. So Mark Valent going to lead these guys away for heat number 7. Just getting a rundown of the sort of running order. Can hear a noise in the background. It's the air compressors working overtime. Of course, the drivers, having been out in the wet, wanting to clean off their cars as best as possible. So Orlando Fanili very, very carefully off of the line. Down the main straight, and what does that corner do? He's seen other people spin off there. He's just about managed to get round, so it's just tiptoe round for the first couple of laps, just tentatively find out where the grip is, where the traction is. This the white front car with the orange coloured rear of Orlando Fanili. Out onto the main straight, just squeeze that throttle a little bit harder. There you go, too much. Straight on the grass, off the end of the main straight. So let's pick up the white and blue rear. That is, I believe, Maxime Ripoll, the number 2 car. Still leading this one from Corentin de Crête, the all-white car with him. So 2 cars you can probably see on shot at the moment. And Maxime Ripoll and Corentin de Crête. Basically, they can get it around the bank sweeper at the end of the main straight. The others can't. Corentin de Crête now, the white car, takes the lead. So let's just pick up this all-white coloured car, heading out towards past the bleachers out onto the main straight. Corentin de Crête, let's just see again. Down the end of the main straight, he manages to get it in. Maxime Ripoll going with him. Everybody else being so careful. And it's so easy, you just go out there and it's like, I made it through there one lap. Next lap you try it just a little bit harder, and all that time that you've gained, you can just spin it away. But Corentin looking actually relatively in control out there. Certainly leading the heat. He's in with a good shout of getting a faster time than the previous lot. So Corentin de Crête just trying to stretch his lead over Maxime Ripoll. Rain is starting up again. So more rain coming down, so lashing the circuit here. Corentin de Crête continues to build his lead. That was 2 wheels on the grass. You really don't want to be doing that. He's got away with that. He'll probably be wanting to stop and buy a lottery ticket later on. Half the race remaining. Corentin de Crête, we're running with him at the moment, still leading this one. Down the main straight, through the banking, a little bit of a speed wobble there. He's just being so careful. You've just got to squeeze that throttle really gently as you come out, well, out of every single corner, but even off the end of the main straight, you do a lot of your slowing down before you turn it in. You're just trying to manage the weight transfer around the car, and that's actually sort of slowing down and passing a car in the middle of the banking there for Corentin de Crête. So his lead continuing to grow. I think Adrien Violette running in a net second position. Adrien is running in second position at the minute, but we'll still continue to run with Corentin de Crête. A little bit deep there, but that's okay. He can get away with that one. Corentin de Crête leading, looking for a 13-lap run. So maybe not quite as quick as the run that Enrico Jung managed earlier. So 1 minute to go, still running with Corentin de Crête. Lead car. He took the lead off of Maxime Ripoll earlier, got past him, and has just continued to stretch his lead. Stay away from those curbs, Corentin. Of course, with this being a nitro track as well, some of these slow corners, that's exactly where you get on the gas, where you get all of that really rich fuel mixture dumped out the exhaust pipe. That's full of oil. It's going to make it super slippery. 2 wheels on the grass again from Corentin. He's brave in that one. So Corentin just coming across the line. So good run there from Corentin de Kret to finish up quickest overall in that heat from Adrien Violette. Maxime Ripoll in 3rd position. What have we got now? We have got heat number 8 coming up. Heat number 8. Heat 10 is the top heat. Seeing how many cars are coming out. We're getting more and more cars coming out. I think the drivers have realised that it's a good opportunity for an exceptional round score. Cars lined up on the grid. Nico Catalani going to lead away from Giovanni Mogwes. So it'll be the number 7 car set to lead away. We'll run with him for the start. Then we'll see who looks quick and try and pick them up if we need to. Nico Catalan very, very gently off the line. No one's gassed it up and just spun it on the line before the loop yet. But I'm kind of predicting Heat 11, the first heat of modified, may well see some of that going on. Just keeping an eye on the times. Nico Catalani, 4th after the opening lap, but he's just feeling out his way. A little bit of a twitch there. There's a nasty bit of standing water at the end of the main straight. But front 4 seem to have made a bit of a break for it. Jeremy Delalondre looks to be the driver on the move. He is the sort of greeny coloured car on the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick him up, the number 4 car through the middle of the banking. Looks like we've got him. So Jeremy Delalondre looks to be the man on the move and having the most confidence in these conditions. And of course, that's really what driving in these conditions is all about, confidence. It's just treading that fine line between confidence and overconfidence. It's not so much walking the tightrope as jumping onto the tightrope in the first place. But Jeremy Delalondre just about hanging on to that car, and he has made it through now on Nico Catalani. So Jeremy Delalondre has picked his way through the 2 cars that started in front of him. Down the main straight, turns his car in off the end of the main straight, and he is doing what he needs to, getting it round. So going nicely, going very well for Jeremy at the minute. Jeremy Delalondre still leading this one. We're running with him at the moment. Predicted a 13.503. Be interesting to see what the top guys end up managing to do, because some of them a little bit more experience running in the wet than others. So could be some good opportunities for the very top guys to pump in some good scores. Still Jeremy Delalondre leading. Pulled a fairly massive gap now. It's Mike Martinez running in second position. So like 1.9 seconds of a lead for Jeremy Delalondre. He's doing the right thing, just as he's catching cars, he's just catching them, passing them. Looks like that 5 car with him has got some pace. That is Benjamin Brassey. No, he looked like he was challenging, but no. Jeremy looking relatively comfortable, just wants to keep it moving. He's got himself into a nice rhythm, avoid that curb and that one too. Avoid every curb, basically. The last few seconds for these drivers. So just coming in towards their finishing times. So the last thing you want to do, having constructed a decent clean run at this point, is throw it all away by putting it on the grass. But Jeremy Delalondre showing how it's done. Jeremy Delalondre crossing the line to take that one then from, I think, Mike Martinez popping up in second position. Getting set for Heat 9 then, the penultimate heat of spec. So on the run for home now. We're right at the time that we were expecting sort of heavier rain and thunder to come in. Let's just get a bit of an update. It says it's pretty nailed on, but the heavy stuff's maybe moved back by half an hour or so. They might just get away with it for spec.
Last thing we want is thunderstorms or bright sunshine changing the conditions back to being sunny and dry again. I mean, I know that's a long shot, a bit far-fetched.
It'll be dry tomorrow, apparently. So, dry tomorrow is what
dry all day, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, I mean, we only need to get... We have... Tomorrow we have... There's practice finals, first thing. They're short practice finals. But then, yeah, we have just three-legged finals. Three-legged finals doesn't mean that you're tied to the person next to you.
Okay.
Obviously, like a three-legged race. But that would make life quite interesting.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe if their arms were tied together, it would have more of an impact on the actual driving.
It would make it slightly challenging, yes. Niels de Gruyter going to lead away. In fact, Niels de Gruyter not leading away. Niels de Gruyter not out on the track. So Manuel Wagner has led away with the number 1 car. So we're running with Manuel Wagner as he goes around the banking. These guys all managing to navigate it. I'm expecting this to start looking very chaotic in the first heat of modified when we get there. So Frederik Hovgaard, the early leader with the 3 car. What's that? He is the minty green coloured car. He's just crossed the line now. Let's see if we can pick him up. Just heading out through the hairpins towards the bleachers. So got Frederik Hovgaard, the leader, through the banking. Frederik carving his way past the traffic. And he is still leading that one from Stefan Schultz. Stefan circulating by himself now because Manuel Wagner made a bit of a mistake. Let's see what Frederik can do. Frederik looks to have a lot of confidence off the end of the main straight. He is heading for a 14-lap run currently. Stefan heading for a run around 4 seconds back. So Frederik Hovgaard looking pretty decent out on track at the moment and eyeballing where he is relative to Stefan Schultz. The gap just coming down and down and down. So Frederik down the main straight once more. Through that banking, he's taking a lot of speed into that banking. But the car seems to be living with it. So again, another chunk of time out of Stefan Schultz in front of him. So Stefan will be pushing as hard as he dares. But again, Stefan goes a little bit high up the banking, a little bit of push. And, small mistake there from Frederik, but gets away with it. He just turned in a little bit early, bit much curb. Just styles out a bit of a drift. So closing in, you'll probably see appearing in the front of shot fairly shortly, Stefan Schultz. But we are still with the car of Frederik Hovgaard, the number 3 car, as he's trying to chase down the car of Stefan Schultz. They kind of matched each other that lap. So Stefan seeing the imminent danger, realising he needs to push a little bit harder off the end of the main straight. But Frederik throwing caution to the wind now. He sees the opportunity of a good score. Very Larry there, just pitching the car in. But holding it into a nice drift. Frederik Hovgaard leading this one from Stefan Schultz. Still predicting a 14-lap run for Frederik Hovgaard. How long do we have left? We are just checking on the time. So Frederick still closing all the time on Stefan Schultz. Stefan can occasionally, when he hooks a lap up, match what Frederick is doing every lap. But seeing just closing in. So Frederick, very straight line across the curb there. Just closing in on the back of Stefan. Where are we on times currently? We are, let's have a look. Frederick Hofgaard still predicting his 14-lap run. So Frederick has made it across by a couple of tenths for his 14-lap run. That could come in very, very handy. So Frederick Hofgaard could well have put himself in a really good position there. Frederick Hofgaard in with a shout of a really good round score. So we are now set for the top heat of spec to go out. Just seeing whose car's being put down. Looks like most of these guys are going out. I can see Simon Lauter's car going down. The only car I haven't seen is... yeah, I've just seen Ollie Payne's car. Bizarrely, Ollie Payne's car just been handed to Lucas Urban. But... so cars just being placed down. So everybody navigating that big puddle at the end of the pit lane. So top heat, we'll have a look at the overalls after this heat. So we already know Simon Lauter's going to be starting on pole with his 2-round wins. Ollie Boltink or Ollie Payne could match him in terms of round wins, but they're not going to do a quicker time than Simon has. But will still be interesting. See what effect this has on the overall come the end of it. Simon Lauter will be leading away. Here's familiar race paint, the white, orange and burgundy number 2 car. Then Ollie Boltink and Ollie Payne. So we'll give them a couple of laps to settle in, then we'll start looking at who looks fast in these wet conditions. And then we should be able to bring you a rundown of the top 10 pretty much immediately after this has gone. So Simon just squeezes the throttle, gets off the line, as does Ollie Boltink, as does Ollie Payne. Looks like all the drivers are out on track. Simon Lauter just trying to keep the car in a straight line as best as possible. Looks like he's got a decent opening lap as well. Ollie Payne kind of going with him. Simon Lauter, sideways there, off the end of the banking. But maintains momentum, keeps the car moving forward. Ollie Payne still running in second position to Simon Lauter. But Simon would kind of make that irrelevant. If he wins this round as well, then that kind of keeps a bit of a status quo going on behind him. Ollie Boltink looks like he might have picked up the pace as well a little bit. He certainly kind of gapped Ollie Payne. Max Mackler up into second in the wet now. Are we going to have, what can Max do if he wins this? Are we going to have a 4th round winner from 5 rounds? There's quite a long way to go for that to happen, though. Still running with Simon Lauter. As he comes out towards the main straight, he has certainly gapped Ollie Payne. Just going to have a look at the gap between Simon and Max at the front of the field there. There is a 1.5 seconds. Top 4 all predicting 14 lap runs currently. So Simon Lauter leading this one from Max Mackler, Ollie Boltink and Ollie Payne. We're running with Simon Lauter. Just sliding round, slithering round, trying to maintain some sort of momentum. I think Ollie Boltink might have just jumped Ollie Payne. Yes, he has. Max Mackler still running in second. Small little wobble there for Simon as he passed the number 6 car. We're starting to see rain again. That was Jesper Rasmussen that he's just passed. So rain coming down again. Let's just see what this does to the lap times. It could speed them up. It could slow them down. Let's have a look what their predicted times are doing. Simon Lauter still leading this one from Max Mackler. Lap times have remained fairly consistent. Simon Lauter with the quickest lap so far. Just seeing what else is going on. Looks like Max Mackler is about to catch Ollie Payne, but meanwhile Simon Lauter is miles ahead out in front. Pulled a nice gap on Ollie Boltink. Just checking how long we have left. Max Mackler still running in second position. Ollie Boltink in third. Ollie Payne running at 4th position currently. Looking at our overall times, we've got about 1 minute and 20 left. So 14 lap runs coming for the top 3. Simon Lauter, Max Mackler and Ollie Boltink all predicting 14 lap runs. So we'll work out the permutations of what that's done for grid positions. We already know Simon Lauter will be starting on pole anyway. This would just confirm it with 3 round wins to the 1 round win each for Ollie Payne and Ollie Boltink. I think it's not going to change an awful lot in the top 3 because Ollie Boltink would be second on the grid anyway, because he's got a faster time than Ollie Payne managed. Still with Simon. Just having a look. So Ollie Payne, in fact, drops down to 5th because Lucas Ellerbrock got him right at the end of that one. So Simon Lauter has done his 14-lap run, as has Max Mackler, as has Ollie Boltink, just waiting for Max to cross the line. Max drops to 3rd behind Ollie Boltink at the end there. So let's have a look and see what that's done to our overall ranking lists. So what do we have? We have Simon Lauter on pole position. We kind of knew that. We have got Ollie Boltink will be starting 2nd. Ollie Payne starts 3rd. We then have Adam Isay in 4th position. Niels de Greiser in 5th. Lucas Ellerbrock will start in 6th position. Max Mackler will start 7th. Jesper Rasmussen 8th. Mattis Bennett in 9th, and we have Benjamin Elbisser starting in 10th position. Manuel Wagner is the unlucky BQ. Enrico Young with a great result in that last round, third in round in that last round, has launched himself up the order and has put himself 13th with a third in round. That's a stonking result from him. And good to see Rick van der Acker as well putting in an appearance in the B final. So some good results from sort of lower qualifying heats. But getting set now for modified. So last 4 races. Last 4 races getting set. Rain intensity increasing. Some hardy souls going out there. Benjamin Jabira going to lead away with the number 1 car. He is the all yellow coloured car. And I'm looking forward to seeing the end of the main straight with these modified cars for the first time. This could be chaos. So let's just see who does what. Ben Jabira wants to go on the B of Bang. So onto the main straight for the first time, opens it up. What does he do? Oh, he's made it. So he's made it. He's made it round. They're actually being surprisingly restrained round there. Everybody's made it through so far. That's almost disappointing, but here we go again. And still making it stick. So Ben Jabira picking his way past the number 8 car of Pascal Escude. You're seeing who looks like they have got some pace out there. Benjamin Jabira is leading. We're running with him at the moment. The all yellow coloured number 1 car. So rain starting to intensify now. And we've got a stoppage for 1 car out there. Still Benjamin Jabira leading this one. And rain steadily increasing. Benjamin Jabira leading round pretty comfortably out in front of this one. Benjamin picking up the pace And 3 cars just seen doing a donut at the end of the main straight. Does that mean it's getting harder out there? Let's have a look. Rain definitely getting heavier. Ben Jabira getting a bit of a sideways moment on. With Benjamin Jabira picking up the pace. Just watch cars starting to disappear off the end of the main straight as the rain intensity increases. Car starting to break down and stop, and there we go, just a straight spin in a straight line almost. So rain intensity definitely increasing now, and cars struggling to make it down the main straight. Here we go, let's see what Ben Jabira does. He does the sensible thing, he backs right out of it, slows it right down. Not that much curb there, Ben. That's a little bit off on the... he's really struggling now. So rain now throwing it down over the circuit. Benjamin round the banking. So this heat number 11 of 14. Rain getting heavier and heavier and heavier. Pole position already settled. Michael Orlowski already starting on pole position. I think we may need to have a brief move of the camera after this race. We've got a bit of a puddle forming on the canopy above us that we probably need to clear, just in case that it doesn't fall on us. So we're just going to see the camera move backwards whilst I give this puddle a prod to get rid of as much of this water that's gathered as we can. Okay, wow. So that is the cleared as best we possibly can.
Amazing sound effects again, guys. I'm not even sure if it's actually raining there, if you've just got like a library of sound effects that you're playing. It literally could be a radio play where you're like in a perfect storm on a boat somewhere. But anyway, you are watching the EFRA MonacoRC Electric 1/10 Track European Championships 2024, where it's an incredibly damp end to qualifying day. We have another 2 heats to go out. 13 being the penultimate.
3 heats to run. So this is heat number 11, just going out on track. So some brave souls venturing out on track. Alessio Meniciucci will be leading away. The number 2 car. He is all white coloured car. Alessio Meniciucci pulls away straight into a puddle. So they're finding out where all the standing water is. Let's have a look down the main straight. Let's just see how they managed to navigate. Alessio, he's just weaving. He's just trying to find where the grip is, where the traction is. I think Dan Robbins made his way to the front, the number 4 car, the white front, sort of blue and black one. We got him, just the lead car, out onto the main straight now. So here comes Dan Robbins, well used to racing in the wet in the UK. This, though, very, very wet, but Dan getting around okay. You can see there's a huge puddle forming that's causing a few issues for drivers. We'll watch when Dan gets there. It is directly under the timing screen. He is making it around the banking. Okay. He's down through here, straight lines that. Yeah, that's good. Right, it's the exit of this next corner here. There we go. You just saw that splash come up from Dan's front wheels as he went through there. If you take the conventional line through that hairpin, you're just hitting that puddle with the steering lock on and you're understeering straight off onto the grass. Dan doing what he can just to keep it moving. So they've got potential for a really good round score here. Dan Robbins down the main straight once more. Slightly high line around the banking. He knows he's driven Cotswolds in the wet. He's driven Halifax in the wet. He knows how to drive on gas tracks in the wet. There we go. Bit of aquaplaning through puddles as well. So struggling to do one complete lap, but Dan Robbins is leading this one by about 0.6 of a second from Martin Wouters at the moment. We're continuing to run with Dan Robbins out in front. Cars just spinning off the main straight in a straight line. So really, really difficult to keep these cars moving. Cars just still heading around the circuit. Dan Robbins just trying to keep the car in a straight line, really. Rooster tails being thrown up. Bit much curb there for Dan, but he holds on to it. But really, really, rain intensifying even more. You can possibly hear it on the shelter that we're stood under. And just getting heavier and heavier and heavier, this rain. So massive rooster tails now being thrown up. Big puddles of standing water. This just an exercise in survival now for these drivers. Just keep the car pointing in a straight line. You only want to be steering or on the throttle. You don't want to be doing both at the same time. Just keep the car moving. Keep it. Just huge puddles and standing water now. I'm not sure if there's a point where they will call a halt to this. But if there is, we must be getting pretty close to it now. We've got just over 30 seconds of this run remaining. But torrential downpour seems to have eased off very, very slightly. But the track is now sodden. Dan Robbins still leading this one from Thomas Stockman. So this could be a little bit chaotic in terms of the, not necessarily at the top of the field, but if someone gets a particularly good round score in the wet, it could well launch them quite a long way up the order. So Dan Robbins taking that one. And we're down to 2 heats remaining.
Well, James, you can say what you like about the Brits, but they know how to drive in the rain.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yeah, they're well experienced at it. We've got more water gathering above us, so I think we might just need a bit more of a prod because yeah, there was more of a downpour.
Okay, I'll let you bail out the water.
It's we're just seeing this like tarpaulin above us and a bit of a puddle appearing. So you might see the camera move back very slightly. You may see the camera move back very, very slightly whilst I clear this next one. In fact, I've just let the cars clear from under us because drivers won't appreciate me pouring water on their cars. Right, cars are out of the pit lane. I'll now give it a... Right, that's got the worst of the water off. Okay, so camera back where it is. So right, who have we got out there? Well, everybody looks like they've headed out there. They're going to brave it. And Ronald's actually running race paint for the first time on his wet car. So Ronald running race paint. Antoine Brunet going to lead away with the number 3 car. He is the all-white car. So again, we'll give it a couple of laps to settle in, see who looks vaguely sensible on speed, and then we'll pick up someone to run with for a little bit. Antoine Brunet leads away. Ronald Volker they're all away, and Antoine Brunet just aquaplaning at the end of the main straight. So already cars spinning off before anyone's got moving. I think Andy Murray's going to have the quickest opening lap. Not quite, but he's certainly right up there. It looked like he made the most sort of progress of anybody. Antoine Brunet has led this one away then. Andy Murray, I've just seen him out the corner. He's made a bit of a mistake, ended up on the grass. He's rejoined, but very gingerly as he gets back on it. So he's going to drop down the field a little bit. Antoine Brunet leading from Ronald Volker, despite Ronald's spin off the end of the main straight. So good opportunity for all of these guys, really, to do as best a time as they possibly can. And I mean, times obviously they're going to be nowhere near what they've managed in the dry. It's just going to be a round score that they're aiming for. And Ronald Volker again off the end of the main straight backwards. We're still running with the car of Antoine Brunet. He started out first, the number 3 car. This all-white coloured car still leading. Just being really, really careful. Don't want to get collected. He kind of got away with that. He just got caught up in someone else's accident. Dropped down the field a little bit. In fact, he's now been off. So that's going to have put, I believe, Ronald Volker to the front of the field. Let's just check as they come across the line. Who's now leading? Antoine Brunet. Remy Callens with the 4 car. So Remy is believe he is the white front, yellow rear car. Remy is that. Yep, that's the number 4 car through the bank sweeper. So Remy Callens now leading this one. Remy Callens now trying to catch up to early leader Antoine Brunet, and that will help him. Antoine spins onto the grass. Marshall being really careful, puts his car down on the banking. Now Remy Callens trying to catch and pass Ronald Volker. Remy definitely leading this one from Ronald. Just feel the rain starting to intensify again. Another shower coming in. So just waiting for the end of this round to see sort of what the possible permutations are, who's going to end up where. This is the penultimate heat of modified, penultimate heat of the day. So if you have been watching with us all day, thank you. You've been absolute heroes. So just bringing it around to the finish for each of these drivers. Right, see who from the top heat is going out. I can see Alex Hagberg's car, I can see Bruno Coelho's car. There's Michael Orlowski's car. Seeing who is being sent out. There is Mark Reinhardt's car going out. So I think we're going to have a pretty full, pretty stacked heat. Already seen Eric Dankel spinning on the way to the line. So here we go, last race of the day. About 2 hours after the first downpour and rain shower. Michael Orlowski going to lead away with his number 1 car. The all-white coloured car. In fact, I haven't seen Mark Reinhardt's car out there, so I don't think Mark will be running. Of course, Mark won't be running. Mark already has a round win. No, Mark could lose second on the grid here to Bruno, actually, thinking about it, by not running. We'll keep an eye on that. Michael Olowski leads away then from Bruno Coelho. Mark Reinhardt choosing to sit this one out. Just thinking Mark has a quicker time than Bruno with a round win. Michael Olowski spins at the end of the main straight, as does Bruno Coelho, as does Alex Hagberg. So everybody's spinning at the end of the main straight. Let's just show you how difficult these conditions are. These world-class drivers being unable to navigate the main straight. Michael Olowski slows it down a lot more that time. Bruno doesn't learn his lesson, does a pretty epic donut off the end. But I think with the extra speed he carried in, he didn't actually lose any time there. So Michael Olowski leading this one after a couple of laps from Bruno Coelho. Michael really struggling in off the end of main straight. Bruno's got it right that time. So I think Bruno could actually be in front of Michael this time as they cross the line. Let's have a look. Not quite, but he's closer. So Michael Olowski still leading this one from Bruno Coelho. Lucas Urban in third position currently. Let's just have a look at the gaps between them. Pretty much identical time for Michael Olowski and Bruno Coelho at the moment, and Olowski's just spun it. Let's see if that has... Weirdly, he spun it, but he didn't appear to lose any time. Bruno has hit the front, but they were pretty much identical on times anyway. The gap between them doesn't appear to have reduced any. So Michael Olowski just taking a lot more speed in. Snap there for Bruno, but Olowski still leading this one. Doesn't spin it that time. So coming up to the car of Oliver Havranek. Passes him down the main straight. Havranek spins off. So Michael now builds a slight gap over Bruno, but spins it again and points backwards. So Bruno, if he can slow this down, Bruno back to the front. So Michael Olowski building a little bit of a gap and then losing out all of that really to Bruno. But then Bruno spins at the end of the main straight and again just keeps it pointing in the same direction. So this lead pair just trying to edge away at the front. Michael Olowski leading this one now from Bruno Coelho. Christopher Krapp running in third position currently. Michael, massive speed off the end of the main straight and spun it trying to follow Alex Hagberg in, so he just decided to pitch it in. I mean, it's working for him. The gap is going up. He's still leading from Bruno. But spins again. And Bruno spins off onto the grass, just gets it going. So that's going to cost Bruno more time. So despite spinning at the end of the main straight, Michael, just by virtue of keeping it on the black stuff, regardless of the way it's pointing, is still pulling away at the front of this one. He's a lot more circumspect that time. And around the high line, Bruno again spinning on the main straight. Just over 1 minute to go. Michael Orlowski still leading this one, as he has from the start. Lucas Urbana up to third position. That was another car that Michael's just hit on the main straight. I think that was the car of Oliver Havranek. Michael Orlowski still leading this one at that stage, despite that coming together with Havranek. And a spin there for Michael on the main straight. Does this let Bruno close in? This might do it. We're going to have to look at the overall times as well, because I'm not sure that this is going to be the quickest heat. We may well see one of the guys from an earlier heat taking this one. Bruno has beaten Michael, so Bruno's got that at the end, but let's have a look and see who's actually won the round. I'm not convinced it will be Bruno. Let's have a double check on that one. So just an update. No, Bruno has won that round. So Bruno third on the grid overall. So Michael Orlowski will be on pole from Mark Reinhard, Bruno Coelho. Alex Hagberg will start fourth. Lucas Urban fifth. Christopher Krapp sixth. Ronald Volker will start seventh, so he's made it in from that lower heat. Antoine Brunet will start P8. Yannick Prumpert starts P9. Eric Dankel P10. Let's just see if there's any standouts. There was, a bunch of drivers from those lower heats sort of putting in some good times there in the wet and launching themselves up the order. So just seeing if there's anybody. Not gone too well for Mattia Kalina. He's 25th. He would have expected, I think he would have been hoping for an A final, to be honest, at the back end of the A final, looking at the pace that he'd shown. But there we go. So that is qualifying done.
An exciting end to the day.
Yes, absolutely. So we already knew going into that last round what the outcomes would turn out to be, even though they weren't nailed on. But that was reliant on sort of drivers going faster for tie-break times, and that wasn't going to happen. But that's us. So thank you for bearing with us over the course of the day. It's been a little bit chaotic.
No.
Slightly.
Just slightly chaotic, yeah. Thank you to you, James, for holding it together for us and keeping us apprised of what's been going on trackside. Thank you to all of our sponsors. This has been the EFRA MonacoRC 110th Electric Track European Championships qualifying day. Don't go anywhere tomorrow because we're on all day long, hopefully for racing. 3 legs of racing for all classes in the bright, dry sunshine. Perfect conditions. At least that's what we hope. Thank you to X-Ray, Lens Bodies, Mebo Sport, Schumacher, Hobbywing and RCXX Shop. Thank you to James. I've been Matt McCallum. Thank you to Frank and Jim Trackside and James, who's in the studio as well, keeping us on the air. We'll see you all tomorrow.
En dat goed.